Okay, welcome to the Grande Prairie City Council meeting for October 19th, 2020. I'll just give a countdown for IT. Oh yeah, I'm just hearing a bit of feedback in the room, so that's okay, we'll get dialed in. Okay, great. Maybe. Do you want me to give a test there, Clyde, and see if you're getting audio out? Sounds like you are. Audio out there. Check, check. 1, 2. There we go. That sounds right. Okay. And Simon will give you a countdown here to start. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon and welcome to the City of Grande Prairie Council organizational meeting for 2020. It is October 19th. I'll call the organizational meeting to order. This is a meeting that Council has once a year on the anniversary of our election. This is where we set our agenda, Council committee appointments, and committee schedule for the year. And we take this opportunity as one of our first orders of business to recognize Treaty 8 territory in our community. As council members I think know, Treaty 8 is one of 11 numbered treaties made between First Nations people and the Crown of England, representing the Government of Canada. These treaties are agreements that outline how the land we now call Canada was intended to be shared by all. Not all Canadians, of course, are aware of treaties, but their contents or how they continue to be relevant today, so a little bit of context can be helpful. The treaties themselves can be seen to derive their legal status from the Royal Proclamation of 1763, which states that only the Crown had the ability to enter into agreements with First Nations people with respect to land. Treaties were the way that the Crown did proceed through that process. The intent of the Royal Proclamation and the validity of the treaties, like Treaty 8, is still recognized today in Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution Act. Covering an area of 84,000 square kilometers, Treaty 8 territory is larger than the nation of France and includes all of northern Alberta, northeastern British Columbia, northwestern Saskatchewan, and the southernmost portion of the Northwest Territories. First signed in a meeting on the 21st of June, 1899 at Leicester Slave Lake, the Treaty 8 agreement predates both the creation of the province of Alberta, which occurred in 1905, and the incorporation of the municipality of Grande Prairie, which happened in 1914. So the authority, this very same authority that underpins our system of laws in Canada, recognition of the ability of the Crown to make laws, and that led to the creation of the province of Alberta and the establishment of the municipality of Grande Prairie on these lands, is the same authority that entered into the agreement represented in Treaty 8. So recognizing all of that context and recognizing that it's appropriate for us to acknowledge that as we begin our business for the year, let us make this recognition of Treaty 8 territory. We are all Treaty 8 people, and we acknowledge the homeland of the many diverse First Nations and Métis people whose ancestors have walked this land since time immemorial. We're grateful to work, live, and learn on the land, traditional territory of Treaty 8. With that recognition of Treaty 8 territory done, we'll move into the report section of our agenda. Our first report is from Ms. Karbashewski, the City Clerk. You'll see in our agenda package some recommendations. Ms. Karbashewski, do you want to introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Given. So pursuant to our procedure bylaw, it is Council's duty to approve a Deputy Mayor's schedule, appointments of Council members to the standing committees, Council committees, and the Council representatives to external boards, commissions, and committees, as well as approve the meeting calendar for Council and standing committee meetings up to the next organizational meeting. So there are a couple of items that are worth noting on the meeting calendar presented to Council today. You will know that we do have a general election scheduled for next October. And September 20th on the meeting calendar is nomination day. And the nomination period for the next general election actually starts on January 1st and goes right up to September 20th. September 21st is our last scheduled council meeting with this council. And that's an opportunity for this council to finalize any items or any actions taken from the committee meetings. And then we move into a campaign period, as well as Election Day, which is on October 18th. Oath of office and organizational meeting will take place on October 25th, and then we will roll into 2 weeks of council orientation and training. You will note that the 5 weeks after the election are fairly heavy for our new sitting council, although this is the period that is only tentatively approved at this time. It is worth noting the level of commitment that's required from our next sitting council with regard to training, budget, AUMA, and all those wonderful things that happen next fall. And with that, I am open to any questions.
Okay, thanks very much, Ms. Karwaszewski. Any questions for the clerk? Seeing none, got to get used to where I'm looking again. Seeing none, then we do have 3 motions arising. I'd look for a motion. So, Council, we can get back to using the little ring-in thing for those that want to make motions. Sorry, the little ring-in thing. The screens that we have at our council desks. So if I could have a motion first to approve the meeting calendar and for standing committees. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. I would move that Council approve the City of Grande Prairie meeting calendar for Council and standing committees for the period of October 19th, 2020 to October 18th, 2021 as presented.
Thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. Any discussion or debate? As noted, I think, from the clerk, the ones following the election are tentative. The council that is elected then at their organizational meeting will set those meeting dates for October, November, but they're provided here for information and for anybody who may be considering running for council. I don't see any discussion or debate. Or Councillor Bressie, discussion?
Great. Thank you, Mayor Given. I understand that it's tentative, but I would move that council strike the standing committee meetings for November 23rd. Just the reason is that that's with a new council heading into AUMA. Traditionally, there's education opportunities the day before AUMA. Hopefully with COVID, those still happen. But I think for a brand new council, I think for those of us that end up returning, but especially for brand new councillors, it's important to have an opportunity to take those in.
Okay, sure. That motion's in order. The calendar is presented here for council's desire. So you're moving that amendment?
Yes, please.
So any discussion or debate on Councillor Bressie's amendment? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote on Councillor Bressie's proposed amendment to strike the committee days from November 23rd, 2021. All those in favor? Sorry, please vote. And I'll just check. We have, for the first time, Councillor Blackburn is back in council chambers with us, but I don't think we have a station for you to vote that way. So, Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote? Okay, thank you. Councillor Blackburn votes in favor. And that motion carries unanimously. So that is the amended. So we're back to Councillor Thiessen's motion as amended. Any further discussion or debate? Councillor Plott on the calendar? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. Council members, please vote. And Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote? Thank you. Councillor Blackburn votes in favor. And that motion passes unanimously as well. Okay, so we had our other motions arising. Councillor, who wanted to make the next one? Councillor Minhas.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I will move the Council approve the appointment of the council member to standing committee as council committee and council representative as presented.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Minhas. Any discussion or debate on that recommendation? Councillor Plott, were you on that recommendation? Yeah.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I'm just looking for a little bit of clarification on the Regional School Sites Committee. Is that the same committee that would be looking after the comp site steering? I'm not seeing that committee specifically on there, so I'm not sure if that's underneath this committee that would roll into now.
I will look to administration if they can provide any additional information. The steering committee that was struck between the City of Grande Prairie and the Public School District for guiding the initial discussion around the composite high school redevelopment, I think was a special purpose committee. This is, I think, what comes out of the City of Grande Prairie's recently adopted policy on school sites. So a little while ago, Council, remember that discussion that we adopted a new policy on delivering school sites, and I believe, subject to be corrected, and please do if I'm mistaken, I believe that this is a committee that falls out of that recently adopted approach of doing school sites. Councillor Bressie?
So a little bit of information about this. This was actually something that was on the initiative of the Catholic School Division, where the Catholic School Division sent us a letter and the county a letter and other school boards a letter saying, hey, should we be more collaborative with school sites? And if you remember, it was a couple years ago now, but there was actually a meeting they held with all these different governing bodies and asked to strike this committee. I got appointed to it. I can report that the committee hasn't met at all. It was just about to get going. My understanding was the Catholic School Board, I've just been kind of leaving it to them and not saying, even though I'm on it, not saying, hey, we should meet, not really taking initiative because they started it. I didn't want to take that away from them. When I was talking to them in January, they were about to get the committee actually going, and then COVID hit, and that was a busy time for us, very busy time for school boards as well, and so it just hasn't happened yet, but I hope it happens, that I hope that if this motion passes, Councillor Blackburn gets an opportunity to represent us on behalf of the city, because I think that it is important work.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. That's a better and more correct answer than mine. Mine was wrong. Councillor Bressie is right. This is an external committee, and so, yeah, we're not in charge of that meeting schedule. Any other discussion or debate? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote on the appointments. Please vote. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote? Thank you. And that motion carries unanimously. And I will note, too, that this is the first time in more than a year that Councillor Blackburn has been in a position to be a voting member on any standing committee. So welcome back, Councillor Blackburn. We're happy to have you. We also have one final motion that we require in terms of deputy mayor schedule. Can I get a mover for that? Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. I move that the deputy mayor schedule from October 2020 to October 2021 as presented.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor O'Toole. Any discussion or debate on that recommended schedule? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Blackburn votes in favor. And that motion carries unanimously. And I believe that concludes all the business that we had for our council organizational meeting. Done until next year. Actually, the last one that this city council will do. So well done, everybody. And we will close the organizational meeting and we will start off our regular city council meeting just as soon as everybody's able to get the agendas up in front of them. Do you need a new countdown for that, admin? Or just keep rolling? Okay. So I will call the City of Grande Prairie Council meeting for Monday, October 19th to order. We will, as we always do, start off our council meeting with our national anthem. Thank you to our City of Grande Prairie Choir for the audio and to the National Film Board for the video of our country. I'd look for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Councillor Minhas.
Thank you, well, Mayor Given. I move the council adopt the minutes of the City Council meeting held on Monday, October the 5th, 2020 as presented.
Thanks very much, Councillor Minhas. Any discussion or debate on that set of minutes? Seeing none, no errors or omissions that we need to correct, then I will call for the vote to adopt them. Please vote. Thank you. And Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. And that motion carries unanimously, and we'll move on to the adoption of the agenda. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. I move that council adopt the agenda as presented.
Thanks very much, Councillor O'Toole. Any discussion or debate on the agenda as presented? Again, seeing none, then I will call for the vote. Please vote. Thank you. And Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. And this brings us to the open delegation portion of our agenda, where we have an opportunity for any member of the community to come forward and address council on any community-related matter. My understanding is that we do have a delegation that attended at City Hall today and had intended to present. So we have a delegation in the North Conference Room. I'll just ask if do we need to do anything to turn on their Zoom information. So I think we have a delegation from the Grand Spirit Foundation. And so if you are next door there, we'll invite you to turn your camera on and microphone. There we go.
Done. Can you hear me?
Yes, we certainly can.
Okay. I just want to express my appreciation to the council for accepting our invitation to be a delegation. This is really about an item that is in your agenda package later on, item 8.1. And so I'm going to speak a little bit of history to land in the city that would be designated for any of the housing that Grande Prairie Foundation would be part of. So this goes back quite a while, like probably 2009, where Grande Prairie had always believed that in the northeast end of town, when Margaret Edson Manor was built, there was some land around there, and some of it had been designated. And I don't know if it was MR or what it was for, but it was just kind of around the table that that would be where the next building of any senior housing would happen. And so we went on that premise, and along we went, and then we had the proposals, and knowing how many people were on the wait list, we were going to build something within the city. And so that began the process. And when it came close to the end, we realized that maybe Grande Prairie had thought that that's where the city was going to have some land for us. But in fact, the land had kind of been carved up, and there wasn't enough left for us to be able to build there. And there had been talk about Smithlands at that point as well. Those of you who know the story know that we were unable to come to an agreement with some land, so we built Lakeview in Claremont. And so that continued on. At the table, we still believed that there was going to be land from the city. And when the apartments, the family housings, family social housing duplexes were sold, that the money that was gained from that went toward the Smith land. So ultimately, those 20 plus doors would be replaced in some building, and then we would go on from there. And now, I guess, for me, when I saw the item that showed the recreation facility, pardon my tongue-in-cheek, where there's a recreation facility there now, this looks like carving out again. So I'm not trying to be just reasons why we wanted to come and saved, and through the process that those 11 acres were going to be designated for housing. Not only, I think sometimes Grande Prairie is looked at as just senior housing, but that's not who we are. We are housing. And so I think the $2 million or whatever it was that came from those duplexes would go toward building that same kind of housing along with everything else and different kinds of housing because we've had a needs assessment done. I know the city has done their own needs assessment, but also Gary Gordon has worked with the city. So we have a needs assessment for the area. So pardon my panic in thinking, oh my goodness, some of that land that we're believing again that would be for housing is now being looked at different. So that's why we've come, and we thought we would just present this now. Steve and I are probably going to stay and watch the proceedings of 8.1, and if you had any questions, we could answer them then. Or if you have anything for me now, I'd be willing to answer what I can.
Absolutely. Thanks very much for making yourself available and for being here this afternoon. This is probably the most appropriate time, Council. I know there was some discussion previously about whether or not Grand Spirit still had an interest in those lands. So this would be the best time to discuss that would be right here. Open for discussion or questions for the delegation. Councillor Palat is first up.
Thanks, Mayor Given. Thanks for coming in today, Judy. Kind of on the other side of the wall here, but I appreciate you being in chambers or beside chambers here and chatting with us today. But my question was just about what sort of site size do we see needing? Like, does Grand Spirit have a plan to build out this entire area, or what sort of site size are you really needing to ensure that you have for your future project?
I think one of the things that's really difficult, Wade, is that when we looked at what Lakeview looked like, which was saying that they're like on over 5 acres. So we looked at that and said, okay, so that's a 6-story building. I don't know whether or not the building could be 7 or 8 or whatever. The thing that happens is it's like the chicken and the egg. If we don't have land, we can't we can't go any further, right? If we make a plan and say, yeah, this is what we want, and then land is no, you're not going to build that, that makes it really difficult. I'm just saying that when we did this, it was a comparative of what was there with Lakeview. So I think at that time we were talking about maybe over 150 doors because that's what Lakeview has. So maybe 200 or 192 or something like that. That's what we were looking at. But this didn't just mean senior housing. That wasn't what we were looking at. There's a move within the province currently to build continuing care beds. And they've said that 156 continuing care beds are needed in the city of Grande Prairie proper. So we have looked at what kind of housing will Grand Spirit provide, which we already provide family housing. We provide senior housing. We now will probably provide the bricks and mortar where Alberta Healthcare will take care of our people. So at one point when we looked at this whole model, continuing care and permanent supportive housing and supportive housing all the way around was not even in the vocabulary that 10 years ago. So it's I'm not trying to evade the question, it's a really hard question to answer.
Okay. And I kind of have one more.
Go ahead, Councillor Platt.
Thanks, Mayor Given. Just on that, and I guess this is part of the, and I appreciate you, it's hard to know because it's different needs could come up, but, and the needing of land to be able to put a project is obviously important, but is this the ideal location? And I guess that's my question, is if there's ideal locations for specific projects that Grand Spirit said, our dream scenario would be to put this location here. Has Grand Spirit looked at where their ideal locations for these facilities be? Or is it more, we have land in Smith, we need to acquire land in Smith so we can build a project? I'm all for us building projects if we need to build a project. I guess I just want to make sure that we're putting in the right locations and not just because we happen to have the land. So is it possible to speak to that, Judy? Is this the desired location or just the location that's available? I
just have one comment to make. So currently, the project that's going on in Spirit River, I believe received a lot of attention because of the partnerships that were happening. Alberta Seniors in Housing is always looking for partnerships. And in many cases, the municipalities have land available. That's wonderful because you're one of the partners, and Grand Spirit would be the other. And then the province of Alberta is the other if they're giving out capital money. But they're looking at can you partner with CMHC and all those kinds of things. So Wade, the bottom line is city land. and the city's land contribution. I don't know where you have land, if you have land, you have capacity to buy land, or any of those kinds of things. And what is the city's vision on the housing portion? Like, we can't come in and say, well, I think that this is what you need to do. What is your direction?
Okay. Well, that's good for me to know. It sounds like we need to have a few more conversations. So thank you for that.
Thanks.
Yeah, wait, the one thing I want to let you know is, once we began to think about where the new senior housing was going to go, first believing that it was going to be in the northwest end of town, it took 7 years to get to the place where we knew where we were going to build it. So many different things can happen in between, and that's what I mean about the direction for other supportive housing, which we didn't know before. So that's what I know. I hope I answered your questions.
We do have some others for you. I see Councillor Clayton and then Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Clayton.
Okay.
Thanks, Mayor Given. Thanks for coming, Judy. Appreciate your feedback. I guess if you aren't aware, there was a motion passed last committee for Grande Prairie to have a discussion with council to look, because it's been a while since we sat down together to discuss what the needs are of Grande Prairie, what your plans are going forward. And although Councillor Thiessen sits on that job and Councillor Friesen has in the past, it'd be nice to have Steve and yourselves in the room with council. So I'm pretty sure that meeting is coming up. My question for you, though, is the expectation of Grande Prairie, knowing that you don't have a plan per se on the books, and you don't necessarily have a time frame, and you don't necessarily have a demand ask, then why are you concerned about the Smith land not being, the entire site not being available? If there's an opportunity for complementary facilities to be near Grande Prairie, in my opinion, that would be a win-win. Anything that helps build a stronger community that involves residents as well as activity as well as commercial amenities builds a strong community. So rather than tying up the entire potential site for a what if, in my opinion, it would be great to strengthen that area with amenities that in turn build a stronger community. So I'm just curious, sort of some foresight of what you see realistically for holding that land for potential build from Grande Prairie.
So, Jackie, the thing with us really not having a plan is not entirely true. We submit a business plan to seniors and Alberta Seniors in Housing every year. And every year within the 3-year parameters, so Spirit River was at the top at one point, then Beaver Lodge was there, and then some of the city priority, and now that Spirit River has been done, Beaver Lodge going in a different direction. It's always been in a 3-year window. It really has. And so that's my, it takes time to have all of the, everything in process to have it be shovel ready. But if we had a commitment for land on a specific project, which would be the 3-year window, and the 3-year window is always based on what are the needs of the community regarding social and family and senior housing. Does that answer your follow-up?
Sure. I guess my concern simply is that it's a big site currently, and to without a specific, we need an acre, we need 5 acres, we need 10 acres. At this point, you need service land. And so if there was other amenities or building projects or activity center put on that land site, and then we offered you a smaller piece of it, I would hope that the opportunity would still be there for you to build something that fit in with what was there. And if not, then I think it's really important for Grande Prairie to say, what we need is 10 acres of service land sitting there waiting for when we're ready. So it's a big either or, and I think that if a smaller chunk is what's available, and maybe then you find the building model that works great for Grande Prairie and our community. But let's keep in mind that it's not the only place, and I don't want to debate you on this, Judy, and I apologize if it's coming that way, but I just think that I appreciate you coming out. I look forward to further conversations with Grand Spirit and Council. So yeah, thank you for your feedback. Appreciate it.
No, for sure, Jackie, and I know that the city's business is the city's business, and so is ours, and I'm not taking any kind of offense, and you're absolutely right. There's been some workings, I think, with administration, and once we can meet, possibly sooner than later. I know that our strategic planning is happening at the end of November. It would be really, really nice to have a meeting with council, and I think we could have some tighter lines then.
Okay, I see Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Mayor Given, and thank you, Judy and Steve, for being here today.
Councillor Blackburn, I'm just not sure that we've got your audio. It certainly isn't coming out from the speakers above me.
Is that better?
Better.
Okay. So thank you, Judy and Steve, for being here today and for raising this issue. I'm hoping, Judy, that you can refresh my memory. When I was on that board, there was talk about the fact that the hope was that aside from building the seniors facility, there would be enough room on the same land for the city to put affordable housing. But I don't recall whether or not that concept used up the entire plot. Can you refresh my memory on that if you recall?
Clyde, I don't think that we ever talked about specific kinds of housing built for specific things with all of that land. It was just the fact that we knew that the land, we'd receive information from the city that the money that was used for the sale of duplex bought that land, and yes, that we were going to have the opportunity. Now, I need to tell you that my only flag that came up for me was because of what happened before when Grand Spirit believed that we had land available on the northwest end of the city, and then it had been carved up. That was my flag with this, and maybe I don't think I've overreacted. I'm really grateful we're having this conversation. And you know, Clyde, we never did even do a tentative portion of what we were going to do with the Smith lands because it wasn't serviced. Every time we had the conversation, it was only a few months ago, I believe, that the city has made a commitment to service that land. That's my understanding. Councillor Thiessen can speak to that because he was the one who brought the information to us. And that's now making it go a bit further sooner than land that was not serviced at all. Does that answer you?
Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Blackburn's indicating it did, I think. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions to the delegation? I do have one, and I don't know if this is for you, Judy, or Steve, if he's there. But you know, is there so right now there's a couple different conversations that we're having. One is about whether the rec center, activity reception center, could go on some of the lands, and council will see that there's an updated map of where that could go. There's also the discussion about the land that council had previously committed to Grand Spirit Foundation. And so I'm going to focus in on that. That was sort of on the north portion of the site. And so what would be the consequence of the City of Grande Prairie removing that commitment for the lands on the northwest portion of the site? What would the consequence be to the Grand Spirit, or the potential for Grand Spirit to achieve a new housing project of any kind in the next couple of years?
Thank you, Mayor Given. If I understand correctly, that would be removing the actual potential commitment to the lands entirely. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, and I think Judy, our chair, alluded to the answer of the amount of time that it actually took to get to where we are today, which is about 7 years. I'm not aware, and we did just recently very recently have a discussion with one of your directors that indicated that there was no specific lands in commitment at this point other than the Smith lands, and there's nothing available from the city. So I think we would be definitely looking at a number of consecutive years before that would change. It would provide some thoughts for council to think about, such as the potential for the government is the provincial government providing some grant monies that are coming out supposedly early into next year or into next year for continuing care or the next levels of care. If we don't have ourselves together an opportunity, the city of Grande Prairie is actually listed as #1 in the region, North region, for the need of 150 beds. And if we don't have the land available and we have a long road to travel, we will very likely miss that opportunity. So it's just maybe emphasis back to you on the land requirement, what is in front of us for need.
Sure. Mr. Madden, just one other question for you. When you reference 150 beds, can you give us a sense of the type of clients that would be in that 150 bed facility? Like what sort of level of care are we talking about, just so that we're all having a shared understanding of that?
Yeah, so that's continuing care or long-term care, as it's called, level 4 and 4D. Very similar to what we're seeing at Spirit River, with the addition of the actual long-term care section of it as well. The breakout, I don't have a rate in front of me, but the breakout is about the 150 to do that.
I guess, are these sorry, just maybe I'll clarify my question. Of those 150 beds, are the majority of those the types of people that are going out and buying their groceries and having friends over, or are they the types of folks that have their meals there and are, what sort of level of care is that?
No, it would be equivalent to Mackenzie Place currently.
Okay, so people that really aren't leaving the facility unless it's sort of a fresh air time around the grounds.
Right, and one of the things that we've talked about before was how do we do this continuum? If they need full level of care, and very likely they will not come out if they're alive. I'm just not trying to be rude in any way, but if we backed up from there, what kind of housing could we supply alongside that, if that's the emergent need right now, where the province has the money available? Could it be some kind of lodge kind of setting maybe, or then apartments, and then family housing and senior apartments mixed together? So there's an option for a lot of different types of housing.
So the 150 beds are not people that we're expecting to be, sort of ambulatory out in the community?
No.
Okay, thanks. Any other discussion or questions for the delegation? Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Given. On the map, it's located near Park Road, the proposed building of the Grand Spirit site. And I was just wondering if administration could tell me how many acres that are marked out on that map would be available for this.
Maybe a question for Director Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Given. It's currently 2.02 hectares, which would be just under 5 acres.
And thank you very much for that information. And so there was a 3-year plan. So back to Grand Spirit, if this land was left available, I'm assuming that you would have this building built within 3 years. Is that what the understanding is?
No, I'm saying that the priorities in the 3 years was that currently the city would probably come to the top, be the first priority, and that priority would really depend on what was available in them. If it's the money for the continuing care, and that's where we start, then, and we move backward to other types of housing, it could be. I'm not sure what the turnaround is. I just know that from the RFP that went out to the tender for the Spirit River project, I'm thinking that it came from inception and approval to completion within a 4 to 5 year.
Okay. So there's potential that this is going to still take 4 or 5 years to actually have people living in this building, if it's located here.
If it's located anywhere where the city gives us land.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions to the delegation? Councillor Bessie.
Great, thank you. I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. So I dug up the report from 2018, which was from February 2018 was when council voted to allocate a portion of this land to Grand Spirit Foundation. And at that time, it was, in the report I'm looking at, it was an ask for 5 acres of land. And am I understanding correctly, you're saying that needs have changed and we might need more land than that 5 acres now? And my apologies if I'm recovering ground that's already been said, but I just want to be crystal clear in what I'm hearing.
Yes. I know, yes.
Yeah, so sorry. So needs have changed. You're saying that we might need more land than we thought we needed back in 2018.
I think, Dylan, the thing that's really difficult is when everything that Grand Spirit thought about was about the whole 11.
Yeah.
That's just how it was, okay? And so our saying the 11 is available to us and the 11 is there prior to any of the letters, that's how the planning went when we put it forth to Alberta Seniors and Housing, assuming that they would have capital money at that time. I think what's changed in this, Dylan, is when we looked at it as it possibly being senior housing, and then knowing that the 20 plus units that were taken out of the system would likely need to be built in again with the supportive housing, how the continuing care, now how health has come into the system. They are approaching all housing management bodies, inviting them to becoming into partnerships with AHS, so that we're just, when we've had brick and mortar, Dylan, for seniors that didn't have many medical needs, that was what we were looking at when we talked about the 5 acres. This more than is only because of what's coming into play while the province is asking us as management bodies, do you have any rooms that could be used for continuing care and can we change them over? Or if you're building anything, could you please build some things for us? So that's where the expanded need for more land came. Right? I just checked with Steve. He said that's right.
Cool. Yeah, and totally legitimate if you need more land. I don't think that's a bad thing if circumstances have changed and you need more. I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. So not a bad thing at all if you're saying you need more land. In fact, if we're going to do more to care for our seniors, I'm glad that we're talking about how to get you folks more land.
Yeah, and I think, Dylan, the one thing is that this just isn't seniors. When we look at the duplexes that were done, that was family housing. And so it's about addressing all the housing needs and affordable housing. And I mean, your needs assessment talked about it in great deal because we throw the words around of affordable and what does affordable mean and what is supportive and what is not supportive. And so some of those new things in the scope of housing for Grand Spirit is the reason why we would require more land.
Okay, thank you for that. Any additional questions? Yeah, sorry, Councillor Bressie had one more. Yep.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Just one last thing of clarification for me. So talking about, hey, our needs might be more like 11, 12, given our expanded mandate now. Is there a reason that 11 acres needs to be all connected to each other besides just the fact that we've got that right now? Where would it work equally well to have, if we were able to find 5 or 6 acres here and 5 or 6 acres elsewhere, would that work equally well for Grand Spirit, or is it really important that all 11-ish acres are together?
Oh, can I see? Sorry.
Councillor Betsy, I'm going to try to answer that one. So I guess, as Judy has mentioned, the vision was based on the 11 acres. Which the vision, as you can hear from Judy's words, has expanded into larger thoughts of housing. So do the 11 acres have to be exactly at that spot? Grand Prairie wouldn't necessarily say, yes, they all have to be there. I guess what we've done is we've kind of invested ourselves in something to be there. And I think Grand Spirit's question is what would become of the rest of where would the other replacement come for the affordable housing side or that social housing side of the funds for those replacements. So to answer the question, yes, we could look at other if we really need. I think Judy mentioned chicken and egg really when we started the conversation, which is we would love to have a plan in front of you guys. Now that we know the land's getting serviced, we can get you a plan fairly quickly. We're entering strategic planning this fall, November 19th and 20th. Where we're hoping to extract some stronger details on our priorities and look at what we can do. So I apologize to you guys. We definitely wanted to have better answers today, not knowing the land was going to get serviced. until a few months ago. It didn't really give us much time to get prepared for today, so apologize for that. So quick answer is we could look at other places if we need to. Would like you guys just to hold off, if you wouldn't mind, just in case the larger picture includes the full 11 acres at this one site.
Okay, thanks for that. I see Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. Just a quick question. This is largely for Steve. Steve, when we're talking about this big parcel of land, obviously you like to take chunks of land and try to design it and build it all together and give a community identity. For Grande Prairie Foundation, does without a guarantee of land anywhere else, and the city does have pockets of land, does this make it easier or harder when you have to plan multiple sites for affordable family and seniors housing on Grande Prairie Foundation?
That's a great question. It definitely makes it a bit harder to do that because we have to start with different plans at different locations, multiple consultants, multiple thoughts. So if we had one site, one plan, public consultation all in, it would definitely be a little bit easier, perhaps a little longer time period. However, a better successful project for both Grande Prairie and for City Council based on a vision that everybody can contribute to. So to look at other land parcels would provide us a bit lengthier process to do that.
Thanks, Steve.
Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Given. Just to kind of follow up on that, Steve, I'm just kind of curious, like, of course, the city wants to be there as a partner and supply land. I guess I'm struggling a little bit if we don't know what the land's for, how much we leave around. You had mentioned you guys are going to have a strategic planning session. Is it possible after that session to kind of give the city a good heads up of we need 6 acres for your core housing or the core beds of the 156 units? We need 3 acres for this. Like, would you be able to break it down so we kind of had an idea of what sort of things you'd be looking at putting? And I guess the reason I'm asking that is I'm fine with potentially leaving 11 acres there, but it depends what they're for. If they're going to be for things that I think would be better positioned somewhere else in the community, I'd rather have council move you somewhere else in the community than put it all in Smith. But just is it possible when you come back for our meeting to let us know on specific projects you guys are looking at doing and potential site sizes they would require?
That's a good question too. We can get back as quickly as we possibly can. One of the things we're going to include in that session is we have a consultant coming in to immediately, hopefully, help us with the business case, which we're hoping that priority projects such as this one surface right away so we can get started on that business case. And the intention of a business case is to look at the size of land and or the local need for the area, extract from our boards what they see for future housing needs immediate, and basically boil that all down into a number of units, which would help us fill or fit the land size. So you're right, if we actually knew fairly quickly afterwards, and I'm not saying it would be the same day, it would definitely be a couple months before we would have a full answer for you, I'm sorry, but we would be able to figure out basically what are we really looking for here, and then come back to you guys, make sure that it matches your vision and maybe doesn't scare you as well with the number of units that we're thinking of or the project to move forward with. So yes, I'm going to say yes, we would hope to have something fairly quickly for you afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
I see Councillor Clayton, and we should get towards wrapping up. Important discussion, absolutely, but we should get to trying to close off. Councillor Clayton.
Thanks, Mayor Given. Question for Steve or Judy. I'm curious in regards to the future needs. At this point, we're discussing new builds, and is it within Grande Prairie's mandate to look at potentially buying existing facilities, repurposing facilities? We all know there's a lot of inventory on the market right now, so I'm curious why at this conversation we're only discussing new builds. Is there something that you would consider in your visioning session with your board to look at existing infrastructure and existing facilities?
I think we're open to that as well, Jackie. It's, like I say, the buildings previously have always been because the government had money and it was all toward new. I just know that the positioning for if we're going to really take advantage of this current continuing care need, that would definitely have to be brand new. And I'm sure we're open to anything that makes housing available to those people in need. And so, yes, and, you know, Jack, if you have information about those kinds of things, the board is more than willing to have you come and talk to us.
Okay. Thanks very much for that answer. Do I have any other questions? Last opportunity, council. Looks like I don't. Ms. Cocotillo-Beckeris and Mr. Madden, thanks very much for joining us this afternoon to answer our questions. We really appreciate you being here proactively as we've got a number of discussions that are related to the area in question. Okay. Did we have any other delegations that wish to present during the open delegation portion of our agenda? Look to administration. Do we have anybody else that wish to speak during the open delegation portion of our agenda? I'm not seeing that there were, so we'll close the open delegation portion of our agenda. We will have likely a number of delegations with respect to our proposed public hearings later on in our evening session, and we'll also have the scheduled delegation session this evening. But we'll move into items of unfinished business, and item 6.1, land use bylaw amendment for C1260-124. We're here for third and final reading of this bylaw that received the previous 2 readings at our last council meeting. So can I get a motion for third reading? Councillor Minhas.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I move the council give the third reading to bylaw C1260-124 being as amended to the land use bylaw.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Minhas. Any discussion or debate? Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Given. Just a question to administration about a conversation that happened last council meeting, some direction. There was direction made to bring forward amendments that would also make restaurants separate from drinking establishments and drinking establishments separate from restaurants as permitted use in local commercial districts, but I don't think that these amendments enable that. Is that correct?
I suppose that would be for Director Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I believe Reid DeRoche is on the line.
Okay, so we'll maybe go to Mr. DeRoche for an answer on that question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding is the current as amended is only to allow restaurant and drinking establishment minor as permitted in the local commercial district and does not include restaurants or drinking establishments minor as separate uses as permitted in that district.
So, so I guess my question is then where's the direction? So the motion that I'm reading is direct administration to bring forward amendments to the proposed bylaw for council consideration to make restaurants and drinking establishments as permitted uses in local commercial districts. Where's that direction landed? Is that going to be coming to a future committee or back to council in the future, or just where'd that motion go?
Mr. DeRoche?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I had requested clarification on that direction simply because there was no way for me to introduce an additional bylaw or an amended bylaw given the first and second reading have already been passed. And so it may be that council direct administration to return with another bylaw. I would also note that if it's council's intent to make it easier for this type of development to be developed, they are also discretionary in the general commercial district and the industrial business districts that are arguably more intensive districts. And so it may be valuable to receive direction to review what other districts we can reduce barriers to these uses in. The shorter answer is I haven't clearly been given direction to bring forward another bylaw amendment at this point. Thank you.
Councillor Bressie?
Yeah, so then I guess my issue is that that I can't support this bylaw as presented because it makes no sense to me that we're going to be less restrictive on drinking establishments and restaurants combined than we are going to be on restaurants. And again, the original bylaw amendment that administration brought to us, completely fine, 100% support, It's council's amendments that we made last meeting that I can't support. So I guess if I made a motion, a motion that I'm thinking about making, but I'm wondering if it would be in order, is I'd move the council amend this bylaw to read as administration originally presented to council. Basically saying the amendments that we made last meeting, let's throw those amendments out. And if we want to make those, great, but let's have those come back in a way that actually treats all of our development in an orderly fashion. I think that the amendments we made last time just kind of break the bylaw in an unsensible fashion.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Bressie. I will, and I have had to quit out of Zoom, but I will just look to the clerk. I think that that would not be in order. I think you have to vote against the bylaw as has been amended. So it's showing up for third reading as amended. And so to remove the amendment that was passed at last council meeting, I'm not certain. I would suggest that that's not in order. I'll look to the clerk if she has a different ruling on that, though. Ms. Karbaczewski?
Thank you, Mayor Given. You're correct. We cannot re-vote on a past motion made at the previous council meeting. It would be in order to make a specific amendment that would direct administration to do something specific with the bylaw, not to revert something back to its original. That's not a motion that's in order.
So my advice to council and Councillor Bressie would be either vote against this third reading, which has the amendment contained in it, and makes it easier to have that type of combined restaurant, drinking establishment, and local commercial, or vote for it and follow up with a motion directing administration to bring back additional bylaw amendments to look at the status of restaurants in different zones. Councillor Bressie?
Yeah, so then my question to administration is, my inclination would be to not pass this bylaw today and then just do it right at a future date. But I'd also hate to do that if it's going to slow down development that's happening. So my understanding is this was a proactive hole that administration found, and we're not aware of anybody that's hoping to get a development permit and hoping to do this right now, is my understanding. But could I just confirm with administration that if this bylaw doesn't pass today, we're not aware of any current entrepreneurs that we might be stepping on their toes if we don't pass this today?
Mr. DeRoche?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not aware of any current applications or interested applicants that are waiting on this amendment.
Great, thank you.
Okay, there we go. We got our answer in terms of process. So we do have a motion for third reading that's in front of us. Any discussion or debate on third reading? I'll just say that I would encourage council to support this. It is actually more permissive to development than was originally brought to us, which I think is a positive thing. It allows more space, more opportunity for these kind of developments. If council wants to add additional permissiveness to our land use bylaw in terms of just straight restaurants, I think that's also a good idea. And I think council can initiate that process by following up and directing administration to prepare those types of amendments. I am not concerned about making changes to the land use bylaw. They happen regularly all the time. And if council sees something that they think is important enough to change, then we direct administration to do that. I don't think that that's a bad thing. And I think it would be a great idea to have more availability for restaurants and local commercial as well. I don't see that as a problem. So I'm not objecting to anything that Councillor Bressie is saying. I'm suggesting though that we don't need to stop doing one thing because something additional has come up. We can close off this issue, and if council wishes to address the other issue in the future, then by all means we can direct administration to prepare those amendments as needed. So I would encourage council to support the third reading and follow up if there are any other items that council wish to follow up on. Any other discussion or debate? Councillor Bressie?
Yeah, thank you for giving it. I'm just struggling. I think I'm going to be voting against this just because I think that regulations, sure, you want to be more permissive, but you also want your regulations that make sense. And this just makes absolutely no sense that we're going to make it easier to, easier to establish a restaurant and drinking establishment than just establish a restaurant. This was an ill thought out amendment, I think, that council made last meeting. I think that and it's going to lead to a land use bylaw that is just nonsensical to me. And regulations need to make sense. And so I appreciate what you're saying there, but I can't support this. And I hope that we'll not pass this today and then make amendments in the future and hopefully in the near future that actually make sense.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bessie. Any other discussion or debate on third reading? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote on third reading. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. And that motion does carry. Councillor Bressie.
Great. Well, then, sorry, I'm still confused by there was a motion last week made to bring a bylaw back for council consideration to make restaurants and drinking establishments as permitted uses in local commercial districts, which council supported and I think still makes sense given what we just passed. But I'm also hearing that further clarification is needed. So do we need to give more direction to administration today, or was this conversation suitable?
Yeah, I guess I'll look to the director. I recognize what Councillor Bressie is referencing in the minutes of the October 5th meeting. There was a motion that was carried 7-1, directing administration bringing forward amendments to the bylaw. Although one question would be, is the challenge in the interpretation, because the way it's in the minutes, it says restaurants and drinking establishments as permitted uses. I think Councillor Bressie's intent is to make restaurants permitted use. So, because restaurants and drinking establishments are one type of use, and there may be some confusion over that type of use, rather than talking about two different uses together.
Yeah, and sorry, my intent is to make restaurants, period, and drinking establishments, period, because we've allowed restaurants and drinking establishments, period. So it makes sense to allow, so it's not just restaurants, it is restaurant, period, and drinking establishments, period, that I want to make permitted.
Director Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Given. We will bring forward amendments to a future committee or future council meeting for consideration.
Okay. So with that understanding, are we comfortable that there's no additional motions required on this item? Okay, it looks like not. Then we will move in next to item 7.1. This is a report and update from the Intermunicipal Negotiating Committee. Myself and councillors Clayton and Friesen represent the city on that committee. We wanted to provide council with a bit of a brief update. I believe Mr. Tarrant from administration's prepared a little bit of a report outlining some of the history of those negotiations over time, and then I'll speak to the recommendation that the committee is making to council. So, Mr. Tarrant, if you wanted to speak to the history of the negotiations on ICF, and then I'll take it from there, and the committee members take it from there in terms of our recommendation to council.
Thank you, Mayor Given. So as you have in the report there's the recommendation which you'll speak to. Just to give a little bit of a background on the ICF negotiations. The province introduced legislation in January 2017, which required all municipalities across the province, I should say most municipalities across the province, to have intermunicipal collaboration frameworks with their municipal neighbors. Grande Prairie was the city and the county were two of the municipalities that were required to have those agreements in place. The nature of the agreements was to provide for better collaboration and looking at all the services that are provided municipally in the region and seeing if there was ways that the municipalities could offer services together or more efficiently, more effectively. And then the other component was to equitably share the costs of services that are currently being offered by either municipality. There was a number of pre-planning done starting early in 2017. As the timeline went on, eventually the city and county got into bilateral negotiations, which officially started in April last year of 2019. We had meetings throughout the year, and in March of this year, it was decided to conclude negotiations and move it into a mediated session, and at which point the INCs of respective municipalities engaged mediation services. We've currently have done 8 mediated days, and now that brings us to where we are today. The legislation has been, the deadline was originally January 1st, 2019. That was subsequently changed to April 1st, 2020. And then earlier this year, it was changed to April 1st, 2021, that the ICFs had to be in place by. And with that, that's a bit of history. I'll turn it over to the INC.
Thanks very much, Mr. Tarrant. So, Council, just to speak from my perspective, I'll open up to my committee members as well. The experience with the county has been generally positive. I really appreciate the work that our city administration has put in developing concepts and ideas of how we could increase the effectiveness of municipal services in the region, ways that we could maybe squeak out some more efficiency and potential cost savings. The county has engaged in those conversations with us along the way. And it ends up, though, that there are still some fundamental differences, and I don't see those fundamental differences between the city and county being resolved through mediation. And I think my advice is that for the best interest of the relationship between the city and county, we should have them decided by an external arbiter who is contemplating legislation, gets to make the call, and then both parties, I think, are willing to live with any decision. We've seen that through annexation, which is a similar process where each party gets to make their case, and then an external body decides, and the city and county's relationship, was maintained through that process. I think it will be the case here with arbitration on ICF. But I think both parties, the city and county, are acting in the interests of their ratepayers, I think in many cases that brings us to loggerheads on some really fundamental things. And so while we have been able to sort of nibble around the edges of improved service delivery in the region, I'm not sure that we've really got the gains that we were hoping for. And ultimately, for city residents who are funding a vast amount of services that residents throughout the region are free to enjoy at no additional cost, it doesn't look like that issue is going to be resolved by mediation. And I wouldn't at all blame the county for that. I think they are acting in what they feel is their residents' interest. The city is acting in the interest of the people who elected us. And that may mean that sometimes we need to get somebody else from the outside to make a call. So that's why I'm supportive of recommendation that council approve moving the ICF negotiations onto that arbitration stage. I'll maybe look to Councillors Friesen and then Councillor Clayton just to speak about their experiences in the negotiating committee. And then we'd look for a motion on that recommendation that's in the report. Councillor Friesen, do you want to speak to it a bit?
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor Given. I think you really captured the essence of what the experience has been. What I have noticed is the inability to, as you mentioned, come together on some really fundamental issues that have to do with the burden of expense that the city bears relative to residents of other regions enjoying the facilities that have incurred those expenses in our history. And while neither side is necessarily right nor wrong in the approach, I appreciate that we have come to it with a principles or a sort of a formulaic approach that is based in fact and understanding of ratios of residents and users and those sorts of things. And that really, to me, speaks of a principled approach to it. And the sense that I have throughout the progression of our talks with our corresponding committee from the county is that there's an increasing level of futility around those really core issues. And I don't see that lessening. We could certainly, continue to go through the motions of having these meetings, but they are costing our taxpayers each time that we meet, and to continue to go back and forth over the same, the circle of discussion with no significant progression, I think is not worthwhile. And I am supportive of this recommendation today, and that's my perspective on why I feel that we should perhaps move this forward in a different manner. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Friesen. Councillor Clayton?
Thanks, Mayor Given. I think fundamentally for this whole process has been, as mentioned, been very long. Started almost 4 years ago. But a big part that I think needs to be clearly identified is this is not a personality conflict. It is not an us versus them. This is a process that was set forward from the province for us to find an end to. And through the 4-year process, there's been some great outcomes. We've learned a lot about each other. And we have to recognize that the urbans and the rurals will probably always operate differently. And if nothing else, this process has allowed us to have open conversations and share opportunities, share discussions, learn more about each other, which down the road I think will lead to some future successes. But at the end of the day, I support the arbitration because of the fact that this is just simply taking too long. It's costing money every single time we get together. It takes all of our elected officials, ourselves, and the counties. It takes our focus off of other things that are as equally important, if not more important. And so at the end of the day, we need to move on. And it's no discredit to anybody that's been working on this administration-wise. Our administration's done a great job for many years. The county administration has done a great job. I just think at the end of the day, this is just, it needs to move on so that both people that are at the table understand what the outcome is, and people can work from that outcome. An independent arbitrator will say, here's your solution, here's your answer, go operate. And I think that that's where we're at today.
Thanks very much, Councillor Clayton. Councillor Friesen, you had something further?
Thank you, Mayor Given. So I'm going to proceed with the motion here. I move that Council refer the creation of an intermunicipal collaboration framework with the County of Grande Prairie to an arbitrator for final resolution.
Thanks, Councillor Friesen. So with those comments from your negotiating committee and that motion on the floor, open for discussion, debate, or other comments. Councillor Bressie?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Given, and thank you to the committee, and thank you to Mr. Tarrant for all the work that's gone into this, and other members of administration that have worked hard on this. I've got to sit in on all these meetings, and there's a lot of work on both sides of this that I really appreciate on behalf of our residents and our taxpayers. I think for me, I'm glad that we're moving this because there's a big deadline looming to me, and that is the municipal election. I'm starting to think, how do we set up the next council for success? And we've put in a lot of time and a lot of money and a lot of effort and a lot of focus into this. And if it doesn't finish before the municipal election happens, then the next council, both in the county and the city, have to get up to speed again, have to reinvest a lot of that time and money. A lot of it just goes to waste. So we need to finish this process now so that we don't waste. But also, I think there are some real areas of collaboration that could be had between us and the county. I think there really are opportunities to improve services and save money for our residents, but that's not going to happen while there's some big elephants in the room trampling around. So I really hope that we can get this done this council term, and then our council's next term, the elephants in the room are gone, and they can actually roll up their sleeves to figure out how to improve services and improve efficiencies for their councils. So I support this motion, and I hope that we get through this by that big deadline that's looming in my head.
Thanks, Councillor Bressie. Councillor O'Toole?
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. Yes, I totally support this motion. And once again, I also want to support the administration that's done a pile of work. The process has been very slow, and it's almost frustrating at times. So I think that this is the way to go, and you'll have my vote on the motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Menhas?
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would support 100% on this motion. Also, this has been working so long, so hard, all of our committee and the administration, I thank you very much for the both side, the county and city. But time to move on. We are already 6 months, like supposed to be done in 2020, but because of this COVID-19, whatever happened there, they extended for 1 more year. So we don't want to delay anymore.
Thanks, Councilman Huss.
Anymore, but we should move on to and we need a third party help to get this done. So that's what I'm supporting this one.
Thanks, Councilman Huss. Any other discussion or debate? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Council. And that'll take us into regular committee business, starting with item 8.1, the Community Services Committee, and I think Councillor Friesen's set of minutes.
Thank you. So I would like to move, just bear with me here, I've gotten off my page. There we go. I'd like to move that Council adopt the minutes of the Community Services meeting held Tuesday, October 13th, 2020, as presented.
Thanks, Councillor Friesen. Any discussion or debate on that set of minutes? Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Councillor Friesen.
Thank you. We do have an item of business that has arisen out of that meeting, and it has to do with the Smith site, that the activity reception center that we're considering putting there. So out of that, I will move that Council approve the Smith site with the legal land description as is in the recommendation for the activity/reception center.
Thanks very much, Councillor Friesen. Motion is open for discussion and debate. I'll just enter first. At the committee, I supported the motion for this to come forward to Council. I will not support it at Council for a number of different reasons. My primary reason is administration's recommendation that this site has less surety about being able to deliver that project on time. I'm very concerned that those federal dollars could go to waste if the project isn't constructed on time. And I think we need to do our best to give administration the best chance of success. I don't think we need to be in a position of choosing a site that makes it more difficult rather than less difficult. Additionally, we heard today from the Grand Spirit Foundation that if we are changing the vision of that site away from housing, that they will have to go back to the drawing board and potentially have to resubmit to the province. And I can speak to the fact that it was a 7-year process to identify land that would meet their initial requirements, not just new requirements. This is land that the City of Grande Prairie owns. This is land that is already zoned to the highest possible residential zoning in the city. So while the City of Grande Prairie, if we had the money, could go and buy new residential land somewhere else, which is possible. I don't know that we have that much money kicking around to start buying more sites when we have sites that are available to us. It is unlikely that we would necessarily get them at the densities that we need, and certainly nothing zoned up to this density because it is the only parcel that I'm aware of in the city. Sorry, maybe only one of 2 parcels that are zoned to this high density. And then finally, I think the type of clients that were described by Grand Spirit, this is a very appropriate site for them. So for all those reasons, I would encourage Council not to support this recommendation. There was an alternate recommendation at the committee level, which was to approve moving forward with the cobblestone site. That is contained in the minutes of the committee agenda that's attached in our package. That motion was not successful. I would encourage Council to support that motion, and I would be happy to support that alternate motion if this one failed. I would recognize one of our members of administration. It just says administration 1, so it's not helpful to me. Okay. So administration was tasked with providing some additional information. That's maybe what Ms. Cajolet has for us. Ms. Cajolet?
Thank you, Mayor Given. As you indicated, the previous recommendation from administration was to approve the Cobblestone East site for this proposed project. And then at the last Community Services Committee meeting, there was a subsequent motion to move to the Smith site. So a summary of both sites has been provided to Council for consideration. So I just wanted to share a little bit more information that we've been able to identify since this report was published. So one being the utility costs for those areas. They're actually fairly equal. It was initially thought that the Smith subdivision would be higher due to the distance that is required, but that location would be about 56,000, and the Cobblestone site would be about 63,000, so fairly comparable. Last week, administration also prepared a page on the engagement website for this project. So although with the short turnaround time, there wasn't a significant amount of feedback that was received, we did receive 4 responses from the public and 4 communications that were provided by different council members. So of those 8 responses, 6 were in favor of the Cobblestone site and 2 were supportive of the Smith location. So administration has also looked at a quick summary of the population in those neighborhoods. So based on the last census data, the Smith neighborhood population is about 1,535. In Cobblestone, it is 2,192. So again, maybe not today, but that was based on the last census information. So the population for school-aged children in Smith is also about 100 residents higher in the Cobblestone area. Same applies for a really young population, age 0 to 4. And consistent in that kind of 20 to 29 year gap. And then when we look at the population of residents that are age 65 plus, there would be more of a lean towards a Smith neighborhood than Cobblestone. Thank you.
Thank you for that additional information. Council did ask for some, or committee did ask for some sort of description or review of the 2 sites side by side. I do have the other members in the queue. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. Just a question for administration in regards to the table I'm looking at right now between Cobblestone East and Smith subdivision. There are some extra costs, it appears, through the table for the Smith subdivision. Geotech, service costs to distance that we just talked about, fire suppression, generator, extra servicing. What does administration anticipate extra costs to enable that site to be developed would be to the city of Grande Prairie?
Ms. Cashley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the offsite transportation levies required for the Smith subdivision would be about 90,000. There would be no levies required for the Cobblestone East location. The electricity is fairly equal, although the same applies for the Aquaterra connection fees. The timing would determine sort of the throwaway costs for sites if a generator was required, or fire suppression would determine when the facility was finished as opposed to when the servicing to the site was complete, and also whether or not the occupancy permit was ready to be issued. The geotechnical testing would be a requirement for either, a recommendation for either site, so the cost would be fairly consistent.
Okay, but on just to that last point, and if I may, Mayor Given, I have one more question just around transit after this, but in the table it says that the geotechnical testing has already been procured for Cobblestone East, so we're already planning that, and we haven't planned that for the other site?
Thanks, Mayor Given. So we did, I guess going back, I think it was 1993, there was some geotech work done in Smith. So that's, the data is no longer really usable, so we have to redo that one. But with Cobblestone, we were anticipating that if council decided to place the rec center there, we would have the geotech completed. It takes about a month to procure it, so that's in the works already. Even if council doesn't decide to use Cobblestone, we'll have the data for future development. So that's our plan. So if today it's Smith that's decided on, then we'll right away we'll initiate more geotech work.
Okay. Thank you very much. And if I may ask a question about transit, I was a bit confused by, it said that there's transit access. How close to the site is the transit access in the Smith subdivision? To my knowledge, I think it's quite a fair distance one might have to walk.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I did meet with Mr. Harvard last week, and we had a brief conversation about it, but he told me, I believe it's on 93rd Street. So it's right by Rotary Fields, that there is a transit stop.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
I see Councillor Plott next.
Thanks, Mayor Given. Just a question for administration as well. I'm just curious why we have off-site transportation levies on Smith and not Cobblestone. Like, would we actually pay ourselves off-site levies for a building we actually do, and has that been standard practice in every facility we've ever built?
I can start off on that one. I did meet with Ashley Coulter and asked somewhat the same question, and she said it is a requirement for the building of the roads, and we only pay the levies on the size of the parcel that we would use for the rec facility. There's off-site owed on the entire 11 acres.
So I guess I'm just a little confused on that. Maybe
well, it's called transportation levies, yeah. So it's more focused on the roads for sure.
Director Glavin, do you want to supplement?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Given. The reason why we would pay into this would be similar to any other developer. This goes towards the transportation offsite levy reserve. So this would be our fair contribution to it, as any other developer in this case would have to pay into it. So if we didn't pay into this, you could kind of theoretically look at it as a deficit in the amount that would be going in to support development for offsite levies.
So the money is actually just going into future levy, like to help the city grow in other ways, but it's kind of an in and out in its own way. It's not a hard cost, this facility, that it's money that's going to be recaptured in other forms in our city for future development.
Yes, the money that goes into this would be applied as any other system levy improvements if we were any other qualifying infrastructure anywhere in the city.
Okay. Just another question, if I can, Mayor. Just can you explain what the Alberta infrastructure site is on the drawing we got? That was kind of a curveball to me. I knew we were talking with Grande Prairie and we were having that, but I just wasn't aware that we had anything with Alberta infrastructure on the site.
Dr. Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Given. So that's still conceptual here, as far as we do have a land swap agreement with Alberta Infrastructure that facilitated the construction of the new composite high school. The current deal that we have is to provide them land in Royal Oaks, and that is still the valid agreement that we have to date. It would be administration's recommendation that if it were able to fit on the Smith site, that would free up the school site in Royal Oaks for another school some point in the future, and the Smith site is a preferred location for the Alberta government. And our recommendation at some point would be to put it there, but at this time it's conceptual.
Okay, so just if I still want to follow up on that, just curious if I'm understanding Grande Prairie's request right. I mean, obviously they like all the land, but if we were to able to at least allocate the 5 or 6 acres and our proposed facility, what would that look like for the? I guess on the drawing we got, it didn't really break down how much was rec center, how much was proposed Alberta transportation, and how much was proposed Grande Prairie. I'm just trying to get a guess on what sort of land space that would actually be for Alberta infrastructure.
11.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I'm just pulling up the site here. So right now, the Grande Prairie Foundation, the identified area there was 2.02 hectares. The amount for Alberta infrastructure was 0.79 hectares. And then lots 3 and 4, which are 0.71 hectares and 0.79 hectares.
Would be the rec facility. Or, sorry, those would be the last lots left, or those would be the rec facility lots?
Lots 3 and 4 would be the rec facility.
Thank you. I'll follow up there.
Thanks, Councillor.
Them, but I think for from my colleagues, because this is a big decision we're making.
Thanks, Councillor Pressy. Councillor Platt, I've got you next in the queue. I'm going to skip through just to get to others so they get a first chance first. Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Given. I'm looking at the map as well, and I see that there's a road going through there. And with the proposed Grand Spirit site and the proposed building that they want to build, which they are not sure what they want to build quite yet, and they're probably 4 or 5 years out. How would that road affect their building, even if the proposed rec facility was not there?
Director Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Right now, the road is still conceptual. We may or may not need to build a road through that, depending on what decisions are made at council and what the final uses are on that site. Ultimately, we do need to run services through there, and there will be an easement on it at a minimum. But the road configuration is not finalized. You will see a report come from engineering possibly next week or the following committee meeting, depending on the decisions we make today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Clayton.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I absolutely support the Smith site, and there's a few things in the recommendations as put forward by administration. There's a couple things that, in my opinion, aren't completely accurate. In the amenities of the Riverstone School, it talks about a playground and basketball court. However, administration identified that there's land that potentially would lead to a school, which then in turn would have basketball courts and playgrounds. And the Rotary Fields, at this point, if the Soccer Association were to look at a future site, they would like to have some outdoor fields as well. So potentially down the road, these Rotary Fields could be transformed into what is a playground. And to say that Smith has no trail access to the site, there's paved roads and sidewalks to the site, and I don't know what missing linkage we think that there is, but I think it's very easy to get to that site. If you want to compare true numbers of demographics and people, this site in Smith is more central, and therefore it will service more people. It'll service across the road at Hillside. It will still service Cobblestone. It will serve a need in a community that truly doesn't have a lot of amenities. When you move it further to the perimeter of our boundaries, there's less opportunity for it to be centralized because it simply geographically isn't centralized. Smith's site is very central to numerous neighborhoods, and I think it's what this area needs. I appreciate administration's concerns on timelines, but this building was intended to be a building that would be, basically, we approve this today, the drawings could be done, this building could be ordered tomorrow, we start on our rezoning, we start on our servicing, we're not going to get in the ground till next spring anyways, so a lot of this work could be done ready for when this building shows up to be basically built from the ground up. It's not a dig about basement, pour foundation. It's not a traditional, it's not an Eastlink Center. Let's remember what we're trying to build here. It was intended to be a simple facility, low barrier to entry. We want it in a neighborhood that needs it. And to me, this in Smith ticks all those boxes. I think that if we look at the other things that are identified, the generator will be required for construction phase. Well, that's a cost of building. I mean, is it a throwaway cost? Sure. You're going to need a generator for a while. Generators get sold. We buy it, we sell it. You still get money from it, whether or not the contractor that's building it rents one. I mean, I don't think that's truly a great evaluation on that. I think that we as a council want this facility. If for some unforsaken reason it doesn't meet the timelines, which would be very unfortunate, we still want this facility. So if we want this facility, let's put it in the right location. And the right location in my mind is Smith. It's centralized and it serves a lot of people. It serves more needs in that community through Smith, through Hillside, through Cobblestone, and I think it's a great location. It does have transit, which isn't identified in the report, which is identified in the report. So it has both transit through 93rd as well. If down the road this site is only partially what Grand Spirit needs, then maybe we look at additional transit. You know, transit schedules and plans can be moved. We know that. We've seen it based on needs. So I think that this is the best location, and I encourage council to support it. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Clayton. We'll go to Councillor Blackburn next.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would reiterate the points that you made regarding reasons for not supporting this motion, and I agree with all of that. And the only other thing that I would like to add to the understanding of the challenge is that when I was on the board at Grand Spirit, we had a presentation from Alberta Health regarding the almost desperate need for continuing care within one of our facilities. And if putting this facility that we're talking about into Smith makes it more difficult for Grand Spirit to be able to respond to the needs of both the community and Alberta Health, then we are going to create that same situation where it's going to take a long time for Grand Spirit to be able to find a way to meet those needs. So I would not support the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Blackburn. I'm going to go to Councillor Thiessen. I've got you in the queue next, but you've had at least one go. I'm going to go to Councillor Minhas, who's right behind you, and then we'll start to get to second time around, okay? Councillor Minhas?
Well, Mayor Given, I was supportive to Cobblestone East. Then I was supportive to the Smith division strongly. Today, hearing about the Grand Spirit, they need 11 acres. So I got to ask a question from administration: how much land we need for the building, and how much land we have in the Smith division total. So if they look in 11 acre, do we have any extra land and can cover this building? I'm really struggling which way I'm going to go now.
Thank you, Mayor Given. So the lot size in Smith at the proposed site is 11.86 acres. So given the parcel of land that's been designated for Alberta infrastructure and the 5 acres that was previously endorsed by council to allocate to Grand Spirit Foundation, that would leave 3.7 acres for the recreation facility.
So that means we have enough land to cover the recreation facility, right?
So maybe just, Councillor Minhas, if I can just clarify your question. So I think Councillor Minhas's question was, how much land is available total in the Smith site?
Yeah.
And how much land would the rec facility take out? And I think I heard you just say the rec facility would take about 11, or sorry, it would take about 3 point something out of the total of 11 acres that's available. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so Grand Spirit was looking for 11. The site is about 11.
Oh, okay.
The rec facility would take 3 of that 11.
So we'll be left 8. Okay, that sounds good. Then the second, my problem is, this is a pilot project, we're doing it. And I want to be this project successful, where we don't want to fail this one so we can build in the future. So wherever it's useful more, that's where I require, but I like to be side, but like this is where I was quite a bit struggling to what to support. Now it give me the idea like 11 acres, we got land, they're looking for 11 acres, we don't have extra land to build this one. So, and the another one is for my timing line, see how soon we're gonna, which one go fast.
Thanks, Councillor Minhas. So we'll get into second round. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I'm just going to go with the simple one for you guys. And I was a kid. My paper route was this area. This was my paper route, was this area 37 years ago. And it was a pool hole then. It was not a nice area then. This was a terrible area of the city, and it was disappointing to me. And it's disappointing to me right now that we're actually talking about putting this in Riverstone. This is an area of town that's got brand new homes. It's got a brand new school that's on the edge of our city. And if the city continues to grow, let's add another second low-cost facility there at some point. This is an area with our most vulnerable population. We know that. Everyone in this room knows that. And so why in the heck would we even be considering, when we're talking about helping our youth at some point, not putting it beside our youth? That really hurts me, you guys. I can appreciate you guys saying, hey, let's put it over there, but this area needs cleaned up, and we have not invested in it. We've done an area plan, we've done some trees, we're doing things. If we want to make a mark in this area, put a facility in it and actually put a stamp in this area. The second thing, I'm all for helping Grand Spirit, you guys, but at the same time, we can't just have land laying around just in case they need it. And I'm okay with the 5 acres being there. There's actually 8 acres there, so it's enough to do 2 big projects already. They don't know what their second one is yet, and I'm hoping we have that conversation, we can work with them. But land is what we can go find. There's land all over the city. There's developers that would be very happy to sell service land that's probably in a better location than this is for what potentially they may want to use it for. Guys, please do the right thing today and support this, because this area of the community needs it by far the most. If we ever want to build a second facility down the road, we can. The city, if we do grow, it probably will grow east at some point. We could add more population, we'll put one there. Guaranteed, if we put this one in Riverstone today, we're saying we're never going to do something in Smith. And if we end up giving all 11 acres to this land, to Grand Spirit, we're basically saying that we're okay with this area that's had this population issue and the vulnerability in that area, that we're okay with it. Because we're not going to do anything about it, because we won't have any land or any position or any ability to help this area town. And I know I'm a little bit passionate about you guys, but I've walked this area for most of my life. We're doing infills in that area. It's still an area that we need to nurture. We need to help, and we need to be involved and invested. And if we're not going to invest in this, I also want to remind all of you why we're getting this money from the province, what this potentially may be as a facility. And if you actually think if this ever gets used for what it might potentially be needed for, beside a school as a good use, boy, oh boy, I'm hoping I'm not on council if that day ever comes, because those phone calls will not be fun, putting what this could potentially be right beside a school. So for all those reasons, you guys support Smith. It is the right thing to do for the community. It's the right thing to do that in the area. If we don't invest in that area now, we're basically saying to that area, we're probably never going to invest in you, period.
Thanks, Councillor Platt. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. Thank you very much, Councillor Platt, for your passion. I'm also very passionate about Smith and Hillside. I grew up in Smith and Hillside for 10 years of my life, most of my childhood, in fact. I also did a paper route throughout the Smith subdivision. I also walked through the train yard as a kid. I don't recommend it to kids nowadays. I also rode my bike all the way up to 84th Street, almost every day in the summer with my buddies. I came from a low-income background. I lived in Vista Village in 3 different places. I know what kind of kids live there. And one thing that I knew is that nothing stopped us from going out and having fun or going to our destination spaces, whether that was Hillside Hill, whether that was the skating rink at Hillside, whether that was Kool-Aid, whether that was even messing around at the train yard. We found things to do. And back then, Riverstone Cobblestone was just a big wetland in a farmer's field. Smith Sub was my first choice. Honestly, when we started thinking about it, I didn't even think about Riverstone as the choice. But for me, Riverstone really is taken over, kind of like Councillor Bressie was saying earlier, really is taken over for me because as much as I would like, the child in me would like Smith Subdivision to have that recreation center, it's just not gonna work. For 7 years, we've been talking about this land. There's a good chunk of us that were part of that land swap that brought this land to provide seniors housing for the area. Now, that's 7 years of planning that 2 councils have invested in with Grand Spirit Foundation to try to find seniors housing that works and try to build a seniors and family housing community on that plot of land. And in the blink of an eye, COVID happens, and we get a huge sum of money. And then all of a sudden, when we weren't discussing with Grand Spirit Foundation about when we were going to service the land, we had extra money, and we said, now we're going to service the land. That was $4.5 million that just came to us a few months ago. And then we got this extra money as well, and we said, oh, now we're going to have a rec center. And then 7 years of planning just got tossed out the window over the back of our shoulders. I think administration has done an admirable job of building a case for council's wishes to create an activity/reception emergency center in an area that it can be done. Already this project was supposed to be a low cost recreation facility that is already $5 million that we're chipping in for. Luckily for us, this is unknown cost. It could be 3, but it's definitely not the $1 million or 2 that it was tagged at in the beginning. When we were talking about planning and other stuff like that, I really like to look to the east and the south of the Riverstone area. Once we plop this in, the Alberta infrastructure development and the Grand Spirit, their one housing, it's just a hodgepodge site plan. That's all it is. There's no actual planning that's there. What else can you put there? It's pretty much done. Whereas a recreation activity center in the Riverstone area is actually probably going to encourage the developments east of Riverstone Cobblestone and to the south of Riverstone Cobblestone from filling in. So even though it's a higher density now, adding an activity center actually increases the chance of building more density and more developments in that area, which increases our tax base. Now, if we just throw the baby out with the bathwater as far as 7 years of planning with Grand Spirit Foundation, we put Grand Spirit Foundation in a position where we're going to have to find them land in order to create seniors housing options. We're going to have to pay for that land. And with this council's impetus to try to keep taxes low, we actually put ourselves at risk to raise taxes if we can't get this done. And if we're rushing to get it done, it could turn out to be horrible. As Councillor Min has said, this is a pilot project and we want to do it right. And I think administration is doing their darndest to try to keep us on the right path to get our wishes completed and build the community that we all want to see. So for all those reasons, I'm saying let's not ditch the 7 years of planning for, you know, a quick influx of cash that we weren't expecting, that we didn't budget for. Let's not take on risks that could be $2 or $3 million to taxpayers that we have worked hard and diligently collectively as a council to keep down the taxes, that is. I just think this site, as much as my heart wants it to go there, my head and every part of my being says that this could actually create more problems than create opportunities. So for all those reasons, I'm encouraging council to please defeat this motion for the Smith site and try to move it over to Cobblestone. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Clayton.
Thanks, Mayor Gibbon. I appreciate your passion, Councillor Thiessen, but you referenced 7 years of planning. There hasn't been 7 years of planning. This land was earmarked 7 years ago, but there's no plan. We haven't seen a drawn-out plan. They're hoping to have this many of this type of site, and this many of this type of build, and this many of this type of build. When we initially identified it was 5 acres. Now they, in their open delegation, talk about 11 acres. So, you know, they're 4 to 5 to 6 years down the road. So there's not plans that we're truly dismissing. They can still be part of the overhaul site plan. They're just not taking the whole land, which I think that it's a great fit. And we even, as a council, haven't even had a full discussion if this is the best place for Grand Spirit. Maybe it's not the best place for Grand Spirit. So then we remove this opportunity from where there's a true need in a centralized area in hopes of Grand Spirit building something. But maybe they recognize, or we recognize, or a developer offers them something else and an offer that they can't refuse that's in the best site. So then we miss this entire opportunity and build a recreation facility in an area that wasn't truly the best place for it, just because we hope to get it done on time. I don't think it's unrealistic to have this done on time. And I appreciate administration's passion to have it in Riverstone, but the point is that this needs to be built where it's best. We can't hold out one project from being in a place where Grand Spirit potentially might build. There's a ton of inventory in our community, and we have a fellow councillor who can tell you that there's home builders and developers, there's existing commercial facilities that could be retrofitted for less cost than buying a brand new facility. I don't think that to move this to Riverstone on the border of our city limits, where it's not centralized, in hopes that Grand Spirit could build a 11-acre site is really is having good foresight. I think we build what we need now, and then we'll work with Grand Spirit to find the best location for them. And maybe it's multiple locations. And to the comments earlier in the open delegation period, I understand that a full 11-acre site might be what's best. But it's also great in creating communities that maybe we had a seniors complex in Ivy Lake. Maybe we have one in, you know, Royal Oaks. Maybe we have them spread out. Like, let's create community, and diversified community means sometimes splitting things up. To take a whole 11 acres for Grand Spirit, I don't know if that's the best plan. Today we're here to decide on a recreation site, and the best plan for that site is in the Smith subdivision. We've discussed this before, and everyone, you know, think about centralized access to recreation. It's best centralized in Smith. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Clayton. Councillor Bressie, and then it seems like everybody that's wanted to has had one, and in a couple of cases 2 goes. I'm going to try to, I'm going to try to limit debate. If you've had a couple shots at it, you're not going to get a third right away until everybody's sort of expended that, and we really do need to get on to voting on the motion that's on the floor. Councillor Bressie, this is, I think, your second shot at this.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Given. So I guess where I'm really at with this is that Grand Spirit area, and it's always been since, I thought, one of the biggest surprises I've had on all of councils at the beginning of the term, and seeing all this land in Smith set aside for affordable social type housing, and just thinking, why would you put all that housing in a neighborhood that doesn't have community assets? And at that point was next to a gravel road, although at least we're fixing the gravel road next year. And one of the reasons why this really appealed to me for Smith was because all of a sudden, okay, I can wrap my head around putting seniors or social housing here if there's a community asset right next to them. I've always said the problem with housing there is you have to cross an arterial road to get to anything good in the community, especially in the winter. And if there's a rec center here, all of a sudden that's not the case. the other hand, good spirit is hard. It's hard to, we don't know what's going there, and if it's people that are never really going to be leaving the rooms, well, then that doesn't really matter as much. But at the same time, I don't really want them looking at a train track. I want them in a nice community where there's something interesting they can look out their window. So it's really this Grand Spirit thing is the rub to me, and I'd like to put this rec center there because I think it makes any potential Grand Spirit builds there in the future palatable to me and a lot better. I think it really does enhance almost any builds, unless it turns out to be the kind of somebody never really gets to leave the room. But at the same time, I don't want to. I'd rather Grand Spirit get their beds, period, than not. Even if that means they're not at the best place possible, than not get their beds. And so I'm kind of curious. A question I've got for administration, just thinking about what options we might have in the future to help Grand Spirit, is the Rotary soccer fields there. Is there any reason that if council put in this rec center and said, well, great, we've just added some indoor recreation space to the community, so now we're going to make up for that by taking away some of the outdoor recreation spot in this community. Is there any reason that we couldn't rezone a part of those soccer fields to Grand Spirit if we needed to? And yes, that would be maybe politically difficult. Maybe that would be difficult for soccer and we need to find somewhere else for soccer fields. Maybe there would be price involved to that. But if council did get to a point where we said, whoops, we built a rec center here and now we need more land for Grand Spirit, is there any legal reason we couldn't do that with the Rotary fields or a portion of them?
Director Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Given. The process to do that, as the lands are currently municipal reserve, would be to remove the municipal reserve designation, which there would be a public process to do that, and a rezoning. If it were to be rezoned away from public service as it's currently zoned, there'd be a process to do that through council. But legally, there would be nothing stopping us from doing it, but it would be procedural.
Great. And is there an ownership or a lease agreement that GP Soccer has with those lands at all?
Yeah. Go ahead, Director Glavin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gibbon. There is currently a lease agreement on that with the Grande Prairie Soccer Association. I'm not sure of the term, although I just got it whispered in my ear that it's to 2030.
Great, but that lease would be the only thing holding us from redesignating, correct?
That's correct, and as with any agreement, subject to negotiation.
Yeah, and I think with that being said, I'm going to go with supporting Smith because I think that actually is a viable option to do those Rotary fields in the future if we need to. I mean, soccer's also if we're putting this rec center here, all of a sudden it's not going to work for the soccer center and they're going to want new outdoor fields somewhere anyways. I'm not really worried about that lease getting in our way. So yeah, I'm going to support Smith because I just think it is a community that I look at. Riverstone and for community gathering places are huge for me. Places where people can go and build community is huge for me. And in Riverstone, you've got a school where parents get to drop off and pick up their kids together. You got a school gym that I'd love to see us invest some money in activating that school gym and other school gyms in the future because they just sit empty too much. And I don't expect the school board to invest money in the climate they're in to open those school gyms, but maybe we can invest some money in that. They've got a good playground. They've got good courts. They've even got a Tim Hortons where they can go get coffee with neighbors. And there's just nothing for a neighbor gathering in Smith. So I think that, I am supportive of Smith. At the same time, I hope that maybe somebody's got a motion coming out of this, or maybe there's some work we need to do in the next little while. I really do want to work with Grand Spirit to make sure we've got land for them as well. But I'm supportive of Smith partly because I think it enhances anything that potentially happens with Grand Spirit there.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bressie. Councillor O'Toole, I think this is your second shot.
Let's make it work, eh? So I don't think there's anybody more passionate about the Smith subdivision, Smith area here than me right here today at this meeting. I really, truly believe this is the location. I think that when you build something, it needs to be in the right location or it just doesn't fit right. I took it upon myself. I've been doing lots of homework here the last couple of weeks. And there is a vacant commercial area. I guess it's not commercial, but it's a high-rise residential area, just about 4 houses away from the Riverstone School. And I talked to the owner of that land, and I said, so what are you going to build there? He says, nothing for at least 10 years. He says, there's no... And I said, what about over in the Riverstone area that's available for building? And they said, there's too much available property right now, there's no desire to build any homes in the next 5 to 10 years there either. So that really woke me up, because obviously there's lots of homes there. There's lots of children. I'm not going to deny that, but it's right next to a school, and there's already playgrounds there and a field there to play on. But there's nothing at the Smith subdivision, Smith area. And I really, truly, I've been there, I don't know, I must have missed Dylan here about a half a dozen times, but I have walked that area. I've talked to residents, and you know, I don't want to take away anything from Grand Spirit. I think that they do definitely need to get a building and a building site. But talking to them today, they got an idea, but they don't have an idea. And then all of a sudden we get hit today with a proposal that they want more land, and but they're still not sure what they want, what needs need to be in these buildings, and how much of the needs. I truly feel that the proposed rec facility in the Smith subdivision needs to be there. And I would encourage my fellow colleagues to really give it a good thought and vote yes to this motion, please. I truly, honestly feel, I've been out there watching the kids. I drove up and down the streets to see the kids. There's kids out there, and not only that, this rec facility is not just for the youth. It's for the seniors. It's for the people in their 50s and 60s and 70s. It's for everyone. It's a low-cost recreational facility. It's going to meet the needs of this neighborhood just like it would meet any other neighborhood that would be in a situation like this. And I truly think this is the right thing for this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. I have in my queue administration number 1. Was there anything left that administration needed? You're still in the queue, so you may want to turn off the request to speak button there. I will take my second shot. And just, I want to raise an issue for council. I'll raise it in the form of a question to administration, but I am concerned that the city may be at risk because we received approval from the province to sell the Mount View properties and to reallocate that money under the pretense that we were using those dollars that came from selling affordable housing to buy new land for affordable housing. I'm curious how the province will feel when we use some of that land that was supposed to be for affordable housing for a low-cost rec facility. So has administration considered this issue to this point? I will raise that for council. I'm not sure that, you know, I'm looking around the table, the members of administration that would have been here during that sale and purchase, but I at least understood that the province had to give approval for us to dispose of those assets, and ultimately had to give us approval for what we did with the money that we gained from the disposal of those assets. And so, and you know, unless somebody can say that, no, we're totally fine and we think that'll be okay, I'm at least a part of my vote is built on the assumption that there's some commitment that we made to the province, that this is very, very different than. Putting a rec facility on that land is really, really different. So I don't know if there's any that may be unfair to the members that are around the table today. And I'm seeing the looks on administration's faces that may be lost to the sands of time. But I will raise that for council, that we had to get approval from the province to sell those assets. And by giving the approval, they said, what are you going to do with the money? We said, we're going to buy land so we can build more affordable housing. And I will leave it at that. I see Councillor Thiessen, Councillor Clayton, Councillor O'Toole. Each of you have had 2 turns. Yeah, sure. Councillor Clayton?
Thanks, Mayor Given. I guess my question is in my recollection of that transaction, it was identifying some of the land, not the whole parcel to Grand Spirit. So if administration can, but you recollect that the whole thing was going to Grand Spirit?
No, I recollect that the city of Grande Prairie said we will use the $2 million that we got from selling those affordable housing properties to buy land to build new affordable housing, which is a very broad category. Grand Spirit would meet the definition of affordable housing. city-owned properties would meet the definition. Land from Habitat for Humanity would meet the definition. Like, you know, there's an entire range of things. But so the only motion that council made to allocate any portion of that specifically was to Grand Spirit. But I was under the belief that our intention of buying the entire thing was for some types of affordable housing. Councillor Bressy?
Thank you, Mayor Given. So yeah, I wasn't around, and you know more than me, but I do happen to have a report from December 16th open on my iPad about the Smith land, and the original motion that approved the Smith subdivision was move to approve the purchase of the land located at plan, a bunch of numbers, Smith subdivision in the city of Grande Prairie for the amount of $2,400,000 excluding GST, and that. If that's the motion that led to this, at least the original motion didn't say buy this land for, it just said buy this land.
And I think it's likely that that wasn't contained in the motion. I think that those are the types of conversations that typically happen between administration and the province when we get their sort of either explicit or tacit approval so, you know, and I appreciate that this is sort of at this stage, you kind of have to take my word for it. And so you have to judge whether that is enough for you to go on. Councillor Thiessen?
Thank you, Mayor Given. I've already made my pitch. The one thing I just want to add for clarity is for Grand Spirit Foundation. They came in today and they said, we have a strategic plan happening at the end of November. We're going to piece out this land. After last week's discussion, I sent everybody the concept idea of what I had already seen was going to transpire on that land, on the northwest section of the land, to try to keep council in the loop, even though I have on my committee updates. In December, so this is about planning. In December, I was part of conversations with Steve Madden, Catherine Schmidt, and seniors and housing management people from the province of Alberta to talk about this plot of land, as well as to talk about a medical facility that we're going to talk about later on in this discussion. So when we say that there's no planning that's actually happening, the planning has been happening all this whole time. And when I found out that we were going to be able to service that site, the first people I talked to was my board at Grand Spirit, and I said, we got to get ready to hit the ground running because this is coming. And that is part of the plan. They've asked us for patience, and I think we should at least be mindful of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. I don't see anybody left in my queue right now. Is there anything left to say on this? We'll give one final brief opportunity for everybody to make their last pitch before I call for the vote. So I see Councillor Platt.
Thanks, Mayor Gibbon. I just looking at what Grand Spirit and just thinking about the conversation we had today. They're talking about a facility that is going to be different in scale from what I can understand than what we're seeing out at Claremont. That Claremont facility has a massive parking lot because everybody out there is still driving. A lot of those folks out there are still driving. Maybe not everybody, but there's a massive parking lot out there. It's a big site. I don't anticipate this site that they're doing needing anywhere near that scale. Those residents probably aren't going to be the same scale and size of people that are living in a suite versus somebody that's more of a palliative care style setup, if that ends up being that way with some people. But again, there may be a plan, and I guess for me, what I'm really struggling on is we're deliberating about Grand Spirit. This was supposed to be about where the rec facility is, and there's no plan in front of us from Grand Spirit. So yes, there may have been a conversation 7 years ago. I've been on council for 3 years. I've never seen a blueprint of a plan saying Grand Spirit would really like to build this plan on this lot, and it's this size. And I guess a little bit disappointed. It's not that I don't want to work with Grand Spirit. I think there's lots of land in the city that would be great locations for a lot of the products that they're talking about doing to fit the needs. It's a little disappointing. And I guess when I put my developer hat on, I'm used to seeing performance and developments on every little piece of land and guys trying to figure out how they're going to model it, how they're going to map it. So if this was so critical, I guess I'm a little saddened that we're not seeing a site plan, a specific site plan for this. If this is this many years in the making, we should be able to look at a site plan and go, wow, that's not going to be big enough, or it's too big. There is no site plan. We didn't have anything again today. We were still told today about that. So I hope this debate isn't about whether it works for Grand Spirit, because obviously we have 8 acres there that can work for somebody no matter what. I hope the conversation today is about should the activity center go in Smith, and if your hurdle is about something that we have no control on, that we have a proponent that we can't control, And like to Councillor Clayton's point is, are we actually all going to agree that we maybe want that all built in one area? The reason that I was so passionate about wanting that area is we need to help this area by putting potentially more low-income people in that area. Is that really what we'd support if it came to that with Grand Spirit later on anyways? I know I certainly wouldn't want to see a lot more of that in that area. So let's just remember this is about the Smith, whether we think the rec facility will go there or not. As far as the risk, and I appreciate administrations went back and forth on this, I think if you went to anybody in the builder development community, they'd see this as pretty much zero risk. This is standard copy and paste, build a development, put a phase in, build a building, not a lot of risk here. I know Councillor Bressy mentioned earlier, if we're not putting a shovel in the ground until March 1st, we got 4 months to come up with a plan, to come up with a site plan for this area, to do consultation with the community. That's 4 months, and that's March 1st. And at March 1, that still gives us 10 months to build a pole shed and have it almost operational by the end of the year. So I don't see a lot of risk there. So I want to say that with my personal belief is there's a risk in any construction. That's part of risk. The weather can come, it can do anything. As far as saying there's a bigger risk on this site, yeah, by bigger risk, if you're saying 0.1%, then yes, there's a bigger risk, but that's about where I'd equate it to. And I'm not knocking administration by putting it down. I think that's their job. But if we looked at that as risk, very seldom would we ever build a building if we didn't think we were going to be able to service it and build it and do everything in the same calendar year. So I think we just have to remember how big the risk really is. And I think it's very, very minor on that site. So again, I just really hope we realize that Smith's the right home for this.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Plott. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. A week ago, we got the opportunity to make some choices on which land that we wanted to put this proposed recreational facility on. And this was one of the locations, the other one, and there was a number of other ones. And I was just wondering why there was never any mention of the legal requirements of taking away land from somebody that was already promised. And it's the first I've heard of it. So I think this is a great location, but I never knew that we would be taking away something that was proposed, and there would be legal consequences. And like you mentioned just a few minutes ago, so we don't know if there is, we don't know if there isn't. So at this point in time, I'm sure administration has looked at it. So I'm just thinking that maybe there is no legal obligation here for this land. Maybe we need to just supply them with some land, and it doesn't necessarily need to be this land. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you to that point, and I appreciate I saw administration quickly, looking on computers and trying to identify, see if they could find anything. Has anybody been able to find anything? And I would be happy if I would happy to have this issue have more resolution. I appreciate that I lobbed in something there that can't I'm not closing off. Dr. Manuel, were you able to find anything?
Yes, certainly. So following the discussion, we did a search and identified the September 22nd, 2014 City Council meeting minutes, which action item 8.2 was land purchase. Mr. G. Roth, Community Living Director, was present to provide council with a brief background on the purchase of land in the Smith subdivision for the purpose of future seniors in family housing. And then the motion was moved, such as Councillor Bresley identified before. It was moved by Councillor Clayton. Council approved the purchase of the land located at Plan 9825219 Lot 1 Smith subdivision in the city of Grande Prairie for the amount of $2.4 million. Now to the last point though, because I can answer that as well. Typically the province, when we do a purchase, and there may be a conversation later today around this, where the Avondale lands, again, were purchased using provincial funds. I believe the expectation usually is if we do that and then a change of course occurs, the general expectation is that we don't just absorb those funds and not provide an alternative. If an alternative is ultimately presented, I think our experience is typically that the province is willing to entertain us providing replacement lands. So it's not all or nothing, but the expectation would likely be that if we used funds to purchase lands for affordable housing, that eventually some lands will be used for affordable housing, not necessarily specific ones.
Thank you. Thanks for your quick Googling of old city minutes. Again, if we can start to move towards close. And I'm just going to look up Councillor Blackburn. You don't have the ability to be in the queue here, so I'm just making sure that I'm not missing you if you haven't had your hand up. I've had my head down. Okay. Councillor Clayton, then Councillor Bressie. Sorry, Councillor Clayton, it skipped there.
Apologies. Thanks, Mayor Given. As it was just identified by Director Manuel, in the spirit of the conversation, to my recollection, was simply this. The Grande Prairie Foundation had came to the city. We didn't have land for them. They built a facility in the county. In the meantime, the council was looking for opportunities so that the next facility came to the city. In that transaction of selling some houses, we acquired some other land. I don't at all recall the spirit of the conversation. Although I made the motion to buy the land, the spirit of the conversation, in my recollection, was never to give them the entire site. We're still leaving them over 5 acres, and as was suggested by one of my council mates, potentially there's more land there. We don't know how this plays out, but we're still leaving them Grand Spirit some land there as identified. So an integrated community, as Councillor Bressie mentioned, with a recreation facility, some whether it's assisted living, supportive housing, seniors lodging, whatever that looks like, is still integrated, and that still can happen on this piece of land. So I encourage council to support the Smith subdivision. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Clayton. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Given. A question for Director Manuel probably, and then I might have a motion to amend the motion. But when you talk to the province about, hey, can we do this with the land we bought with provincial dollars? Getting feedback, is that usually something that takes days or weeks or months?
Generally speaking, they're fairly responsive around what's proposed. It really depends on what the funding stream was or where it came from. Again, one of the challenges with this particular project is it's quite a bit dated, and the people that were involved have likely transitioned into other roles. So that can be somewhat of a delay, but they generally take a pretty pragmatic approach to it.
So, yeah, I'll leave it for.
Okay, thanks.
Actually, sorry. Yeah, I will make a motion to amend. At least I'd like to get this on the table and get it for discussion. So I'm going to make a motion to amend, and that would be to to add to the motion at the end, subject to being permissible under agreements with the province of Alberta. And kind of what I'm trying to get there is saying, yes, council approves building this on the Smith land, but administration go and do a bit of homework, do a little bit of reading, and if you find that we're going to get ourselves in legal trouble because we did it, then it's not approved on Smith anymore. And so yeah, that's the motion I'm going to make, subject to being permissible under agreements with the province of Alberta.
Okay, so that motion is an amendment, which is in order. We can have a discussion and debate on the amendment. Again, I'd ask council as best as possible to keep it concise. Keep it focused on Councillor Bressie's amendment and whether that's advisable or not, and the reasons why you think it is or isn't advisable, and why you would or wouldn't support that. Councillor Thiessen?
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. Sorry, Councillor Bressie, I know where you're going with this. Unfortunately, I can't support it. Right now, what a large part of the discussion is as to why not Smith is the timelines. And to me, this just extends those timelines and adds risk. Although it's due diligence, to me, I think it's just going to put us even further behind than we already were. So for those reasons, I can't support it. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Platt?
Thanks, Mayor Given. Just this question's for administration. I'm not sure which one it would be for, but prior to today, because we had seen this plan, was there any indication from Grande Prairie that they needed 11 acres of land on the site prior to today?
Dr. Manuel?
So the previous motion that we had been working off of had indicated 5 acres of land. The 11 acres in its entirety is not a number we were previously working with.
Okay, thank you for that. And for that, I'm not going to support it because I think we're just muddying the waters on it. I think we're well within our boundaries here on this one. And to Councillor Thiessen's plot, I don't want to delay something here any longer than we have, so I wouldn't support the amendment.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Platt. Councillor Clayton?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Gibbon. I'll be brief. Same things. This will delay the process. I think that we are still clearly identifying land that's available to Grand Spirit as per our agreement. And so therefore, I think by putting Smith Activity Center in that area, we're not breaking an agreement that we approved or that we agreed upon in regards to providing land for Grand Spirit. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Clayton. Councillor O'Toole.
Mayor Gibbon, I won't be supporting this motion either. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Any further discussion or debate on the amendment? I'll give you a chance to close, Councillor Bressie, if you wish.
I'm okay. I just wanted to get it on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I will call for the vote on Councillor Bressie's amendment, which would add to the end of the motion that's on the floor, subject to. Councillor Bressie, do you want to just sort of clarify your wording, just to make sure that?
Yeah, subject to being permissible under agreements that we have with the province of Alberta.
Okay, so we're all clear on the motion and the intent of the motion. I will call for the vote. Please vote. And that's on, and just to clarify, that was on Councillor Bressie's amendment. Okay, Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote on the amendment?
Opposed.
Okay, Councillor Blackburn is voting opposed. That motion does not carry. So we're back to the main motion. We have all had a chance to have one go around. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go to Councillor Friesen as the original mover to close. I think we have all had an opportunity to express our opinions and raise a number of different issues, and so I'll go to Councillor Friesen to close.
Thank you, Mayor Gibbon. I thought it would never come back around to me. I have really appreciated what my colleagues have to say. I started out leaning slightly to putting this in the East Cobblestone area beside the school there, and having heard the progression today, I've come out leaning, not just leaning, but wholeheartedly in favor of Cobblestone. And you know, could we get this done in Smith? Sure, I think we could. I have confidence in administration that they could pull off this build, even with the additional timelines. Do I think we have an easier time over in Cobblestone? Yeah, I think we do. But what really changed my mind today was hearing from Grand Spirit, and we did hear specifically about one long-term care, a fairly high level of care facility like Mackenzie Place. But Judy in her presentation also mentioned mixed housing where seniors and families would live in the same apartment building. She also mentioned supportive housing of other kinds. So we have to remember that Grand Spirit is not just the housing for seniors and elderly and those in need of physical supports. It's far more than that. We've seen Grande Spirit gaining momentum in recent years, not only in the Grande Prairie, the immediate area, having built in Lakeview out there. They've also done a couple of other builds. And to hear that AHS is in need of elder care is one thing, but also to hear this talked about in a way that could bring really innovative housing, innovative affordable housing to Grande Prairie that we don't presently have, like that mixed idea of having families and seniors in the same building. If you know, we've obviously pulled the rug from under Grande Spirit before, and I would hate to do it again with this site that has been clearly earmarked for affordable housing, part of which was specifically given or specifically promised to Grande Spirit. If they need more room, I say let them have the room, and I don't want to piecemeal this location like we did to the previous location that ended up with their build out of town. I'd also like to point out, you know, we've painted a picture tonight of Cobblestone as, you know, beautiful homes and a nice, healthy, wealthy neighborhood. Riverstone and Field Brook, as well as the new development behind Riverstone, also all have apartments and duplexes and other forms of affordable housing. Creekside is right there as well. Creekside, I may remind you, is a manufactured home development. So to suggest that all we have over there are parents who are well able to drive their kids around is a mistake. And it's also accurate that at the school there are numerous children who are coming without lunches. So there are kids who also need access to, one of the things we talked about when we initially talked about this kind of development was having access to activities that they wouldn't otherwise necessarily have access to. And that stuck with me. There are also a number of families that are represented in that school that are in need of sponsorship at Christmas and that sort of thing. So to suggest that Smith is necessarily drawing from a lower income or an area with more hardship, I think is perhaps historically accurate, but I'm not sure that that's accurate anymore. They also observe at the school there and in the neighborhood there that there are kids from Smith and Hillside who bike and walk to play in the playground, and it's not a stretch to think that they might also come to play in the activity center. So with all of those things in mind, not pulling the rug again from Underground Spirit and other potential affordable housing innovative projects that may require more room, and with the city as a partner, who's to say that we can't also develop some portion of rec when we do see what kinds of affordable housing come to fruition on that Smith site. But let's not muddy it now by putting a bit of a square peg in a round hole when we have the right kind of zoning and a neighborhood that has expected this kind of development and hoped for this kind of development and is equally in need of this kind of development. I would encourage you to defeat this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Friesen, for that close. We will call for the vote on the motion that Council approve the Smith site as per the legal land description for the Activity Reception Centre. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
Opposed.
Okay, thank you. And that motion passes with 5 in favor and 4 opposed. That motion carries. Councillor Friesen, was there anything else that you want to highlight from that set of minutes?
Yes, thank you. So also at the community services, we heard that, just a heads up for the community, Remembrance Day is coming up. The Legion won't be holding their regular indoor Remembrance Day ceremony at Revolution Place, but they are planning a modified event for the day, so we can look forward to seeing what those alternative plans are all about. As well, Anavets and their usual ceremony at the Cenotaph is just deciding what they're doing with it as well. Storm is getting underway. There's 2 exhibition games this month. Heritage Folktale Tours took place over this weekend. A couple of notes about transit. Accessible Transit has returned to Sunday service with COVID and reductions in service. That was kind of a slow return, but now those folks who do need accessible transit, in particular on Sundays to get to church or faith-based services, as well as work and other events that they want to go to, that'll be a nice return for them. Ridership on transit is a little lower than pre-COVID levels yet. On all transit, it's at about 50% of regular ridership, and for accessible, it's at only about 22% of ridership. And we heard the engagement results on the Revolution Place revitalization. It seems that there's a fairly even-ish split between folks who just want the little refresh and a full-scale reno. So that gives us a lot to think about as we go forward into budget to discuss whether or not we want to proceed with a full-scale reno. That's it for me. Thanks, Mayor Given.
Great. Thanks very much, Councillor Friesen. That'll take us to item 8.2, the Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would move the Council adopt the minutes of the Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee meeting held Tuesday, October 13th, 2020, as presented.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Bressie. Any discussion or debate on that set of minutes? Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote. Please vote. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Hey, Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Given. I would move that council adopt the B City resolution that is attached in our agenda package. I don't think I need to read the whole thing.
No,
Okay. So then, in that case, just to speak to this, this is something that was actually brought to the city by 7 Generations, with a company that is not only one of the biggest employers in town, but also really takes its stewardship of the environment very seriously, and approached the city saying, "Hey, is there more we can do to take care of pollinators that are not only important to our environment, but also very important to our local industry?" And saying that we're a B city, it means that we're committing to undertaking activities that take care of our pollinators, and we already are doing those activities through our parks plans, through our naturalized areas. But 7 Generations is saying there might be opportunities where we could partner with you to do more. And I love the idea of partnering with an organization and partnering with private industry to make our community better. There is a $400 per year.
Yeah, easy.
Those are some expensive bees. A $400 per year fee attached to this, but our administration have assured us that the resources they'll get access to will actually be a net savings for the city. So I think this is a no-brainer. I hope council will support this resolution.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bressie. Any discussion or debate on that motion? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Councillor Bressie.
Great. And for the next motions, even though I'm the chair of the committee, I'd rather
Sorry, Councillor
not
Bressie, I'm just going to recognize Councillor Minhas. Councillor Minhas, sorry, just turn on your, Councillor Minhas, just turn on your microphone and say why it is that I'm recognizing you. What it is that you're doing.
Thank you, Will. Mayor Given, I excuse myself, we conflict interest on this.
Okay, so Councillor Minhas will declare conflict of interest on this item. I see Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I also need to declare a conflict on this, please.
Okay, thanks very much. So Councillors Palat and Minhas have declared a conflict of interest on item 8.2.2. Both council members are leaving the council chambers. Thank you. Councillor Bressie, thanks.
Well, I'm jealous of 2 councillors getting their break. I actually, even though I'm the chair of the committee, I'd rather not make these motions, so Councillor Thiessen has agreed to make them.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. I would be more than happy to move on behalf of Councillor Bressie that council give first reading to Bylaw C-1393, being the business license bylaw.
Thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. No discussion or debate on first reading. I will call for the vote. Please vote. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Go ahead, Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would move that council give second reading to Bylaw C-1393.
Thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. Open for discussion and debate. Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Given. I would move that council direct administration to amend the bylaw by specifying what information administration may require from applicants for a business license. And just speak this as I've heard in the community, I've heard a lot of support, but also a lot of worry from businesses in terms of saying, hey, the idea of a business license bylaw, we're not opposed to, but we're worried about fees. We're worried about too much red tape. We're worried about privacy. We don't want the city getting too into our business. And one of the biggest concerns I hear is that this is going to lead to collecting a lot of information from businesses, and businesses are worried about how that information is going to be treated. And I know hearing from our administration, the information they want to collect and require from licenses, hearing during our last committee meeting, seemed reasonable to me. I don't have any objections to what administration is saying they want to do, but I think it makes sense to write it right into the bylaw what they're going to collect for 2 reasons. That first of all gives business owners a surety that there's not going to be undue things asked of them, and also it just prevents red tape creep over the years, where the information we're asking right now is reasonable, but there is potential that it creeps and creeps and creeps over the years. And I want business licenses to be as low burden as possible for business owners. And so completely comfortable with what administration has asked them to do now, but want to make it so that council has to sign off if we're going to require any more of business owners. Two words that I will highlight in my motion is I said administration may require from applicants. So if this motion passes and they came back and said, here's all the information we're going to require, I'm saying may, not shall. So they could get down the road and without council permission start collecting less information. They just couldn't require more. And I also used the word really intentionally, may require. If this motion passed, there'd still be an option for administration if they thought it was best to, alongside required information process, also put in the future, if they thought it was best, put hey, would you please answer these questions, but you don't have to, components business licensing. So I think this is a responsible change to make that I hope council will support.
Thanks, Councillor Bressie. And I just need to look to administration, or first I want to understand your intent. A motion to give direction to administration to include something in bylaw, but we're here reading the bylaw, and so I know that you do your homework.
Yep.
Are you intending for this to be interpreted when we're passing a bylaw, but you're asking administration to include non-specific things in the bylaw that we're creating?
So my card's on the table. I'm going to be suggesting a few amendments, and if they pass, then I'd like to see how they get parsed out by administration. So if these amendments pass, my card's on the table is I'll be voting against having third reading today so that we can see them. But the idea is administration did say at our committee meeting what information they'd be collecting. So my intent of this would be administration go and do the work of putting the information that they think is reasonable into the bylaw, then bring it back to our next meeting, and we'd be able to take a look and say, all right, great, that works for us.
Okay. So there, just in case anybody else was wondering, like I was, how we might sort of see the bylaw in its final form with the administration or with motions that are not specific. My suggestion would be that we, if and when we get there, if there are amendments that are passed that are of this nature, we should be tabling. Yeah, and I'll look to the clerk if she has a recommendation, but I think it's probably not reasonable to just have this come back to the next council meeting, because I'm aware that there are a number of different things, and so I wonder if maybe we would have it tabled, have third and final reading as amended, tabled to a date-specific council meeting, and that way we could give ourselves a month if we needed a month, or rather than just a 2-week turnaround. So I'll look to the city clerk, Ms. Karbaczewski.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I agree. The motion should continue that administration would bring back the requested amendments to a future council meeting and postpone third reading for that purpose.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, postpone is, and just want to make sure that we got that right. Thank you very much. And so motion to postpone until administration could bring back those amendments. So if amendments pass and we want to see what those amendments actually look like, then there should be a motion to postpone additional readings until administration can bring back those amendments. Okay, thank you. So Councillor Bressie did have that motion on the floor. Open for discussion and debate on that motion. Proposed amendment and direction to administration. Councillor Clayton.
Yeah, sorry, if I have a question for administration, I can wait till we have debate on that. Okay, thank you. So I guess it's specifically for Ms. Karbaczewski. Can you clarify the conflict of interest in this? Myself included, there are other people around this table that have businesses, and if depending on what the cost of the business license looks like, it could be a financial gain or not for me. What's the expectation here in regards to conflict of interest? If it's truly on financial gain, then maybe I'll recluse myself as well.
Well, we would hate you to be a recluse. You could recuse yourself, but yeah, you're definitely. I know you're no recluse.
Yeah. No.
And I will say, I will take the weight off administration if Ms. Karbaczewski wishes to share an opinion. I'll say that each council member has to decide conflict of interest for themselves, and actually, there's no and. Period. Council members have to decide conflict of interest for themselves and decide whether it applies to them or not. So I'll leave it to you there. We have two that have decided that it does, and that's up to each council member. Any other discussion or debate on Councillor Bressie's proposed amendment? Seeing none. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thanks very much to my assistant right next door, Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I guess I'm just not clear on what the issue is. I don't know what kinds of things we would ask of a business in terms of being able to give them a business license. and whether or not there's a lot of consequence in listing those out ahead of time. So could I have some clarification as to what we would be asking? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Blackburn. So who will handle that? Is that going to be Director Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Given. We have Megan Dennis on the line, and she will be able to answer that question.
Thank you very much for that. Ms. Dennis, if you are still there, I remember seeing your name from the start of the meeting. Welcome, Megan.
Thank you, Mayor Given. So some of the information, not all, sorry. The information that we'd be requesting on a business license application is the business name, full-time number of employees, the part-time number of employees, the category that the business is. So that would be in relation to the NAICS code, as well as if the business is a franchise. Give me one moment here. Sorry, my internet connection is not cooperating with me here.
Perhaps I could qualify by asking whether or not there are any really business sensitive pieces of information that would be requested before a license would be granted.
Thank you, Mayor Given. So some of the regulatory requirements for businesses, such as the direct sellers, any direct seller would be required to submit a criminal record check. So that might be sensitive information, as well as family day homes, our private child care providers, would also require a criminal record check with a vulnerable sector check and require to submit their first aid certificate.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Dennis. Any other discussion or debate? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote on Councillor Bressy's proposed amendment. Please vote. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
Opposed.
Okay, thank you. And that motion does carry 4-3. Councillor Bressy.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Given. I would move that Council amend the bylaw by requiring mobile cooking operations to provide waste and recycling receptacles unless participating in an event where receptacles have been provided by the organizer. And just when there's a food truck out, I think it's reasonable that they collect waste unless there's another plan for that, and that's not waste getting left on the ground or getting put in city garbage cans where we need to pay city employees to go and change that waste. This is something that is common in other business license bylaws I read from other municipalities, but that I didn't see in ours.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Bressy. Any discussion or debate on that point? Seeing none among my council members. Seeing none, then I will call for the vote on that motion. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn votes in favor. And that motion carries unanimously. Go ahead, Councillor Bressy, if you had additional.
So I'll look for advice to administration if they feel they need more time than this, but I would move that Council postpone further debate on this matter until our November 16th meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. So motion to postpone to a specific date and council meeting. I'll just look to the clerk. Does that meet the intent of the motion to postpone?
We should vote on second reading as amended by Councillor Bressy's motions, and then move into a separate motion to postpone third reading to a future.
I'm happy to just withdraw my motion then.
Yep, thank you. So we'll go back to Councillor Thiessen's motion for second reading with those amendments, which we can have just, I think you've already made that motion for second reading. So if you want to close on second reading, and then we could follow up with the motion to postpone. Councillor Thiessen?
Thank you. I would move that Council give second reading to Bylaw C-1393 as amended.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Any discussion or debate? And seeing none, then I will call for the vote. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn votes in favor. That motion for second reading carries unanimously.
Now, sorry, duly mics. Now I would move the council postpone further discussion of this until our November 16th meeting.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Russi, any discussion or debate on that motion to postpone to a time definite? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. And that motion carries unanimously. I think then that handles all the business on item 8.22. We could let our council colleagues that have declared conflict of interest know that they are welcome to return back to the chambers. And in fact, we need Councillor Minhas because he's next up with item 8.3 and the Corporate Services Committee meeting. Councillor Minhas.
Sorry, thank you, Will. I move the council adopt the minutes of Cooperative Service Committee meeting held on Tuesday, October 13, 22 as presented.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Minhas, any discussion or debate on that set of minutes? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. That carries unanimously. Councillor Minhas.
Yeah, I got a couple things to update it on this. Finance administration has been working on the preparation of the budget deliberation and the procurement administration has been working schedule capital budget for 2021. This year was the city largest capital year to the date, and next year it will be expected to be a lot bigger. ITSGS, the new open data portal is being launched. The budget portal has been offline most of the year and will be moving to an in-house system pretty soon. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Minhas. We'll move next to 8.4 and Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I would just recommend that council adopt the minutes of the Protective and Social Services committee meeting held Tuesday, October 2020 as presented.
Thanks very much, Councillor Plott. Any discussion or debate on that set of minutes? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. Please vote. I think I'm looking for one more on our council at the table votes. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. And that motion carries unanimously. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Given. We did have a recommendation come from committee, and it's to have the council approve the creation of an annual diversity inclusion report to be shared with council and the community to provide a mechanism for accountability, transparency, and success stories.
Thanks very much, Councillor Plott. Any discussion or debate on that motion? Again, seeing none from my council colleagues, then I will call for the vote. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Councillor Plott, anything else you want to highlight in that set of minutes?
Yeah, we did. Well, I guess no. That was our main business. We did have the chamber come as well and did a presentation to us about a potential option for affordable housing. So we did task administration with a little bit of work. So we'll have a little bit another conversation about that from there. And then we had a regular director sort of a verbal update. So nothing else other than that.
Thanks very much, Councillor Plott. That handles all of our committee business. We do have one item of correspondence from the ACFA, the Francophone Association, outlining some new services that they are offering job seekers in terms of translation services. I think we could receive that for information. I'm assuming Council has had an opportunity to review that. I don't believe that there is a direct request to the City of Grande Prairie, just identifying some additional services that they are providing out in our community. Could I have a motion to receive for information? Councillor O'Toole?
Yes, Mayor Given, I would make a motion to receive this that correspondence from ACFA for information.
Okay, thank you very much. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn votes in favor. That motion carries unanimously. And the last piece before we get to our recess is the delegation business. We did have one delegation from the Grand Spirit Foundation. Councillor Clayton.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I want to thank Grand Spirit for coming tonight. I do think we already have a meeting that's coming up, so I don't think there's any motion required for this, but I just wanted to thank them publicly for coming forward and sharing information, and I look forward to further discussion with them. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Clayton. I would agree that the business that they're addressing was with respect to the Smith subdivision site, and we do have that previous motion from last council. We have no notices of motion, so we will do a council recess. Now, council, it is supposed to be recessed until 6 o'clock when our public hearings are scheduled to start. Recognize that council members and administration haven't had an opportunity to eat. My understanding, and again to be corrected, is that we can start public hearings late, but we can't start them early. My recommendation would be that we should take even a 15-minute to try to quickly get something to eat. I have a sense that there may be a number of delegations presenting, and I don't think we would be serving them or ourselves well if we're hangry during the presentations. So I think, Council, that'd be my advice. Ms. Karbuszewski, can we do that? Can we choose to start a little bit later?
Thank you, Mayor Given. Absolutely. I'm just wanting to ask for clarification. Do we wish to have a motion to receive the Grand Spirit Foundation presentation?
No, there was no motion made there, recognizing that the issue that they addressed was item 8 point, whatever it was, 8.11, and so they were speaking to that item. Okay, so my advice, council, is 15 minutes. Like if we come back at 6:15, is that enough time to run to some kind of somewhere? Okay, so we'll adjourn and we'll return at 6:15. Thank you. your time. I would just note council finished our last meeting. Usually we have about an hour break in between. We ran right till 6 o'clock. So we've all had a bit of a chance to hit to the washroom and run upstairs to the lunchroom and get some quick little snacks so that you get our undivided attention. We're just calling everybody back to the council chambers and back to their seats. We'll get started in just a few minutes here. Appreciate your patience. Appreciate that we've got a number of people on the line. And we'll be right back in just a few minutes here. Okay, welcome back. We're here to start our evening session of the Grande Prairie City Council meeting for October 19th. For our IT's benefit, I'll just give a brief countdown. We're going? Okay, thank you. Again, I'll just say before we get started, I know that there's a number of people on the line for our public hearings. Appreciate your patience as council just had less than about 20 minutes to quickly do a bit of a washroom break. We've been meeting since 3 o'clock already, and actually 1:30 we started meeting before that. So appreciate your patience, and we will get right into our evening session. First, we have scheduled delegations. I believe that we did have a number of scheduled delegations, and I'm sorry, I will have to call up my list of delegations that wish to present. Actually, I will look to the city clerk. Ms. Karwaszewski, if you're there, do you have our list of scheduled delegations and the order they wish to present in? And I'm not sure that I have that email or that I have it listed in order of who wanted to present during the public hearings and who wanted to present during the delegations. And I will just say for everybody that's on the line, if you could, in this electronic format, the equivalent to sitting in the council chambers in the audience is to have your screen and your microphone turned off, or your video and your microphone turned off. And then when we call you, recognize your name, invite you to the table, then we'd invite you to turn your microphone and your video on. Ms. Karwaszewski, who do we have first for our scheduled delegation portion, which is different for everybody on the line? That's different than the delegations related to the public hearings, and I imagine that we will have a number of delegations on our two different public hearings. Ms. Karwaszewski?
Thank you, Mayor Given. We do not currently have any scheduled delegations for the 6 o'clock portion of the meeting. We do, however, have one delegation for the first public hearing, Miss Lori Monroe.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Ms. Monroe, we will just invite you up in just a second. I will first call the public hearing to order for Land Use Bylaw Amendment C 1260-125. I would call this public hearing to order. The first order of business, Ms. Monroe, would be to have an introduction for administration, and then we'll get to presentation submissions, which is where we would invite you to make your presentation. Okay, so I'll just invite you to turn your video off for another couple of minutes. And I will go to Mr. Welton from the city's planning department for the presentation on this land use bylaw amendment. Mr. Welton.
All right, thank you, Mayor Given. I am trying to share my screen and it says host disabled participant screen sharing.
I think we can probably get that corrected in one moment here. I'm getting a nod that if you give it a try again, it should be ready to go.
All right, there we go. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor Given. The city has initiated Land Use Bylaw Amendment C 1260.
Mr. Welton, I'll just say that we don't see your screen. I'm not seeing it anyhow.
Good?
There we go. Now we can see it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor Given. The city has initiated Land Use Bylaw Amendment C 1260-125. The purpose of this amendment would be to create a new DC 25 site-specific direct control district and rezone 10039 98th Street, which is the Helma Fletcher building site, from CC Central Commercial District to DC 25. The purpose of the amendment is to allow permanent supported housing on that site. The site is approximately 0.43 hectares in size. It's located directly south of City Hall. It's north of the Aberdeen Center and Rotary House, and it's to the east and across 98th Street from the South Montrose site and Montrose Cultural Center. The south end of the site itself, there's a lane that provides vehicle access from 98th Street to the back of that particular lot. The area is subject to the downtown enhancement plan. This map here basically identifies this particular site. The municipal development plan states through FCSS that it will strive to create affordable housing partnerships. Sorry, I kind of lost my place there. And the plan to end homelessness basically supports affordable housing and these sorts of supported housing as the most effective way to end homelessness. The downtown enhancement plan, which the map as you see here, identifies this as the City Hall precinct with a focus, civic focus, with healthcare and mixed use. We believe that the proposed use is consistent with this downtown enhancement plan designation. The area is identified as CC in the land use bylaw, as is the surrounding area. CC does not currently accommodate permanent supported housing. In fact, the way the permanent supported housing definition is in the land use bylaw, it requires a direct control district because of the nature of the use and to ensure that there's sensitivity to the surrounding landowner, surrounding properties. The definition of permanent supported housing, I believe, has just recently been amended, and again, it's basically it is residential accommodation. That is the main focus, is that this is residential accommodation. These are dwellings. These are where people live, but it also basically provides the opportunity for on-site professional care and supervision for people who need an increased level of service as they live their lives. And as the definition states, the structure may require enhanced safety and security controls. And again, that this requires a direct control district. We believe that the downtown area is a really good place for this sort of development. There's a lot of social services, medical services, access to transit, access to a lot of the support that people that would live in a facility like this. A lot of that support is available downtown in close proximity, and therefore, we think that this is actually like a good fit with respect to land use. The risk associated with doing a DC-25 is that the DC-25 is very specific to this sort of amendment and this specific permanent supported housing. And if the permanent supported housing does not go ahead, then that district would actually, the land use bylaw would need to be changed to actually rezone this property to something else in order to accommodate a new form of development. As required by the land use bylaw, the applicant undertook a public engagement program before they submitted the land use bylaw amendment application itself. The attached to your agenda is the consultation report. As you can tell, having gone through it, there are a number of people who expressed concerns and objections to the development. There are also people who've expressed support for it. One thing I will mention is that the open house and the public engagement that occurred for this particular amendment was also the same public consultation that occurred for C-1260-126, which is a subsequent amendment application for Avondale. And so there's some mix of comments where they definitely apply to one or the other, and some actually apply to both. In summary, the development or the rezoning would allow for the development of this of the existing six-story building, would allow a change of use to this permanent supported housing, and I guess in summary, we believe that the site provides an opportunity for the future residents of such a facility to access a lot of the facility support and services that they will require, and therefore we are recommending that Council give this amendment for second and third reading. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Welton. This is an opportunity for, we'll first have an opportunity for council members to ask any questions, preliminary questions of administration. Then we will invite anyone speaking in favor of the proposed rezoning to come forward, and then we'll invite anybody opposed. So first, council, any questions for administration for Mr. Welton or any other members of administration? I see none from my council colleagues in the room. Then we will move on to the presentation submission portion of the public hearing. I would invite first anyone that wished to speak in favor of the proposed rezoning or the applicant to come forward. Is there anyone who wished to speak in favor of this proposed rezoning? I will ask one last time if there's anyone who wished to speak in favor. I do see that the property owner is on the line, and I'll just let you know that this would be your opportunity to speak if you wish to.
I don't have anything to say. Thank you both.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Ham. I see Ms. Catherine Schmidt. Ms. Schmidt, wish to speak in favor?
I would like to speak in favor, actually. So, good evening, everyone that's here tonight. I apologize a bit for my video being a little bit dark. I do want to speak in favor of this particular project, and I guess I want to speak as much as I can in regards to the need, and also speaking as a citizen of Grande Prairie from my heart as well. I've been in my job position now coming up on 10 years as of next May, and we've been working with our homeless population over my 10-year period and prior to that as well.
Ms. Schmidt, I'm sorry, I'm just going to interrupt for half a second. Mr. Pope, if you could just turn off your camera, we'll invite you to come to the table when we get to the other delegations. In the interim, we're just asking, thank you very much, people to keep their cameras turned off until we invite you to come up to speak. My apologies, Ms. Schmidt, go ahead.
So what I want to speak about today is the need. We've been housing people experiencing homelessness in scattered sites and apartments, and we've had landlords come back and give us feedback, in particularly when we're dealing with our chronically homeless. What we found over the years is that individuals that have been homeless for many, many years have multiple barriers to sustaining successful housing. And what we've looked at and what we've seen across the 7 big cities in Alberta is that individuals with a history, long-term history of homelessness, that are dealing with concerns with addiction, mental and physical health, need a higher level of support than what can be offered in just an apartment building where support staff may be dropping in during the day a few times a week. What they need is a congregate site support housing project with 24-hour day support that can include a wide variety of supports based on that individual's needs. So I'm certainly here today to speak in favor of this particular project. We have a business owner that's come forward that's offering to renovate a building. We have a site that could very quickly have those renovations completed. And I firmly believe from my heart that we could see a difference in what we're seeing with individuals being out on the streets right now. And as we head into winter and head into another year, I just strongly want to show my support for this project.
Okay. Thanks very much, Ms. Schmidt. Any questions for the delegation? Seeing none from my council colleagues, then we will move on. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in favor of the proposed rezoning? Seeing no one additional raising their hand or turning on their screen at this time, then we'll move on to anyone who may wish to speak in opposition. I believe we had at least one delegation that let us know ahead of time that they wish to speak in opposition. Ms. Monroe, are you still there? Lori Monroe had let us know that she wished to speak on Bylaw C 1260-125. There you are. Welcome.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Monroe.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Given. And thank you, Council, for this opportunity to speak. I am Lori Monroe, and my home is on 105th Avenue in the VLA area. It's about 4 blocks from the 98th Street location. And as Dan Walton earlier said, I attended one of the sessions at Muskosipi Park. So the comments, of course, that you're going to hear today are somewhat relevant to both, but I'll focus on the 98th Street location. The 2 shelters that are being proposed in this area, 98th Street being the focus of this discussion, will, in my opinion, bring an unfair concentration of the homeless demographic, even with the permanent housing, into a 7-block radius in Grande Prairie. And that, of course, includes the VLA area. As many may have seen with the emails and letters from VLA residents, we're already dealing with problems from individuals at Rotary House and Tent City, problems of vagrancy, vandalism, theft, prowlings, transients, used needles behind our yards, as well as drug deals and an assault in the George Repka Park. These aren't perceived problems, as many of the handouts outline. These are real problems, and they're problems that people are experiencing today and that haven't been addressed. You know, personal safety in the area, both during the day and night, has become a top concern for residents. And these problems also extend to the library and to the businesses in the downtown area and along Claremont Road. I think another shelter in the downtown within 3 blocks of Rotary House is only going to add to the existing problem. I've spoken to one businessman and had another businessman recount a story of customers pulling up in front of their businesses and phoning them from their cars, not because of COVID, but because they're scared to get out of their cars and enter into the business. You know, one businessman said he was afraid that there would be retaliation if he did anything. So, you know, this is what is happening in the downtown. The city has invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in revitalizing the downtown, and this money is going to be wasted if these problems aren't addressed. And I think in bringing a cluster of shelters to the downtown area. I understand, you know, Catherine's comments about permanent supportive housing, and I understand what it's intended to do. But with the 98th Street location being so close to Rotary House, I would have thought a better location would be well away from the influences of Rotary House. It's all too easy to obtain drugs and slip back into a lifestyle when your friends and associates are nearby. You know, the drug dealers are much better at selling their product than we are at stopping them. Adding a second shelter in this area, I think, is just going to add problems to this part of the city. Aberdeen Centre is hardly a desirable location today for businesses because of the lingering effects of Rotary House, and adding a second shelter is not going to improve the situation. Edmonton's developed, I've read this, that they've developed a planning framework that recognizes the existing zoning and targets placement of shelters into different parts of the city. And I think that this is something that Grande Prairie should also have, where not all the shelters are being focused on the city center. I also question why the city would enter into agreement for a building that's over 60 years old. And I know Mr. Hammond's on this video conference, but the building is, 60 years old. It's 60-year-old mortar and bricks and concrete. And it wasn't deemed viable as an office building, but suddenly it's viable as a homeless shelter. It was explained to me that this is a P3 project and that the city would enter into a 20 to 30-year lease. So by the time the end of that lease would occur, assuming that information is correct, this will be an 80 to 90-year-old building. And I question whether that's a wise investment of our tax dollars. Also, we know that the province is pushing more and more costs to the municipalities. We're seeing that with what they're doing with the hospitals. So while there may be a current lure of provincial funding, is there long-term funding commitment for this facility? And is this the best use of our tax-paying dollars? I understand the need for permanent supportive housing, and I recognize that professional support is needed for these individuals. I believe, though, that the city can do better than trying to resurrect the Fletcher building and make it into something which I don't feel it is well suited for. And for that, I respectfully ask that the application for rezoning be not approved for the 98th Street location. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Monroe. We do have an opportunity for questions for our delegations. I see Councillor Thiessen is in the queue for a question for you. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given, and thank you very much, Ms. Monroe, for voicing your concerns. I guess the only question that I really have right now is, you kept referring to the Fletcher building as a shelter. Now, permanent supportive housing is there to ensure that people have homes. It's not necessarily a shelter. It's not a drop-in night. Do you understand the difference between permanent supportive housing and shelter? Because they're very different things. And I wonder if understanding that we were actually housing people and giving them the supports they need, if that might change your mind as to your opposition to this project.
I do understand the difference, but I also think that the influence of Rotary House is not going to help the individuals that shelter, okay, I'll use the word shelter, I know that it's permanent supportive housing, but that this facility is intended to help. It's right next door. And, I've also looked at Macaulay and I've looked at Boyle Street and seen, there's a number of facilities in both those areas in Edmonton, and see the pervasive influence of this demographic in a single area.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Any other questions for the delegation? I don't see any, though. Ms. Monroe, thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate that you're going to be sticking around for the second public hearing as well. You're more than welcome to. We'll just invite you to step away from the table, so to speak. Thank you very much, and invite you to close off your microphone as well. I do see that Mr. Pope would like to speak on Bylaw C1260-125. Mr. Pope, we invite you to turn on your camera and microphone and join us at the table. There you go. Welcome. And just give us an audio check, because we're not getting audio from you. It looks like you can hear us, but I'm not getting audio out from you. And still not now. Give us another audio test there. Give us another audio test, Deegan. So I'll just look to our administration IT folks. Do you want to give it another shot there? Deegan, give us your... This stuff is great when it works smoothly, which is maybe 50% of the time. No, Deegan, we can't hear you. And so we'll come back. If you want to maybe just see, feel free to see if you can get your mic to come on. It's showing on our end that you're no longer on mute, but we're not getting audio from you. While Mr. Pope is looking to see if he can get that arranged, I will also note that if you needed to, you could dial in and go without video and just do audio. And that's, as I think all those details were available in the meeting invite for this meeting. You should be able to dial in by phone if you needed to. So we will give you a second to do that if you'd like. While I also ask if there was anyone else who wished to speak to Bylaw C 1260-125. Is there anyone else on our screen that wished to speak to C 1260-125? Seeing nobody coming forward and recognizing Mr. Pope was trying to get his audio set, I'll just check in via the chat function here to see if he's going to be dialing in. And with apologies, yes, he says that he is dialing in, and so we will make sure to give him a moment to do that and to allow him to join the meeting. We want to make sure that everybody that intended to speak this evening has that opportunity. We won't let technology stand in the way of everybody getting a chance to speak. There we go. Is that you, Mr. Pope? I see that we're joined by a new telephone line. And if that is you, can you give us another audio test?
Oh, there you go. I can hear someone.
Okay, there we go. Mr. Pope, we have your audio now.
Oh, yeah, perfect. I'm not what happened when we switched over, so.
No problem. So apologies that we can't do video, but you're more than welcome to make your presentation.
Totally fine. Thank you very much. Thanks for the chance to speak. I think we all appreciate that we have a homeless issue in Grande Prairie that needs to be addressed, and it's not easy, and we appreciate your efforts. I'm just not sure the model that we're running is effective for our community right now. A lot of the studies that show housing first focus on the outcome of the individuals and not the community, and which, I mean, it's important for the individuals, but it's also important for the community. And immediate access to permanent housing with no requirements of sobriety or nonviolence, of course, leads to more people being and staying housed. But what does it do to the community, right? Even in our project, the pilot project at Parkside, we were nowhere near the 80% that a no requirements PSH would normally be at. We're at the 55%. I think they said as of February was 25 out of the 45 clients were left, which is no better than one that requires people to get sober first or be nonviolent. Right? And so as far as taking that project and then now moving it over to the Central Park Lodge building, it is a lot for downtown to handle. We had neighbors that left downtown where our street was looking pretty bare. And I know before they left, one of the businesses two doors down from us, had to have their doors locked in the daytime because they couldn't allow people to just come in randomly because people were just coming in and stealing. And I know people say, well, that's not necessarily a PSH problem. That could just be Rotary or other things. But there's nothing suggesting that the PSH would help that. Right? It may help decrease ambulance calls. And from what I see in the studies, that's only temporary. That goes back up again. But also the idea that it's a great location because it's close to services such as the hospital. Well, we all know the hospital is moving, so that doesn't make any sense. Right? If you're trying to keep this thing near the hospital, unless you don't believe the hospital is moving, that's illogical, right? So I have an issue there, and some of the costs too. Like when we saw what people were paying for at the Parkside Inn for $800 a month, that was just a train wreck in there. Like if you see the videos where there's water pouring down from the roof, and it's just a hellhole, right? For $800 a month, so it's not good for the clients. It's not good for the community, right? And what I would ask is, we would like to see the surveys from the community, and even more so from the users of the pilot project before we go ahead with any of this. Are you guys willing to make those surveys that you took available to the general public?
Do you want to send it? I would speak as well.
Oh,
you want me to take a separate turn?
Could we had intended for both me and my dad to speak. I don't know if you'd like us to put it in separate.
Well, you know what? Let's we'll treat you both as separate delegations on one phone line. I think we can do that. I'll just ask if there are any questions for Deegan Pope. Any questions for Deegan? Just one, Deegan. You sort of referenced the close access to the current hospital, and suggested that that wouldn't be a good long-term decision. Are you under the impression that there won't be any medical services continuing at that location?
It definitely won't be the same level if they apply at all. It's not going to be. But which services do you think are going to apply to those residents that will still be available at that hospital?
Yeah, I know that Alberta Health Services hasn't made a definite decision. That's probably still some time away. But everything that I've heard to date was that there will be still some manner of services and outpatient services in particular continuing at that site. So yeah, I believe, well, actually, I know that they won't be doing surgeries, big surgeries there. The high acuity stuff will be at the other facility. But my impression has been, and this is sort of the first that I'm hearing, that there would always be some level of healthcare services available there, to be defined, absolutely, and would acknowledge that that's undefined at this stage. But I just, wanted to clarify about this point about there being nothing there.
Well, yeah, possibly not nothing, but I think the majority of the services are being moved over.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Any other questions for the delegation? I'll just ask one more. So is your view then that the city should pursue a model of housing that has that requirement for sobriety and nonviolent, to use your term, nonviolent behavior as a prerequisite to housing in all cases?
No, I think what it is when we look at the Housing First programs that haven't been working in the U.S. and they're starting to move away from having no requirements all the time, the issue was that the Housing First initiative works extremely well for people who have no addictions issues, are employable, and are nonviolent. It works extremely well. It gets them a place underneath them, and they can then live a much better life, right? And then, like they say, it's a continuum. You've got to find, like in New York, I know they started talking about, actually not started, that was back in 2014. They started moving to a Housing First model for some people, a Housing Second for other people, and a Housing Third for other people again, right? Because do we have all the supports you need to house the most difficult housing people that we look to be putting in those housing places? From the pilot project, I would say we aren't there, right? We don't have what it took to make that thing a success.
And so my question to you then would be, how do you define success?
I would say if your numbers aren't any better, like if we're down to, I think we're even below 25 in the first 45, if your retention rate is lower than 50%, why would you not put the requirements in? And why would you not, like, if our only definition of success is that we kept people in a house and it doesn't matter if they OD'd or if they're spiraled downwards, I think that's success. I've got people who are afraid to walk outside in their own neighborhood. I don't think that's success. You've got staff members working the PSH afraid to do their own security checks. That's not success. Right? You've got people who died right outside the PSH who got drugs from the PSH. That's not success. How do you define success?
Yeah, no, it's an open question. I guess I'm curious if you're are you suggesting that those types of outcomes only happen in proximity of the current pilot project site?
No, I'm saying those did happen at the pilot site, and they're not things we necessarily want to bring into the next two sites, right? Like if our outcomes aren't any better in the PSH, why are we spending the money there? The whole point of the PSH is hopefully to give the community and the people who are in it a better scenario than the alternatives. And I'm not sure that we did.
Okay. And just again, for me, what do you see as the alternatives?
Well, I think we need a better plan. I think we need to know we supposedly have the support of AHS, but not on a long-term basis. I mean, if you're planning to sign a 20-year lease, do you have a 20-year commitment from anyone? Probably not, right? Is the city going to wind up running out of funding for this? I see the city of Calgary and city of Edmonton saying they may have to close certain housing projects because of the cutbacks that the province is doing right now. I know they said they're not giving the municipalities any funding after 2022. So I think we have some extreme challenges now, and I think they're only going to get worse. So the question is this the best plan, right? Are we rushing because our pilot's closing and we've got nowhere to put these people now, right? So we're trying to do something, right? And what do we call success, and who are we trying to serve, right? I mean, can we serve the community and these people at the same time well, right? Or are we willing to sacrifice the community for these 42 people in one place and 42 in another, right? And the downtown, right? It's not really easy being even 2 blocks from them right now. Some of them are great, right? Even some of the ones with addictions are non-problematic. Other ones are really dangerous, right? And they aren't giving them a permanent house a couple blocks from us isn't ideal for me, right? And for a lot of other people, we're like, hey, we think we've taken our share of the supports and we're working with it. Like, we appreciate that people need Rotary and we need St. Lawrence Center and the efforts there. But I mean, it's getting harder and harder to justify remaining downtown. And it'll get harder and harder for people to justify remaining anywhere near those, and concentrating them over and over and over again in the same area, I don't think is healthy for the city. But at least it's not healthy for the downtown area.
Okay. Councillor Thiessen, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Given, and thanks for coming in and voicing your concerns, Deegan. I really appreciate it that you come out and use your voice. I actually used to work at the Helma Fletcher building back when it was a permanent supportive housing with CMHA before I got on council. My experience with that model, which is a similar model which Mr. Ham is seeking to resurrect here through this development, is that after a few months, the people who stayed there with their drug addictions and mental health issues started forming a bit of a community. They started getting a bit of pride. They started getting back up on their feet. And you could see that some of them were getting ready to turn the page, and some of them did, actually. Some of them left the housing complex and got their own apartments. And then, unfortunately, we had to close it down because they didn't have a fire system, or at least a sprinkler system that was up to code. So what we did then is we sent 40 people out in the streets that sort of, who were taking steps forward, they went 10 steps back. And it was a sad thing to be a part of Canadian mental health and working with my clients there, that now I was street outreach because just looking for them everywhere. So I guess my question for you, Mr. Pope, is what do we improve in the downtown core or in our community if we do nothing right now? Pretty simple. That's my question.
Well, I don't think there's any time where we're doing nothing. I also think that between the time you were working the Helma Fletcher project that was there and the issues we have now have definitely increased. And they've also changed. I think the type of addiction, I think, has changed, right? We have new drugs and some challenges that come with them. But I don't know if we do nothing, right? I mean, we're always doing something, and we are always putting money into these things. The question then becomes, are we really ready to make a 20 or 30-year commitment based on a pilot that doesn't look like it worked? So are we really ready to commit to something on an extremely long term, right, just because we don't want to do nothing right now? So any plan is better than no plan? Well, not necessarily. And the current plan is not necessarily better than waiting, right? I mean, we've got a bunch of things that are also, some of the things that lead to homelessness, one of the biggest factors is the high rents in Grande Prairie. Rent has been crazy, right? And pushing people out of housing options. Right now, for the first time in 10, 15 years, rent is starting to slide quickly down. We've got some larger rental companies that are a third empty, and the pressure is only going to be more. So the prices are going to come down, 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 taking more pressure off the homelessness, because obviously high rent causes more homelessness. So that will help, right? But there are certain people like, I forgot her name. Like you were saying that they're difficult to house, right? They don't do well in apartments, right? They're hard on the landlords because they're destructive and they've got other issues, right? But do we really have a plan that can serve those people even in that space, right? And if we do, why wasn't it working at the pilot project?
I can respond to that. Thanks, Deegan. I appreciate it. I think it was working. That was the heartbreaking part.
Sorry, Councillor Thiessen. I want to make sure that we're sticking with questions for the delegation, because I know there are a number of other delegations that also want to speak. So, sorry, I'll ask if we have any other questions for the delegation.
I do have another question. Yeah.
Question?
Yeah. So sorry about the pros there. I do think it was working. I guess maybe we're not going to do nothing, but maybe I'll just rephrase that question that I asked you originally, Deegan. Is how is the situation in the downtown core or community going to improve by next summer if we don't have a stable place to house people who are currently unstable?
Well, you haven't concentrated them into the downtown area. You haven't committed the city to basically keeping all of them into one centralized area, right? Pulling more of them, concentrated more to the downtown area and on 105th, which is really not that far away again, right? So we do have other options. There's other location options, but we seem to be coming back to stuff everybody together and then just concentrate there. And I mean, we see it now. Every time we put more supports together, it feels like our problem is exponential, right? And I don't think from the PSH right there, I mean, I feel better about that one than I do about the one on 105th. But I'm not sure it's best to put everything together. Yeah, it just feels really concentrated, and I don't know if it's wise, because it doesn't seem to have worked well other places to put everything all together.
Okay. No, thank you.
Thanks very much. I don't see anybody else with any other questions for the delegation. I understand that the other Mr. Pope might have had some comments that he'd like to share.
Hello. Thank you very much for allowing me to say a few words. My concern is that I've got a personal interest in this. I've had people sleeping beside my fence where I live personally, and I've had people on my step at my offices in Avondale with needles on my back step, and they're not from my office. They're needles that people have left. So I've had to put a light on my office to keep people away at night, and at my house I've had to reinforce my fence. So basically, I have some personal interest in the matter. I have also some concerns about the impression that Alberta Health Services is going to step up to the plate. They're cutting back right now, and they have to, in terms of services and payments, and the healthcare landscape is going to be markedly changing in here in the next year. And so what might have been suggested 6 months ago is no longer available. And I think they had plans that they would have a nurse 24/7, they'd have a social worker, And I don't think those services are going to be readily available to support these people in their housing. So that's my comment about that. I think there will be some medical services at the hospital, but not the same. And most of the physician offices are not downtown, they're more remote. Home care will be certainly probably in part probably coming out of the hospital. So true, some of that may be located there, but we're not sure of that yet either. We don't know what the plans are for Hearn Hospital with any definition. So I'm a little bit concerned that there's an expectation that Alberta Health Services is going to step up to the plate in a big way, and I don't think that they can afford it at the moment. Another comment is on Boyle Holly, they have a staging process, I believe. They have people that are addicted and need to be kept out of the snow, and that's one group of people. But the people that they're trying to get into a recovery phase, they try and find them housing more remote from where they have already been living. So they try to get them separated into a different environment. And with all due respect, we had 2 deaths on the weekend here from drug overdose. And with all due respect, the drug trade will probably have an advantage of everything that they have. The South is more concentrated in one area. And I'm concerned about that as well for patient safety and safety of the people that live there. My big point, in addition to what's already been said, is I think that the supports from Alberta Health Services are going to be less than you might expect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pope. Thanks for your comments. Any questions for Dr. Pope? I don't see any here in council chambers. Then, well, thank you both. Thanks both for sticking through the technology challenges. We'd invite you to close your audio line. You're more than welcome to listen into the rest of the meeting. I will ask if there's anyone else who wish to speak to Bylaw C-1260-125. Is there anyone else who wish to speak to Bylaw C-1260-125? I'd invite you to either turn on your camera or your microphone and just so we can acknowledge you. And I'll call one last time if there was anybody who wished to speak to Bylaw C-1260-125. This is a proposal for a rezoning, a direct control to enable a permanent supportive housing on 98th. I don't see anybody coming forward. Then we will close the presentation submission portion of the public hearing. I'll just look to council if there are any other questions for administration before we move on to business arising. Again, I don't see anything arising from council, so we will move on to business arising from this public hearing. I would look for a motion for first reading to open it up for discussion debate. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. I would move that council give first reading to Bylaw C-1260-125, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. There is no discussion or debate as per our procedure bylaw, no discussion or debate on first reading, so I will call for the vote on first reading. All those in favor? Sorry, excuse me, please vote. And Councillor Blackburn, who is with us but not able to vote on our electronic system. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. And that motion for first reading does carry unanimously. Councillor Thiessen, do you wish to carry on?
For sure. I would move that council give second reading to Bylaw C-1260-125.
Okay.
Amendment to the land use bylaw.
Thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. So on second reading, we can have discussion and debate. Does anyone care to enter discussion and debate on Bylaw C-1260-125? I will begin by saying that I'm supportive of this development. First, for a number of different reasons. First, because it is an example of the private sector stepping up to partner with the City of Grande Prairie and all the other responsible agencies. That is unique and does not happen frequently. I think we should acknowledge that and appreciate that in my entire time on council, I have never seen a proposal like this come forward before. So to suggest that there's another opportunity somewhere just around the corner does not bear out based on my experience. I would also suggest that the operational model of a permanent supportive housing offers significant benefits to the community over the long term and immediately. Residents in our community who have been concerned about the quote-unquote tent city or the visible homelessness that we've seen in our community over the last number of years should be advocating for these types of solutions. And I would suggest that if there were other solutions that were readily viable, I wasn't hearing them from many members of our community over the last 2 years. I appreciate the work of our administration in advancing council's priority and addressing our homelessness challenges out in the community. I appreciate the fact that we have a willing partner who is coming to the table with their own private dollars to address this issue. And I would suggest that this is an example of the City of Grande Prairie walking the talk by ensuring that we're not hiding this in the back corner and we're putting it literally on our doorsteps. For all those reasons, I support the second reading and the proposed rezoning for Bylaw C 1260-125. Is there anyone else who wished to speak to the second reading before I go to Councillor Thiessen to close? I don't see anyone, so I'll go to Councillor Thiessen to close.
Well, I guess I can't really close on a second reading, but I will. I guess I won't say much else. Mayor Given, thank you for your words and your statement. I think you just spoke so eloquently about it. And the only thing I really could add is with what my experience and what I saw with the old Helma Fletcher building, was we saw a 25% reduction in emergency room visits. We saw 0 deaths on the street. And we saw some people helping themselves and getting better and healing. And I'm just really proud of our community and for Mr. Ham for coming up and saving this building and resuscitating this idea. I've been banging the drum for it to come back for a while. And I think it's an opportunity for us to improve our community and help people get back up on their feet. And as Mayor Gibbons said, it's literally right on our front doorstep. So anything that's going on there, we will see. And definitely it will be addressed. But I thank everyone for your concerns, because we don't build a great community without having a full and robust discussion about these types of topics. It's never easy, but I think the writing's on the wall. So that's my close. Let's get to voting.
Thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. That was our close on second reading. So I'll call for the vote on second reading. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Blackburn. And that motion on second reading carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen?
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would move that Council have third reading of Bylaw C-1260-125 at this meeting.
Okay, so this is a motion to proceed to having third and final reading this evening. It isn't a motion for third and final reading. In order for us to move on to third and final reading this evening, this motion must pass unanimously. And the matter that's open for discussion debate on this motion is whether it's advisable to move to third and final reading. Is there any discussion or debate on that matter? I'll just note at this stage that it appears reasonable to me. This has been advertised publicly over a number of weeks. There has been extensive community consultation, and as evidenced by the number of submissions council received, the community that will be impacted is well aware of this development. So I see no reason why we shouldn't proceed to third and final reading this evening. I would encourage council members to vote in support of this motion. I don't see anybody else for discussion and debate. Then I will call for the vote. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. And that motion does carry unanimously. Councillor Thiessen, we can carry on to third and final reading.
Let's get to business. I would move that Council give third reading to Bylaw C-1260-125, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. Any discussion or debate on third and final reading? I see nobody ringing in. Then I will call for the vote. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. And that motion for a third and final reading carries unanimously. And that handles all the business with Land Use Bylaw Amendment C-1260-125. We will move on to 1260-126. I will just ask that we call Councillor Bressie in, who had chosen not to participate in the first one as he felt there could be a perceived conflict of interest. Councillor Bressie is just returning to the council chambers while Mr. Welton organizes his presentation. Mr. Welton, we'll make sure you've got your screen share. You're good to go. Go ahead, Mr. Welton.
All right. Can you see PowerPoint?
Not yet.
Oh, I don't know why that never works. Oh, here we go. Good. Okay.
That looks like that has come up.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The city has initiated an amendment to the land use bylaw C-1260-126. The purpose of this is to create a DC 26 site-specific direct control district and rezone 10011 and 10017 105th Avenue in Avondale from RT residential transition to permanent supported housing. The site is located just south of 105th Avenue in Avondale and just to the west of 100th Street. It is adjacent to a convenience store to the east. Dairy Queen is directly across the street to the north, or to the northeast. There's a three-story apartment building directly to the north. There's a row of fourplexes to the west. Directly to the south is a lane, and there are single detached housing across the lane. And the site itself is approximately 0.15 hectares and represents 4 single detached lot size lots owned by the city. The proposed amendment is consistent with the city's strategic focus areas and strategic directions as a catalyst for affordable housing and supportive housing alternatives, and to foster creativity, innovation, and adaptability through focused programs and services. As mentioned, the purpose of this amendment is to allow for permanent supported housing, which basically is single family or is housing with support for people who need that sort of thing. Once again, the amendment is consistent with Section 612 and 613 of the Municipal Development Plan that speak about affordable housing and housing partnerships. It is also consistent with our plan to end homelessness. This is the area redevelopment plan, the South Avondale area redevelopment plan with the subject site identified. The area is identified as medium density, which allows which would accommodate up to 4-story apartment buildings. The site is zoned RT. This map here shows a lot of the surrounding zoning. There's a number of multifamily sites in the vicinity, and the area to the east is adjacent to 100th Street is CT commercial transition. It includes a number of existing businesses. And once again, the definition of permanent supported housing. This map here identifies the site and the city's transit routes. Obviously, transit is the users potentially require transit service, so it kind of identifies proximity to local transit. The applicants carried out a public engagement process that I mentioned previously. You guys have the report that obviously identifies a number of concerns and objections from surrounding property owners. As the result of our circulation and advertising of this public hearing, we did receive a number of, I think 3 additional emails of stating concern or objection, and I think the city clerk's office would have provided you those. We don't see any financial implications with respect to this. The site is owned by the city and is tax exempt, so whatever would occur there would be basically would be not non-tax paying. The site is once again, it's within walking distance downtown of amenities, basically doctors' offices and dentists and counseling, those sorts of support services. And therefore, we were recommending that council give this first, second, and third reading. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Walton. Any questions for administration from council at this time? Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Given. Just to confirm, we'll have one more opportunity to ask questions after public delegations as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So after we hear from delegations, yeah.
Yeah. So I'll only ask. I won't ask all my questions right now, but just in terms of this is the more medical based facility. What kind of commitments do we have from AHS so far in terms of this, and how confident are we that there will be funding for medical based programs in this facility?
Okay, I'm going to direct that question to Director Manuel because it's not a planning, it's more of an operations question. Director Manuel?
And I'm actually going to refer to Ms. Catherine Schmidt as our expert on PSH.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Schmidt?
Great. All right, I will certainly answer this question. So there's been numerous engagement and consultations with Alberta Health Services. In fact, I had a meeting again this week, and Alberta Health Services has helped craft the model that's going to be needed in this medical model supportive housing project. So just as an example of supports that are going to be in this building and need to be in the building, a registered nurse for case management support and to help with care plan oversight, a licensed practical nurse to help with medication management, to help with dressing management, and these positions with the LPNs would be 24-hour shifts. Nurse practitioners, 3 recovery workers, an addiction counselor and mental health therapist, and those have already been committed to come in 1 to 2 times a week to be able to do group sessions. So this particular model is going to be a recovery-oriented model that is going to focus on moving people on a continuum of care and looking at their wellness and recovery journey. That's really the focus of this. I've also had a commitment from Alberta Seniors and Housing that as we get close to the date and we're at that place where we need to see Alberta Health Services saying we're going to commit to these particular positions, that they also will be advocating at the top level at the province for these buildings as well. And consistently, we've seen this happen across the province with staff coming forward. So I want to mention all of that. And then I guess the other piece to that when we're looking at Alberta Health Services is we have health services support already in our community. We have them on the 2nd floor of Rotary House. We have a licensed practical nurse there. We have our addictions counselors and nurse practitioners there already. And we're also, with our pilot project with the Parkside, we have a nurse practitioner that is over there doing appointments on site. We actually have ACT Medical at Parkside that has come forward that is doing telehealth appointments through laptops where they're connecting them to doctors. So what we're seeing already in the community will continue to be there in this model of housing, and we're going to enhance it with Alberta Health Services and Alberta Mental Health Support to add on to those supports as well.
I could follow up with that.
Sure. Councilor Ressi.
Great. So that sounds like great supports that are there 24/7. But I know a concern that I've got is drawing people into the neighborhood and just foot traffic through the neighborhood. Would those supports only be available to people living in the project, or would there be people that don't live inside the building coming to access those supports?
These models are designed specifically for this building itself. So the medical model building would be for residents that are in that building only. The only other supports would be, let's say, our nurse practitioner with Rotary House. She is mobile and does go to different projects to offer some of that support currently, but other people in the community would not be accessing those supports in the building.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Councillor Palat, you had a question?
Thanks, Mayor Given. Sorry. I'm just wondering if somebody could administration maybe answer this as well. Who eventually will control this site and manage the site? Who's ultimately responsible for this building when it's built?
I'll direct that to Director Manuel.
Certainly. So the building, the medical model building, the Avondale site that we're talking about right now, is proposed that the city would own that building, and ultimately we're looking at partnerships with potentially Grand Spirit Foundation around property management, those components there, and but the asset would be owned by us versus the private partnership in the previous application.
Councillor Platt, go ahead.
And just so some of the challenges we've had with other buildings, I guess, try to put some people's mind at ease and myself on this is just how do we Is this site fully secured 24/7? Would that be the intention, that we'd have security on the premises 24/7 on this location?
Dr. Manuel?
So the building will definitely be access controlled 24/7. Now, what that means, the model in which that follows is some projects utilize an actual security guard. Others use staff, medical staff or care attendants that perform those sorts of duties. What's been found is people that kind of wear more than one hat are often more effective than just a standard security guard. They often have better relationships with the clients and an ability to certainly address behaviors in a more effective manner than just a straight security role. But all the buildings are designed specifically, and that's one of the benefits behind a purpose-built building versus just inheriting and trying to repurpose some facilities, is those design considerations can be made at the onset.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I guess just on that, if we have control of the site, and I guess this is just my appetite, but I'm not sure where council go through the debate tonight. But so if we wanted to have things like mandatory bag screening every time clients come in and out of the, are those rules that we could implement and enforce as council that would have to be part of this project moving forward for the community?
So my suggestion to council would be, when it comes to design considerations, such as ensuring that there's terrace space to have an outdoor smoking area and those sorts of things, those are certainly things that council, especially as the development authority, can direct for us. Various operational items, I think we'd want to have kind of a wholesome discussion with the experts in the area as to what it is. Certainly receive those suggestions and have some dialogue as to whether it actually makes sense to incorporate them or not. I'd be in a difficult spot to recommend that we put a bunch of measures in place that may not align with outcomes.
Yeah, Councillor Platt, just to supplement, I think what Dr. Manuel was saying, so we are, although the issues are entangled, we're here today on a land use matter, and it can be challenging to try to dictate operational models through land use. If there are things about the physical structure that council wanted to specify in terms of the number of units or particular physical amenities, that is totally within the scope of direct control. So if we want to say that it has, so we can, those types of physical things, I think we can specify in the direct control. The operational things are the types of considerations that would likely come back to the council of the day through a RFP award or contract for a service provider, those sort of things. And that would be the opportunity where council would get to define operational considerations. So just, and I know that they're not completely separate, but what's in front of us today is the land use planning issue.
So just a question on that. If I guess for me, I'm probably not comfortable with approving a land use without knowing there's going to be some structure on that. I can appreciate they're different things. Is there, I guess I'll leave it through to the end of the debate, but for me, I don't know if I could be comfortable with support like that, because I think the reason we're going to have these delegates coming forward is they're concerned about those kind of things. And if we can bake them in how the building's designed and built, and it's going to be, we can commit to the community that we're going to do those things, I could probably get behind this. Without that, I'm going to struggle to get behind this, because I'd worry that we don't have control of the facility, even though no matter how well it's designed. So that would be something that would be fearful for me. So my comment. Thank you.
Fair enough to raise. Director Emanuel may have additional perspective as well.
Yeah, and the follow-up I want to provide there is it's not lost upon administration at all, the concern around neighborhood impacts. Where we feel very confident is the ability to manage what occurs within the facility. And sometimes there can be unintended consequences of some of the measures. So if we said mandatory bag screening, I'll just provide this as an example. If you say mandatory bag screening at the door, that naturally encourages people to leave things in exterior places. So if we're worried about impacts that we're having on neighborhoods, if somebody was going to bring something that they deemed as potentially inappropriate into the facility, which we have total control over, and we would design our systems and the infrastructure around those potentials, I think we may an unintended consequence may be you can potentially direct some of that stuff to occur outside the facility, which is the opposite impact of what we were looking to do.
Okay. Thanks, Director Manuel. Councillor O'Toole, you had a question?
Yeah, some of it was already answered, but I've got one more aspect to this. Will 100% of the people be allowed to leave and enter at their free will?
Dr. Manuel?
Or what percentage wouldn't be allowed to leave?
So it's certainly not an incarceration by any means. These are individuals' homes.
Yep.
The experience in many of these facilities is that people treat them as such. They're their homes. They're designed to have programming space, to have recreational space, to have food amenities on site, right? So the need to go, as opposed to a typical shelter, if it was a homeless shelter, for instance, you are required to leave the facility for large tracts of time during the day. You need to go procure food. You need to go get washing machines, those sorts of things. All of those things are going to be on site like any other person's home. So I think the general answer is most people choose to spend the majority of their time in such a facility, but there is no lawful, or there is no policy or law that requires that they be there all the time. Now, the facility, every facility is a little bit different, and they may have some rules around hours in which people are encouraged to come and go and those sorts of things. But there is nothing precluding somebody from leaving.
So can I just...
Go ahead, Councillor Toole.
So we were in Edmonton, went to the Ambrose Place, and this facility would be very similar to that facility?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, I see Councillor Blackburn had a question.
Thank you, Mayor Given. A number of the objections that we received from people who live in the area around the facility, the proposed facility, has to do with, the needles being left on the ground and people being disruptive to businesses or thefts, those kinds of things. And I'm just wondering from administration's perspective, whether the risk of those kinds of activities are increased with the existence of this facility. I'm having a hard time judging that on my own.
Dr. Manuel?
So I believe the experience is that we've obtained from other communities, particularly Edmonton and the facilities that we visited there, is that typically within a radius of these facilities, those sorts of things are typically improving. Now, we can't guarantee by any means that none of it ever occurs. Very similar to our existing pilot project with the Parkside. Oftentimes what may happen is just because you build a facility does not mean that street engagement, social disorder, and homelessness as a whole, if it still exists in your community, oftentimes people will associate activities that are unrelated to the facility alongside the facility. So there very well could be cases where people that do not reside at that facility, I mean, there is street engaged individuals in that proposed area at the moment. This is not going to eliminate all of their presence from that area in itself, the construction of this facility. So is it reasonable that there still may be needle debris in the area? 100% there is. But there's also recognition amongst administration and some of the other initiatives we're putting underway, such as our mobile outreach teams, our continued support of North Reach's outreach to do sweeps in areas we know that there's prevalent activities in to help mitigate those impacts that are occurring. So no, I don't believe it proliferates it. At the same time, it's not going to completely eliminate it until we address as society that broader issue.
Okay, thanks, Director Manuel. Councillor Clayton.
Thanks, Mayor Gibbon. I have two unrelated questions, so if you want me to do one and the other, let me know. But the first one is in regard a little bit operational. Well, actually, all operational. I'm curious in the model. How does it work if somebody needs to be removed? They're, either threatening staff or they're not abiding by, rules, and 3 strikes you're out. Or tell me how operationally that works.
Dr. Manuel?
I have some thoughts, but I'm going to ask Ms. Schmidt if she has a more specific answer, and if she doesn't, I can respond.
Okay, Ms. Schmidt, can you speak to that operational question about residents who are not able to comply with the requirements of these types of permanent supportive facilities?
I can. And basically, I guess the short answer to that question is if it was violent, the RCMP would get called the same as it would as if someone was in an apartment building or in any other facility, and the RCMP would remove them. At that point, an assessment would definitely be done, and these are very complex individuals. If this person ended up being removed and ended up being taken to the hospital, ended up being perhaps needing medication, was medicated, and in partnership with Alberta Health Services and the hospital, they said, we believe this person would be able to come back to that project, that could be considered. If it is violence, threats that end up having someone incarcerated and charges are laid, they would not be coming back to the project.
I can just have a follow-up. Ms. Schmidt, what if they simply just don't abide by the rules? You know, there's the expectations of following some guidelines. They become disruptive in the neighborhood. They're, you know, just a nuisance within the programming, and it's impacting other residents in the facility. What does that look like then?
That's a really good question. When we did our community engagement, and one of them was with service providers and Alberta Health Services, we did a little scenario that said, what would a typical person coming into this building look like? And I have a whole list of things that came up, and one of them was, these individuals don't like rules. They don't like abiding by rules. They oftentimes are non-compliant. And so part of the moving someone along a continuum of care and looking at a recovery-oriented system of care is exactly walking them through processes like this. So I oftentimes say it's like having a teenager where there are consequences to actions. And so what's currently working very, very well over at the Parkside project is an individual is not complying with guidelines or with specific areas of case management. First step is an action plan is made up with that individual that says, here's what you're not complying with. Let's brainstorm what solutions can be to change that behavior. And that's done in consultation with the individual themselves. And then they outline an action plan. This is what we want to see changed by this time. If that does not happen, depending on what the situation is, there may be a couple of warnings. And if that person is still in non-compliance, the property manager steps in and says, this is a safety risk. You're being asked to leave due to safety underneath the Residential Tenancy Act. Or if it's non-complying with the guidelines that are set with the case management team, it can be a conversation with that person to say, I see you've made the choice that this isn't the right place for you. And so what they do then is start working on, obviously you don't want to be in this facility because of the guidelines, because of the rules and the regulations, so let's find you another place to live. And that definitely can happen as well.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Schmidt. Director Manuel, you had a supplement?
Yeah, the one thing I'd like to supplement is clearly, given the complexity of the clients we're talking about, the runway that we have for behaviors as far as within the facilities and abiding by our rules within the facilities around various issues is a little longer than it is in the neighborhood. So if we have a resident that is causing a disproportionate amount of problems or harm in the neighborhood, those processes that Ms. Schmidt's talking about, as far as our flexibility around that, is much shorter. So I want to provide a little bit of a clarity around that, yeah, we will be very tolerable, that we understand some people are going to act out at times within our facilities. Much like Ms. Schmidt said, you know, sometimes our teenagers and whatnot display behaviors and we have to modify them. But the behaviors within the facility are different than behaviors outside the facility, and we will have a plan and response for that.
So just to make sure that I heard it and to put a fine point on it, you're saying that there would be a much lower tolerance for misbehaving outside of the facility, and that the consequences would be more swift for residents who are found to regularly be having a negative impact on the community outside of the facility.
Correct. And there's consequences that exist, whether those are law enforcement consequences and those sorts of things that we will be very attuned to.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Councillor Clayton.
Thanks, Mayor Given. Now in a different sort of vein, Director Manuel, can you tell me, with this rezone for, obviously for permanent supported housing, if not approved tonight, where does a site like this go?
So, frankly, I can appreciate a number of the folks we're going to hear in the zoning requirements and what their considerations are. And one of the challenges we have faced was, where would a site like this go, given consideration to amenities, land that's available, all sorts of things. Previously, this was identified as the most shovel-ready, fill the immediate gap option we had. I can say that following some a community member coming forward and some conversations with various councillors, we had done some work around another piece of city-owned property on the west side of the city over in the Gateway neighborhood that is a prospective piece of land for us. It does represent greater infrastructure costs as far as development and longer timelines, but that would be our only other identified alternative at this point.
If I may, Mayor, given on that follow up on that, remind me, is there a timeline? What's the timeline? How quick does this need to be decided?
Okay, so that's actually an excellent question and something that we need to emphasize. So the building that we heard earlier today, the Fletcher building, is primarily intended to replace our pilot project location. So one of the things that we are challenged on in administration quite frequently is, what are you doing to address the ongoing situation related to the tenting and the population that exists there? The opportunity that exists in front of us right now is that the federal government has announced $1 billion affordable, that's more or less, it's called affordable housing. It's meant to be supportive housing, address immediate homeless needs, but that funding is available on a first come, first served basis for projects that can be done within a very tight timeline, which is one of the challenging aspects we face. The needs assessment that exists as far as operating supports go, initially we would have had to give provide a piece of land and made an application to the province for both capital and operating support. The announcement of these federal funds, which was unknown to us when this project initiated, showed that we no longer require the capital ask, because that will likely be achieved through the submission to the Rapid Rehousing Initiative. That's what it's actually called. The federal funds are called Rapid Rehousing Initiative. So by removing that capital requirement from the province, it makes our project from an operating perspective much more appealable to them. The real risk is following the flow of these emergency dollars in relation to rapid rehousing, primarily because of COVID. The likelihood that additional capital funding is going to be available at either a federal or a provincial level anytime in the near future is very bleak in our estimation. So we think if we fail to seize this opportunity and we don't get a building constructed next year, we're at least 2-3 years out from being able to resolve any capacity issues that we're trying to address regarding our homeless population. And it's really important to note that if it was simply a matter of putting these individuals with the complex needs in market housing, we would have already solved this problem. We have plenty of space in the community in order to put people in vacant apartments. That's been tried it's frankly been tried for the last 2 decades. And with these complex needs that we're dealing with, primarily driven by mental health, and you throw addictions into the mix because of the lifestyle that exists on the street, without those supports in place, there's no chance of success. And frankly, this is the only option we have available to us at this time to really make a dent.
Councillor Bressi, and I'll just note for council members, I'm not going to ask for another round of questions for administration. We get another chance at the conclusion of the presentations. We have a number of people that are on the line have been waiting for quite some time to be able to have their views heard as well. So, Councillor Bressi, you're going to get the last question for administration for this round.
Actually, Mayor Given, I was going to ask about Gateway, and that sort of came up, so I might have more questions about that in a bit, but I'll let the public go first.
Okay, thank you for that. And so we will move on to the presentation submission portion of the public hearing. I will, as I did with the last one, I will ask if there's anyone on the call that wish to speak in support of the proposed rezoning under Bylaw C-1260-126. Was there anyone who wished to speak in support of the proposed rezoning? I will just check. If you are online and you wish to speak in support, please feel free to turn on your microphone and camera just so I can acknowledge you. Right now I'm flipping through a screen of names and I'm not seeing anybody sort of put their hand up. This part's easier in council chambers when people sort of shift in their chair or put their hand up. I'll ask one last time if there's anyone who wishes to speak in support. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody coming forward. So then we'll move on to people who let us know in advance that they wish to speak to this proposed rezoning. We'll start down the list that I have with Sandy Halderson. Sandy, are you on the Zoom meeting with us? I see Sandy.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Okay, thank you. You're welcome to either, there you go, video on. Thank you very much. You've seen the process once. You're more than welcome to make your presentation. We may have some questions for you. Thank you so much for sticking it out through the evening with us.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Gibbons, for this opportunity to speak to this rezoning. We own the property right next door to the proposed site. And Avondale's had its issues over the years, for sure. And we've tried to help with, bringing good tenants into the area to try to reduce the, the social and criminal aspects that have been going on. My concern is that, this is just going to add to what's been going on. And previous speakers to the last land use bylaw, it's very similar in my thoughts in that we are concentrating these individuals close to the downtown. If we're moving them from where they're currently in the tent city to a few blocks away, we're really not removing them from the factors that are actually causing them a lot of the issues. When we went to the Zoom meeting back in September, the model, the care model sounds great actually, but my concern is with Alberta Health Services and most recently with what's been put in the paper of them eliminating 11,000 jobs and trying to cut $600 million from their budget. And I know Catherine said that there's commitment from Alberta Health Services, but I would like to, as a council, I think you need to make sure that that's somewhere written down. And even then, I don't know if the province would abide by that in this economic times when the rubber meets the road. As a landowner in that area, what I would ask from the city, if this does move forward, as a commitment to the operating costs, because that's where this could come unraveled pretty quickly if there is no commitment to this ongoing operational support for a site such as this. My question, I never heard in any of the meeting that we had in September about another location in Gateway. And to me, again, if we could remove these individuals from those influences, and by removing them into another area of the city, would actually, give Avondale a chance to actually heal and become a better community. Because you guys can control what happens in that building, and that's what's been stated already. But what happens on the street and what happens in the alleys and between homes, you guys have no control over that. And if these individuals are free to come and go, it's just going to increase what's going on in that neighborhood. So I can't support this. As much as I want to see help, my whole life I've been in healthcare. I want to help people, but we need to do it in the right location. And to me, this is not the right location. This needs to be left zoned the way it is for multifamily use, and not for a facility like this right next door to families. And I guess you have to ask yourself as individuals, would you live right next door to a facility like this? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sandy. Thanks for being here and again sticking it out through the long evening. Were there any questions for Mr. Halderson? Any questions for the delegation? I don't see any. Thanks again, Sandy, for making the time to be with us this evening and share your views. The next that I had on my list was James Pope. Dr. Pope, if you'd like to come forward to speak to C-126126. I believe you're still on the line there if you want to use your audio. I don't think I'm getting audio from your computer feed. You may want to go to your telephone feed, which it still looks like it's active on our Zoom tiles.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Again, you're going to get feedback.
I'll just say that we are getting some feedback from one of the computers in the room. Go ahead, give us a test again.
Hello? Hello there.
Yes, Dr. Pope, we can hear you now and we're not getting any feedback. Go ahead.
So I guess I really would like to have you consider getting a commitment from Alberta Health Services that's firm rather than verbal. I really have reservations about Alberta Health Services going to be able to come through with what they promised. We're certainly concerned about the cuts that we're about to be facing. I think Mr. Halderson mentioned that as well. He's in the health field as well, I believe. And for that reason, I think you really want to be sure that you've got the commitments that have been described. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pope. Any questions for the delegation? No, I have to ask one question about we've heard it from two speakers. Dr. Pope, my understanding and from your perspective as a community individual, my understanding was that the number of 1,100 was the number of positions that would be lost out of sort of the public sector ranks within AHS. Not necessarily that those services would be discontinued, but it's essentially more of a privatization with the intent of saving money. Is that your perspective as well, or are the actual cuts and eliminations of positions rather than...
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Pope, can hear you.
We don't know what the cuts really mean. We know that the relationships between healthcare providers and payer is quite stressed at the present time. We feel that a lot of uncertainty about the future of how things are going to work out for us financially. Right now, we're not too bad, but if it comes to pass that they have to have more cuts in payments like remote northern coverage, like we get more money if we work in a remote setting, and it would find it hard to believe that Grande Prairie would qualify, but our gas pumps tell you that we have a higher cost for gasoline here. So I think that the whole financial thing is really up in the air. I don't think we're going to lose a lot of doctors from Grande Prairie. I think we're going to lose quite a few doctors from the north. And I believe right now we're about 40 positions short in the north zone, which means everything north of Edmonton.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions. Gentlemen, thanks again for making yourselves available and sticking it out. You're more than welcome to stay on the line and listen to the rest of the meeting. I would just ask you to turn your microphone and audio off for us again. We'll go to our next delegation that let us know in advance. That was Laurie Monroe again. Laurie, I believe you're still there somewhere and wish to speak to Bylaw C-126126. Laurie, are you there still? There you are.
I am.
Welcome.
Thank you. I live a block from the proposed location, and as Mr. Halderson said and Dr. Pope earlier, the vagrancy, the issues we are seeing in our neighborhood are quite a lot and very frustrating. You know, the used needles is just part of it, but having individuals with their shopping carts and yelling at the top of their lungs as they go up the street and the drug deals going on in the park, you know, what I feel is being said is, well, you better like it or you know, tough. And, you know, a neighbor, and I'm sure she sent in a letter to council, you know, said to me she's scared to be in her backyard because she's harassed by people in the alley and she's screamed out. This is a lady who's lived in the area for over 50 years. A lady behind this proposed facility recently sold her property and left. Why? Because drug dealers, hookers, you know, couldn't put up with it anymore. So these issues aren't being addressed. And as earlier said by a member of council or city administration there, these issues, sure, you can control them in the building, but you can't control them around the building. And, you know, now we're going to have two buildings, one on either side of the area. So we've got people walking from, you know, 105th Avenue location up to the other building or to Rotary House or wherever their friends are. And we have to deal with their transients into our properties because they do. I watched an individual go into my neighbor's backyard and he knew I was watching him. He turned around, he saw me, and it didn't deter him in the least. He just kept on going and, you know, kept on with looking for something to steal and leaving the property. In this case, there wasn't anything there to steal. It's also negatively impacting the businesses. So I think, you know, Dairy Queen being one of them, Modern Decor another, they're dealing with these issues on prime view at Circle K of individuals shooting up behind that building and in the alleys. So I know that this lot or these lots are designated for low-income housing. And there's many forms this can take. It doesn't have to be a 4- or 5-story building. And I also know that you're looking for these shelters or PSH residences to be within, you know, walking distance of the downtown, which doesn't quite make sense if all of the shelters or buildings are going to have their own services in-house that will be serving the needs of the residents. You know, both in Edmonton and Calgary, they have put these facilities in different parts of the city. They aren't all concentrated in the downtown. And when I looked at Ambrose House, which is in Macaulay, you know, Macaulay isn't a single family residential area. It's a bit rough. It's low-end commercial, if you ask me. And so, yeah, it makes sense to put these types of facilities in that environment, Gateway being an example. So, you know, this is the thing. Would you like to have in your back alley not only a 4-story building, but also all the services that need to support that, commercial grade garbage, et cetera, et cetera. You know, you look at Ambrose Place, you look at Mustard Seed, they're both in commercial areas. And if you were replacing a building like the York Hotel, I could see why people would say it's a positive move, but that's not the case here. So, you know, I am in favor of a different area, Gateway or the west side of the city, absolutely. But, you know, I think what's very different here than in Calgary and Edmonton is that these are family-oriented neighborhoods and that, you know, a benefit that all the cities are trying to have right now is walkability, sustainability, a vibrant downtown. And there's a potential to have that. But in putting, you know, homeless facilities in family-oriented neighborhoods, you're putting us in harm's way. We're having to deal with the needles behind the fence in our property, the transients and vagrants walking through our property looking for what they can steal. You know, you've seen a number of emails and letters from different residents, so I won't belabor that point. So I know that we need to look after our homeless population, but it's also, and I'm going to quote an email from Del Storcer, and that's, we have a responsibility to look after taxpayers as well. And I'm voicing these concerns for your consideration. I'm not in favor of the rezoning of the 105th Avenue location. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much, Ms. Monroe. Any questions for the delegation? I don't see any from my colleagues here in council chambers, so thank you again for sticking it out for the evening. I appreciate you presenting on both, and we'll make sure that we have an opportunity for you to listen in for the rest of the meeting. We'll invite you to turn your camera off as you step away from the table. Thank you. We'll move on to our next presenters that let us know in advance before I move on to anyone else. Our next presenters that let us know in advance that they wish to speak to this public hearing were Rob and Cecile Neal. Rob and Cecile, are you there still with us? Thank you very much. Appreciate that you were here at 6 o'clock on time, and it's now 2 hours later. We're happy to have you and would invite your presentation.
Thank you very much. And I know that what you're going to hear is
Cecile, I think we are hearing you, but it's very, very muted. So I don't know why. Is
this better?
Yeah, you know, we can only hear you just very barely, almost to the point where we can't hear you. I can tell that you're speaking, I can hear something, but I can't hear it clear enough to be able to make it out.
I'll speak louder. Is it better?
You know what, it's not better enough for us to be able to hear you clearly. Why don't, if you have the information, maybe you could do the same as Mr. Pope and dial in using the telephone line. I appreciate you sticking it out with the technology challenges, but we want to make sure that we can hear you and hear you clearly. While you're dialing in to the Neals, we did also hear from Gordon Myers, who wished to make a presentation. So we will come back to you, Rob and Cecile, but while you're dialing in, we'll move to Gordon Myers. Gord, are you there? There you are. Why don't you give us, there we go. Hey, there's some audio for us. Gord,
hey,
thanks.
I'm here.
Yes, welcome. We'll invite you to make your presentation, please.
Well, thank you. Well, the technology is somewhat challenging for seniors, but I'm glad that at least I'm able to get this far.
Now, wait a minute. What did you just say about Rob and Cecile?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I don't know. Okay. But Rob and Cecile, we'll come back to you. We'll invite Gord to go ahead now, and we'll come back to you.
Yeah, I figure a lot of the points that I wanted to make have certainly been covered and recognized, and I'm not sure there's any value in repeating a lot of them. Certainly, I'm very aware of the pressure to get something put together quickly so that you have an opportunity to get at the grants before presumably before the fall sitting. I assume that part of the site selection may well have been hurried because of that. And I'm thinking of the 105th Avenue site. I don't think it's appropriate, but that would be my view. The other two, a couple of other things I'd want to add then is certainly this recognition that what the clients of the PSH do during the day is important, and it looks like they could well be out into the community, and in that particular location, certainly mingling, an opportunity to mingle with the people from literally the Rotary Village, if you will. If we're talking about a program that has as its focus moving people from that kind of homeless situation to a life that is meaningful and self-supportive, separation between these two groups seems to me very critical. And yet here's what we're doing. We're just, because of the locations, not only encouraging but promoting contact between the two groups. So I think a physical separation, such as you've described, maybe across the city, certainly makes sense in that way. Now, I'm in the VLA area, been here 44 years, raised the family here, and love it, and really intend to stay. As a senior, I haven't had a lot of vagrancy issues at my house, but I'm certainly aware of the neighbors having that. I think as long as the neighborhood remains or is as is for us specifically, we're happy to remain in our senior years, and hopefully other long-term residents would make the same commitment. The other thing that I was worried about was some of the initial expression, because we're in the VLA, being between these two facilities, is the access that they have to the whole VLA, but even specifically this corridor, which is along 104th, 105th, 106th Avenue between the facilities. And I think that's where most of the damage is done. Not to put down the recognition that during the day we're getting a lot of homelessness activity throughout the whole VLA, and the whole VLA I'm describing more now as upwards of 108th and perhaps 110th. So that's a concern that we have about, again, I think Laurie pointed out very clearly that there's happenings here that are just very difficult for a lot of people, and in many cases, many seniors. The second issue I just wanted to raise was certainly this notion of consultation. It seems to me that perhaps because of the rush to get this off, the community consultation has been left behind. My understanding is that for the best results of these, community consultations, that is those living around it, should be part of the first rather than the last of the decisions to be made or engagements to be taken. So it looks to me like we're down at the back end rather than on the front end. And so what we have then is this decision, or hopefully decision, not to go ahead, in part because we really don't understand or haven't really engaged in the process and don't really know where this whole thing leads. So I also had a lot of unanswered questions just about the location, the neighborhood, the kind of food services, the ability for people to be out in the day and doing what they do. And also, as I looked at very briefly some of the consultants' figures for operating, it seemed to me they're very underestimated. So I'm not sure that I understand the real costs of operating a facility. And I think of, for example, the description of having 3 people, 24 or 3 people at least over the night, probably mostly security through the night, and the costs to have 3 security people full time over the night is a lot more than $100,000 or $200,000 if you look at it, including a reasonable salary. So there's a lot of things that I'm just saying, wait a minute, are you sure we can really afford this? And then also, as Jim Pope has suggested and others, just how reliable is the support for the support workers to make this thing a success? We all want it to be a success, but we also know that it could come apart on the edges. So where are we going to be in 10 years? This is a long-term building commitment, and it must operate in a short-term political environment. So will it still be here? And this likelihood of operating shortfall, could that end up sort of being piled on to us as taxpayers for the city of Grande Prairie? So I would encourage you not to proceed at this time with this location. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Myers, for your presentation. Any questions for the delegation? I don't see any questions. Gordon, thanks very much for making the time to be with us this afternoon, this evening. And we'll go back to Rob and Cecile. Rob and Cecile, are you there? There we go. We see you again.
Hi, can you hear us now?
Crystal clear. And I can't believe Gordon would make that joke about your age and technology. That was really unkind of him.
Oh, I know, but it's a good thing and we like him.
Welcome.
Anyways, thank you. Rob and I just want to reiterate what we've said in previous conversations and email communications with various council members regarding a supportive housing unit in the area that is proposed. It is a multifamily area, and to us it does not make sense that it's to be built there, and it's not safe for the existing residents. Right next to the proposed building, there are apartment buildings, duplex units, fourplex units. It's just really a high-density family. The VLA area that will be mostly affected by this project is residential. It has 3 parks where there are 2 that are frequently used by young children. George Repka Park has become a walk-through park, or should I say a run-through park, because of where many homeless people spend their days and for some, they're nice. Again, it is simply not safe. It was suggested that we, the residents of our neighborhood, should get used to it. It being the theft, the vandalism, the noise disturbances, the nighttime vehicle door checkers. We suggest that no one should have to get used to feeling unsafe in their own backyards and vulnerable in their own homes. We recognize that the city has an opportunity to receive funding for supportive housing. It is the city's responsibility as well to spend that money on the right project at the right time and in the right place. We believe that the proposed project on 105th Avenue is not the right place for the project. The city has explained to the residents that a sustainable has left to explain successfully to the residents a sustainable plan on how this project would work. It has not provided a plan to show us how it would impact the neighborhoods affected by this project. What kind of supportive services will be implemented, not only for the homeless, but for the residents as well? These supportive services, such as law enforcement, should be for the residents and the homeless, but the residents as well who fall victims of theft and acts of vandalism that will occur. There's a greater need for medical service support, a greater need for social service support, and I realize that was explained, but it's still not a solid plan. Rob and I recognize that homelessness is a serious problem in our society. However, we feel that by placing this project in the proposed site, it will not help with the homelessness issue as much as create one by making the residents of the existing neighborhoods more vulnerable, afraid, and angry. I was listening to a lot of your council meeting today, and one of the council members suggested that if we build something, it needs to be in the right location. This project will not be in the location, and I ask that the 105th Avenue project not be approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cecile.
If I may, Bill.
Of course.
I like the mic, so I'll just chime in a little bit. I harken back to, I think it was 2008, we had a area structural plan that Mr. Welton worked on, and he identified that we had a lot of residents, apartments and such as it was. We have a lot of young people moving back in. We have a lot of seniors. I'm on board with the inner city and being able to walk to shopping and stuff like that. But I'll give you an example. Mrs. Longmate lives beside me, lived on our block for over 70 years, and her son and daughter made sure that she was gone to Peachland for the winter due to the problems in our area. As you well know with my emails, they walked into our garage 2 weeks ago and stole our 2 bikes. I wish them well. It doesn't have pedals on it. But now I've padlocked our gate to our backyard. These are things that are happening. And for a vibrant inner city, I realize there's issues such as homelessness. But we're trying to build a vibrant downtown that people want to walk to and enjoy the restaurants, the farmers market, the residents. Many of these seniors in this area are just plain scared and are considering other places if this goes through. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rob. Any questions for the delegation? I'll look to my council colleagues in chambers if there are any questions. I don't see any. Then thank you both for sticking it out to ensure that we heard you. And you're more than welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting and listen in. We will go next to Deegan Pope, who wished to speak to this rezoning as well. Deegan, your opportunity to come back on if you would like. And then we'll see if there so if there's anybody else that isn't on my list that I haven't previously mentioned, soon will be your last opportunity to speak. Deegan Pope, are you ready to speak?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so you said you were going to have a nurse practitioner as well as an LPN on staff 24/7. I mean, by my math, you're going to be $700,000 for the nurse practitioner, and maybe more because I took the rates for Medicine Hat, which is actually a lot easier to get people into. And for an LPN, you're looking at an extra $500,000 by the time you do benefits. Plus, you need a security guard. We're getting somewhere close to $2 million per facility that we're supposed to hope that the AHS will cover. And if they don't, and that's just the cost of the people. Now, I understand the place in the west over by Gateway could house a lot more people. If you're going to want to put a place in, and we know this problem is getting bigger, right? I know I talked to Chris, and he was telling me, like, we're shooting up 20, sometimes 30% homelessness in a year. And we're also saying we've got maybe one shot at this for the next 2-3 years. None of these decisions are easy, but if you have to spread your staff over the maximum number of people, maybe the biggest land mass is the smartest move. The other thing is, I do feel that if we're moving emergency services and a lot of the hospital services, psychiatric services, and those things to Gateway, are we better to have the facility right there? I mean, it's a block. I mean, the proposed land over there, I think, is a block and a half from the new hospital, where we know the majority of services are going to be. It also lowers the concentration here. It does cause some problems because it's in high residences as well, but it is also close to shopping and dental and all the other services that you want. Actually, it's much better for shopping, but I just want to look at it and say, hey, if we're talking about $2 million for 3 staff around the clock times 2, $4 million, we better hope that AHS is backing us up on that. And from what I can see of other jurisdictions, the province is not covering maintenance on the buildings, which often exceeds the cost of the building. Over the 20 years, you talk to anybody who runs apartment buildings, they'll tell you that maintenance is way higher than capital costs, right? So we want it on paper, right? And you want it on paper for a lot longer than a year or 2 years, right? Because if you're talking a 10-year project, $40 million in staffing, right? That's a lot. That's a bit of money. So that's all I had to say. Thank you again for letting me speak.
Lily, thanks very much for sticking with us through the evening. Were there any questions for Mr. Pope? Again, seeing none. Thank you again, Mr. Pope. We will ask one last time if there's anyone else that had joined the call intending to speak to Bylaw C 1260-126. Is there anyone else that had intended to speak to this proposed rezoning? Final opportunity. Was there anyone else that hasn't had an opportunity to speak that would wish to speak to Bylaw C 1260-126? Okay, seeing none, then Council, one last opportunity for questions for administration before I close the public hearing. We move on to business arising. Any questions for administration? I did have one. This is actually, I suppose, for Mr. Welton. It is a planning question. Mr. Welton, what types of, we had a little bit of early discussion about the sort of characteristics that council could control through the DC zoning. If council wished to limit the size in terms of number of units of the property, is that something that's possible to limit this evening by amending the proposed zoning?
Mr. Mayor, absolutely, you could do that. There's, I guess, a couple different ways to approach this. As you're aware, the DC district is the way it's written. Council is the approving authority, so at the end of the day, what shows up at council, council has sort of carte blanche authority to approve it or not. Also, as the owner of the land, and I guess sounds like the builder of the building, council's got a lot of say into exactly how the building is going to sort of be designed. So certainly, what you could do is amend C-1260-126 and set, for example, a maximum number of units, and then adopt the bylaws if that's what you choose to do. I mean, a different approach would be, this is something that we typically don't do here, is theoretically you could basically just leave this amendment sort of just postpone it And if you are proposing to move forward, you could actually move forward with designing of the building the way the city wants the building designed. And once you are fully comfortable with having the design of the building, then you could come back and give the bylaw third reading or second and third reading. So there's a couple different approaches. Certainly you can set a unit limit now if you choose, and that would become a guide for designing of the building going forward. If you have a number in mind, you could certainly just wait until a development permit came forward and kind of, you know, and then applied that maximum number of units once you're at the development permit stage.
Okay, thank you.
So couple different approaches.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bressie?
Great. Thank you, Mayor Gibbons. So if I'm understanding correctly tonight, if council rezones this, it still has to come back to council to get issued a development permit as well, correct? So there's no legal way for this to go forward without another touch at council. Am I understanding this bylaw correctly?
To the mayor, the council would be the approving authority for the development. So before it ever got approved to the point where you could actually get a building permit and start building it, it would have to go to council. It does sound like, just based on the nature of the ownership of the land and who's going to be building this facility, this theoretical facility, is that the council and committees over the next year or 6 months or whatever it takes to design a building like this, you know, because this would be a city facility, you guys have 100% control over the design of the building anyway. So you would have, you could have say in the design of the building before it ever comes to council.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm asking there is, would council even have to give direction to come back to us before this gets built, or just according to the Municipal Government Act, it has to come back to us no matter what before it gets built?
Certainly from the way the district is written, it does absolutely have to come back to council. It certainly makes sense that council gives administration direction so that when a development comes back to council for a development permit, it is something that council is likely to approve.
Okay.
And then if I may ask another.
Sure, Councillor Bressie, and then we'll go to Councillor Blackburn.
Yeah, so I guess showing my cards where I'm at with this is I really don't think this is the best site for it. I really would prefer to see it.
Councillor Bressie, sorry, we are going to get in, so we're still in the public hearing. I'd encourage
Sorry, I do have a
questions. Yeah, so don't preface it with an opinion about where you stand on the project.
Sure, I'm trying to think how I ask this question without that so I can get the answer I want then.
Well,
sorry, not the answer I want, but so that administration understands the question.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Let me, if I can, let me give you an opportunity to think about that, and I'll go to Councillor Blackburn. Okay, Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Mayor Gibbon. Based on the concerns that we heard during the public delegations, I guess I have a question for Director Manuel. And you had alluded earlier to the fact that if there were issues in the neighborhood surrounding the facility, that they could be dealt with, and I assume through enforcement activities of some kind. And I guess I just want to get some assurance that if we were to put this facility here, and if the people who live there are free to move around the neighborhood or go about their own daily lives like anybody else who lives in a home in any area in our city, that there is the ability to make sure that residents in that area are not going to be at greater risk than they are today with the types of activities that they're concerned of.
Randall?
So what I can say is a significant shift that the city has made is for the past number of years, protective services, which encompassed the RCMP and enforcement services, was a separate service area, separate silo from community social development, which is administering our homeless initiatives and housing programs. We intently made the shift to combine those two service areas together under my portfolio with the very intent of understanding that they can't be working in opposite directions. And as such, the level of coordination that we are getting into now and some of the programs that we've started rolling out in the last month or two here is in direct correlation with that approach, in that we understand if we put a facility like this or any of the facilities such as our new daytime street outreach facility, some of the other initiatives we have underway like mobile outreach, they all have to interface and integrate together, because we appreciate that the situation, the concerns that we are hearing from the residents of Avondale, they are not lost upon us. They are things that I have heard for the last number of years. And we know that traditional approaches we have taken to address those concerns have not resulted in the improvements that the community expects or deserves. Hence why we are pivoting and we are taking a new track in relation to that. And we will, you have our commitment that we're not looking just to shuffle the problem. We're looking to ultimately solve this problem. And this is one of the pieces of the puzzle. And we will bring those other support mechanisms outside of the facility and those other programs to support the neighborhood. It's not going to fix it tonight or likely tomorrow, but hopefully in the coming months and in years, we start seeing significant improvements.
Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Gibbon. Just, I guess, a question. If this location were to be defeated tonight, I'm just curious with the other location that was mentioned. What would happen with that? I'm just kind of curious of what would happen for administration and council to work on trying to see that project through if this were somehow defeated tonight.
Dr. Manuel?
Okay, certainly. So the next step with the alternative piece of land, any piece of land we present is going to require another zoning process similar to this. The minimum time frame on that from once the process is initiated is 6 weeks. That we get to come back here and have this same conversation just with a new set of residents and business owners. So the risk that exists for the program is that if we go that direction, it's two things. One, we know that the parcel of land we're talking about in the Gateway area is city-owned land. The primary risk that was initially identified was there's a road right-of-way through that land right now. And there were some complexities and costs related to extending services and roads. Now, we have determined that it's still viable to put a project there if it's determined that that's an ideal site. But we will be back here in 6 to 8 weeks having this same conversation with a different set of neighbors and business owners. And I suspect we will have some very similar concerns, just in a different light. So that would be the risk. But otherwise, it's frankly time and money.
And just so I think I understand, but so if we were to defeat this tonight, went through that process and then realized, hey, maybe the community, after all this, we landed on the right spot the first time and not going around, would we be able to come back and have this conversation about this piece of land again?
So what I'm going to do is actually, I'm going to answer part of it, and then I'm going to ask Dan to speak to the part about returning in the zoning process. Obviously, the biggest concern there would be related to the delay. Now, the extent of that delay, I'll ask Dan to speak to in a second. One of the things I can say and reiterate, which was already pointed out, is administration cannot proceed with a project on this site unless council green lights the development permit, which is a mandatory requirement at a future date. So just because zoning is approved today does not mean a project will be built. So if there is a desire to pursue an alternative site and a zoning process through that, we can still do that, and we could ultimately abandon this project at the end. But if that was the interest of council, that would probably be what I would encourage to prevent future delay if you wanted to revisit. but I'll ask Mr. Welton to speak to whether the zoning could proceed if it was stalled today.
Sure. So yeah. So Dan, very specifically, if this bylaw was defeated, how would that impact council's ability to return to considering the site at a future date?
Mr. Mayor, largely the process would start over. I mean, there would some things like, I mean, the applicant was required to do consultation in advance of the submitting the application. I think we have that, so we wouldn't need it again for the same site. But as, we'd actually have to sort of start the process with respect to advertising a public hearing, holding a new public hearing. Chris is correct that 6 weeks is probably the absolute minimum. One approach you could take is, if you are thinking of a different site, is to actually just recess this public hearing or postpone it. And if you're going to pursue another site and that works out, then you could just come back to this amendment and then just rescind first and second reading.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Clayton, then Councillor Bressie.
Thanks, Mayor Given. Yeah, I guess my question is partially for Council and Councillor Bressie, and it was kind of answered by Mr. Welton there a minute ago. If there's thought that you don't want this facility in the proposed location, let's not delay the process. So if we are considering another location, I like Mr. Welton's suggestion, like let's delay the public hearing and look at another location. But to approve this and then to change it at the building permit stage, it's just a waste of time, in my opinion. And Director Manuel has talked about the quick turnaround we require for this due to the federal funding. So I think if council has an interest of not having it in this location, then let's deal with it tonight. And there's been two proposed ways to do that: either defeat it or postpone it to look at other possibilities. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Clayton. I think there are additional ways to continue the process move forward and consider other sites. But Councillor Bressie?
Great. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, so a couple questions about applying for this federal funding that's available. What's the actual trigger we need that makes us eligible to apply for that funding? Is it rezoning? Is it a development permit issued? Is it committed land? Or I wouldn't be surprised to hear that it's completely vague, because that's how a lot of this COVID stuff seems. But what's the actual minimum we need to do to be able to apply for that funding? And then I'll have one more question after this.
Dr. Manuel?
It appears as though it's shovel ready. The biggest thing with that's committed land. So not shovel ready in that all the utilities are ran and ready to go, but it has to basically we need the green light to say that we can actually build a project on a piece of land.
Then how does it work if council does start applying for the process, and then 8 weeks later you say, well, we're still doing the same project, but we're doing it on this piece of land instead of that piece of land? Do you have to start the whole process all over again, or is there a chance that we'd be able to just move the project over?
As you mentioned a little bit earlier, we're in some rather unique times when it comes to the grant opportunities that are in front of us, and I believe there's a little bit more flexibility than what has existed in the past, but there's always a degree of risk that comes with that. So it's not crystal clear for us right now. I suspect that submitting a project is much better than not submitting any project. And then there obviously is risk with changing a location, but if it's well thought out and explained, I'm sure it's going to be considered.
And then is this so it's federal money, but is the federal government directly deciding and administering this, or are they doing it through the province?
It's being done through CMHC.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Bressie. Thanks, Director Manuel. Any other questions for administration before I close the public hearing? Seeing none, then I will close the public hearing. We'll move on to business arising. I would look for a motion or motions arising, and certainly a motion for first reading, so we can get it on the table. Can I get a motion for first reading again, so we can get this on the table for discussion and identify a way forward? Count. So I would be happy to recognize Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. I thought someone else would come up and do this motion just so we get it on the table, but apparently not. So I would move that Council give first reading to Bylaw C-1260-126.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. So there is no discussion or debate on first reading. This is merely to get it onto the table so we can start the discussion. I will call for the vote on first reading. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Blackburn. That motion does carry. So we will move on to any additional readings. Second reading. Can I get a motion for second reading?
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would move that Council give second reading to Bylaw C-1260-126.
Thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. Now we're at a point where we can have discussion and debate on second reading. Open for discussion and debate. I will enter to say that I support moving forward on this site. I appreciate the concerns of the neighborhood that they've raised. I would be more comfortable if council took explicit steps through the rezoning in the direct control district to limit the size and scale of the project by limiting the number of units. I think that that's a reasonable approach. And the reason that I would support that rather than any of those other stages, which council still has significant control and influence, is because this is a stage where we can start to set more certainty for the community. This is the earliest stage where we can start to give the community more certainty about what will and won't be built. I appreciate the concern that members of the community have expressed, and I think at least a part of that concern arises from some of the unknowns about what the building will look like, who will live there, how big it will be, how it will operate, and of course the impacts that it will have on the surrounding neighborhood. Right now, council has the ability to start to bring that picture into a greater resolution and start to resolve that somewhat and make it more clear for the neighborhood. I appreciate that we may not be able to satisfy all of the neighborhood concerns through the rezoning. Many of those concerns are operational in nature, and so it will take dedicated effort from council and administration over time to address the neighborhood concerns. But my belief is that taking some of those early steps now is the appropriate thing to do, but that we have to move forward with this site. And I believe that strongly for two different reasons. First, I believe the costs of not acting far outweigh the costs of acting in this case. I don't believe that our homelessness issues are going to be solved in any other way than building new units somewhere. And I have heard the members of the community who agree that we need to address the issue. I didn't hear anybody on there saying that we shouldn't address homelessness or housing. I want to acknowledge that. But my experience tells me, and my experience this term, I'm not even trying to go way back on all of you, and say, oh, 20 years. But my experience this term tells me it can be very difficult to site a bottle depot. It can be very difficult to site a bottle depot. Council is aware, and through many of the public processes, that we had appeal upon appeal for a development as innocuous as a bottle depot. So if we think that any alternate location for this type of facility anywhere in our community is going to be received better, we're kidding ourselves. And this is just the nature of the difficult decisions that we're elected to make. So as best as possible, I think we should try to start to narrow the scope of this development through this early stage. And I would support limiting the size. The community's heard about a 40+ unit development. If we were to limit that to 24, 36, 20, something to start to bring that scale down more in line with the surrounding neighborhood, I think that would be the right step. And ultimately, if council pursues another site in addition, we can continue that process as well. But I think that they need to be concurrent processes that move along at the same time, rather than stopping and starting one or the other. Because council has seen that we will get through a winter phase and into a summer construction phase. And if we don't work to take action, have a default for action, we won't get anything built. And we'll have another summer where these residents are dealing with the same issues that they've been dealing with, rather than starting to see some resolution by putting people in permanent homes. So I'd encourage council to support second reading. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Given. The reason that I'm struggling with supporting this isn't even about location, and it's more about the overall safety. And I know that we talk about how it's going to save ambulance rides, and it's going to do a lot of things. That's how it might save government's money. And I guess the fear I have with this, and no matter where this location goes, is we never put in the amount of money and grief it's caused the community. And there is a quantifiable number here. We had a lot of very good delegates, very well-respected delegates speaking against this. And so for me, when I'm hearing people that scared about safety, and we can't put in measures to stop that. I mean, we can say we're going to make a smoking lounge, we can say there's going to be security on site, but for me, if we can't provide safety, that there's going to be some kind of measures on this site, I have a hard time promoting that. I wouldn't promote it at any location, to be honest, because at some point there needs to be some accountability to that, and I'm struggling with that a lot. I don't think it's right that people can come and go as they please if they're doing bad things in our community and we give them a place to live. And so I'm struggling with that a lot. I realize it's a medical model, but I don't think the size or scale is going to change that. I guess to speak against what Mayor Given's saying is, if we go with a smaller facility, it probably won't be cost prohibitive. It won't probably make sense to have 24-hour wraparound supports for less people. And then what's going to happen in time, if we really do need this facility to that magnitude, is we're going to just have another one somewhere else. And so we're going to have this problem twice, not just once. So if you guys want to approve it in this location, so be it. I wouldn't make this the smaller if you're going to do that, but I can't support it unless we can tell the community with certainty that there's going to be safety parameters around this. And right now, after what I'm hearing today, I don't feel comfortable that we can tell people that their area is going to be better from this. It's hard to believe your area is going to be better when you're actually saying we're going to put these people in a residence near you now to tell these people in VLA that their area is going to be better. I have a hard time believing that unless we have more controls. I wish we had more authority, and I wish we had more reach with AHS on this sort of stuff, because I'm still confused why we're not talking about the old hospital and other locations around that make more sense to me. But I can't support it for those reasons. I can't consciously look somebody in the eye and say, yes, from doing this, we're making your area safer, because I really don't know if I believe that. And so I can't support this.
Thanks, Councillor Platt. Councillor Friesen?
Thank you, Mayor Given. I had the opportunity to tour with a couple of colleagues Ambrose Place in Edmonton, and I do wish that more of us had been able to go, in particular my skeptical friend to my left here. When I saw this facility, I thought, boy, that's a really great vision, and wouldn't it be cool? And I could hardly believe my ears when, in fairly short order, that was only maybe not quite a year ago that we toured that, and in fairly short order, it has come before us that we do have the opportunity to build this in Grande Prairie. It is remarkably different from anything we have ever known. And I feel for the unknown, for the residents that have spoken tonight, and my colleagues who are very concerned about the operational side of this. That aside, I encourage my colleagues to proceed with this tonight, because we do have the development permit stage and a number of other very fine points along the way where we can say, no, this isn't what we had in mind, or where we can tweak it. We still have control over this space, but let's not lose the opportunity by not being, not acting tonight. From a personal perspective as well, I did note that a couple of delegates asked, is this something that we would want to live beside? And in fact, my backyard backs onto supportive housing units. And in addition, over this past COVID period, and actually since I believe it was even last winter, the other buildings, so I back onto 3 buildings. The one in between, I'm not talking about, but the one on one side is permanent supportive housing. The one on the other side was a overflow shelter. It was a shelter for the winter. And so I literally back onto not one but 2 facilities, one of which is supportive and one of which was overflow shelter. And I can tell you that I, in my home, experienced what sounds like a lot less disconcerting behavior than VLA is currently experiencing. And what I hear from the residents that have spoken to us tonight are things like people loitering. You know what? If they had a permanent place to live, they would not need to loiter. right now in our shelters, now we have the daytime facility, but in our shelters, generally people are kicked out for the day. If these folks have a place to go, they don't have to wander around finding places to hide, to sit, so they don't get kicked out of that cozy place for the day. If they have no permanent place to live, of course they're pushing their belongings around in a shopping cart. These are things that are very visible, and without a facility or perhaps a couple of facilities like this in Grande Prairie, we will not begin to see a dent in the visible nuisance and misdemeanor kind of crimes that we see in Grande Prairie that are very problematic in our neighborhoods. Without this, we won't make a dent in it. As for the comments regarding being close to the hospital, that argument is like saying that all of our seniors facilities need to be located close to a hospital. These folks, when they do have supports where they're at, they have wound care, they have medication support, they have other medical treatment support, they have behavioral support. They don't need to access the hospital like they currently are needing to access the hospital. So I am very much in support of this project going forward. I am not at all opposed to it being located on 105th Avenue. I think that's a fine location for it. Whether or not there is an alternative location is fine, but let's not stall this up tonight just because we're not sure that we're going to, how it's all going to work out just yet. We have control along the way. Let's exercise that control, but let's not stop it up right here at the beginning.
Thank you, Councillor Friesen. Director Manuel, I think you said that you had a correction to offer on some of the information Council's given in the question and answer period.
Yeah, just a process correction. So if this zoning application is defeated tonight, process-wise, it cannot be reconsidered for 6 months. So just so Council's aware.
Thanks for that clarification. Councillor Bressie, then Councillor Blackburn.
Great, thank you, Mayor Given. It's I'm very, very supportive of this model in general, which is different than being in support of a specific location. And I know that I've toured a number of similar facilities in a number of municipalities, and one experience I had was in Victoria. I very intentionally got my Airbnb right across the street from one of these and 2 doors down from a supervised consumption site. And it was quite a week in Victoria where I ended up walking back to my Airbnb by myself at 1 in the morning a couple times. And what was interesting was the block that I was actually had my Airbnb on was the only one where I never got harassed at night. And that was an interesting experience for me. I really do believe that if we do this, it's not a unit that's for somebody that's just has no interest in improving themselves and no interest in just being a free floater through the community. That's what emergency shelter is for. There's housing agreements to these, and I often hear, hey, we need to hold these people accountable, not give them housing. And the really frustrating thing is, I don't agree with it, but there's nothing we can do to hold somebody accountable on our streets really in Grande Prairie. We're limited by the powers that we get from federal and provincial legislation and the courts. And sure, we can give somebody a ticket, but if they have no money and they refuse to pay the ticket, there's absolutely nothing we can do about that. Sure, we can maybe detain them for a couple hours sometimes, but then the courts are just making them go right back on the streets. There's nothing we can do to hold somebody accountable when they're living rough. Something like this, you're involving people that want to improve themselves, but also when they get out of line, there are ways to hold them accountable because all of a sudden they're part of your programs, part of your housing. So I really do think that things like this do improve what's going on in our community. I also have heard some say, hey, it'll just bring more people to our community looking for a free ride. And I don't think that's the case at all, because again, this is a place where people are spending money to stay in and they're expected to stay in programs. That's not somebody who's just being a tourist going to different places to hang out with their friends and sleep in a shelter. It's a very different need. So I really do believe in this model. At the same time, I've said it right from when we got that land. I'm happy to. We have to park some money set aside for social housing. So I was happy to park some money in that land. But when it comes to supportive housing, I've said right from the beginning, I don't think that that's probably the right piece of piece of land for it. I think it's the right piece of land for some other types of social housing, but for supportive housing, I don't think it's that right now. And for two big reasons. One is we've heard from the community about how it's going to make everybody feel a lot less safe. Two projects on either side of them makes feel a lot less safe. And I've said many times as council's term with that, including when it comes to traffic, when it comes to things in our park, I don't just care about people being safe. I care about people feeling safe. And I really think this would make the neighborhood safer. But at the same time, I really get why it would make people feel a lot less unsafer, especially happening at the same time. So that bugs me. But even more than that, I really want the people in this unit to get the best chance possible. And this is a medical model where we've got the highest needs and the most susceptibility to bad influences and being victimized. And for me, I think that the further they get away from Rotary House, the better. And I really think that these people having them up in Gateway where they can still access services, and in fact, if they're buying their groceries, Walmart's cheaper than Co-op. I think, and way cheaper than Safeway. I just think that Gateway is a better place for this. I think it's better for the people that are within it. So I can support this zoning. So really understand, all right, we need to go after funding and don't stop the whole process because this isn't the place you want to go. But I got to say, it's going to be a really hard sell for me when it comes to the development permit stage, especially if we haven't taken action to really aggressively pursue Westgate and make sure that this is the right space. If this is eventually where it has to land, because it's where it has to land, I could probably get on board with that. But if it ends up landing there because we did do our due diligence with a site that I think is better, then there's no way I'm supporting this when it comes back to us.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bressie. Councillor Blackburn, then Councillor Thiessen, and Councillor Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I really do feel for the residents in the VLA. This is one of our older neighborhoods. People living there, some people living there have been there for decades. They feel that it's a comfortable place for them to live. And they're already at some slight risk because of the fact that it's a transition zone between commercial and residential, where all kinds of things can happen just by virtue of the fact that they're dealing with commercial development at the same time as they try to live there and live a comfortable life. Of course, there are certain advantages and conveniences of living that close to commercial districts. So people living there, I'm pretty sure, have made that choice. I have a lot of faith in what Director Manuel says about what might be done to ensure that over time the community will not be any less safe than it is now. And in fact, over a period of time, there will be improvements in terms of what people there are experiencing. So with that in mind, and the fact that I really do believe that supportive housing is an important element for homeless people, especially those who are homeless not because of addictions or mental problems, but because of other situations that have forced them onto the street. I really think that supportive housing is a caring thing to do in order to provide that element of service within our community. And this location may or may not be ideal, but I don't see a whole lot wrong with it in the long run, provided we continue to give the protective services as well as the supportive services that these people need. And as has already been mentioned, there are lots of other opportunities between now and the time a place would actually get built and open for us to deal with concerns as they arise. I really think that zoning is the first step and an important and necessary step. So I would encourage council to support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I sort of got roped into doing the motion, so I'll just save my remarks for closing, and we can pass it on to Councillor Clayton.
Thank you. Councillor Clayton.
Thanks, Mayor Given. Great discussion tonight, and although I appreciate the sentiment in regards to the need for the model, and I'm not really about to debate the need for the model. What I want to talk about is the land use in front of us, and for me, this is just, as in discussions earlier tonight, this is the wrong place. And so if we want to talk about the needs for a model and what that looks like when we get to that development permit discussion, I think that administration, if given direction following this motion, if defeated, will bring back a better solution for a potential different location. We lightly discussed it tonight, but in front of us is talking about this site, and this site is in the wrong location. It's as much as the medical model has been proven to be successful, I don't think it will be successful in this location. I think there's too many deterrents and issues, as mentioned from Councillor Bressy, transient traffic from Rotary House, other locations, as Councillor Friesen addressed. I too live in a location where you have issues. I mean, I have the Parkside 2 blocks away from me and Muskosipi right beside me. So, I mean, I see it all as well. So in good conscience, I can't put this facility in that location. I don't think it's the right location. And if we want to come back and talk about a potential location in the west side, I think that that's a much better location. So based on the land use amendment for application in front of us, I can't support this tonight. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Clayton. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. I will not support this. If it goes to a third reading tonight, I will vote so it goes to third reading, so we're not delaying if I'm the only one. But I live in the Avondale area, and I see a number of people that frequent my house, avenue and street on a regular basis. And I too feel that there's nothing wrong with having them in a different location, still around residents, still around businesses. But this today, I honestly feel this is the wrong location. And I would support the Westgate proposal. But at this point in time, I just think it's the wrong location as well. Sorry.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. I don't see anybody else in the queue. I'll just take one last shot and encourage Council to support second reading. If somebody wished to postpone consideration of third reading to some point in the future and encourage administration to identify other sites, that would be the preferable way rather than defeating the motion. As we heard from administration, the motion is defeated. This site is out of consideration for another 6 months. If that's your desire, then by all means vote against it. If you want to have the ability to consider this site if another one doesn't work out, then you should either make a motion to postpone consideration or something like that. But defeating this means that this site is off the table. And I would suggest that it would make it very challenging to deliver any additional site over the course of this term. Everything's possible. But I think that we cover our bases much better if we allow 2 concurrent processes to happen. We've gotten one this far. If we want administration to examine another site at the same time, then that's fine. But I would encourage Council, rather than defeating the motion, to support administration examining an additional site on top of this one. So rather than defeating it. And with that, we'll go to Councillor Thiessen to close.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. Thank you to Council for all of your opinions and insights. And thank you to everyone in the Avondale neighborhood for what you had to say here today. I agree strongly with what Mayor Given said and also with what Councillor Friesen said as well. Although I can understand where the neighborhood's coming from and where my other council colleagues are coming from. There's a few things that I'd just like to say as I close. First and foremost, in order to enable this building, any kind of building anywhere, so we need funding. So funding is contingent on the building, and having land is contingent on obtaining the funding, the federal or the provincial. So we have to be mindful of that first and foremost. Our delegations talked about that block, that empty space where there's lots of needles, and I go there all the time. Actually, I work in an office like a block away from there. I'm there almost every single day buying my coffees, hanging out. They just painted the side of the Circle K, and somebody just scribbled on it again. I get that there's an issue there, but what I've noticed from the people that hang out in that space is that they feel comfortable in that space. It's almost like a reflection of what they're feeling inside of themselves, is that they're stuck. They're in a hole, they're in a rut, and so they hang out by that dumpster where you can find lots of needles discarded in that area, in that space. The character of the street, when I look at the character of the street, not to speak to the character of the neighborhood, but Councillor Platt and I drove by yesterday night. Every building on that street would match the height of a 4-story building, or at the minimum a 3-story building. It's the only thing that's not a 4-story or 3-story building is the land that isn't built upon right now. So putting a building in there actually would fit the character of the street. It doesn't make the character of the neighborhood though, but it might improve the character of the neighborhood. And that depends upon our administration, the neighborhood that's there, and council's decision to do what's best and take our due diligence, not only to design a building if it's to go there, to improve the neighborhood and to improve the street, or to ultimately decide that it doesn't belong there. So for all those reasons, I'm strongly encouraging all members of council to vote for this location, this zoning on second reading, and as the mayor suggested, postpone and allow administration to seek out potential better options in the Westgate area, as I've heard talked about. But for this, let's get it through second reading, so we're not sitting here and we're a month shy of getting the funding that we need to help the people in our community that need it more than we do and more than anybody else in that neighborhood does. Let's give them an option, let's give them a chance, and let's vote for the second reading. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Thiessen. For that close, we will call for the vote on second reading. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. And that motion does carry. So we can have a course of action. We can either have a motion to have third and final reading this evening. We can have a motion to postpone consideration of third and final reading to some specific date or around some sort of timeline. Councillor Thiessen?
I'll try to cobble this together because I didn't think we were going to go down this route, but I would move to postpone consideration of third reading until, I want to give administration lots of time. So I think my calendar showed that we're back on January 5th, so till January 8th to seek out other sites.
So I wonder, maybe we should just, sorry. So on that, I would be curious if administration had a recommendation, if council was going to request administration consider or other sites, what sort of timeline would be necessary there, or conversely, what sort of timeline should council be considering in terms of this one coming back? There's sort of those two parts of it.
I'd actually suggest early December. If the other site fails, we'll want to move as expediently as possible, not to miss our window. So we heard that we're minimum 6 weeks out, so I'd say within 8 weeks.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess I would just say from 8 weeks time from now.
Okay, in 8 weeks time.
In 8 weeks time, yeah.
On consideration to 8 weeks from today. Okay. Councillor Bressie on the motion.
Thank you. Just a question for administration in terms of starting an application for funding and all that. What do you do? What do you go and start working on tomorrow morning if council has third reading and passes third reading, versus what do you go and start working on tomorrow morning if council passes this motion that's before us today?
That's a pretty good question. So basically we have our business case where the piece of land comes into play. And frankly, if I'm risk managing this, what I'm going to do is we need to do the conceptual design elements. I think we will actually proceed at this point on both sites because the sequencing would have been quickest on the Avondale site if we went with third reading and it passed. That being said, I think it's going to be prudent at this point to proceed with that high level detail on both sites in the event that one will hopefully be successful as opposed to the other, but at least it's not slowing that part of the process, which should get us to the state to submit the application as soon as we do get designated land. Now, if we passed third reading, we would certainly be in a state to submit a complete application to the grant program. And so that would get that ball in motion quicker than waiting for the designated land to occur. But we will do some parallel work if it doesn't proceed.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Manuel. Councilor Bessie, got your question answered. And Dr. Manuel's answer influences, of that process, and what administration would take out of this influences how I would consider it. I would encourage council to defeat the motion to postpone consideration and to move forward with having third reading, if not this evening, then at our subsequent council meeting, so that administration is in a position to submit that package so we can look to get those provincial federal dollars into our community. And I would fully expect that council would additionally give administration direction to advance consideration of the additional site that we've been talking about. So rather than an 8-week delay, if the third and final reading for this site came back in 2 weeks' time, and administration was in a position to be able to say, we do have a site, we have other sites under consideration, but we have a site, we have a design, we have a complete package. And if the City of Grande Prairie is awarded funding, I think the potential of shifting that funding to a new site, should council choose to go that direction, is far better than the risk of getting any funding at all by taking a 8-week delay or longer. So for those reasons, I will vote against the postponement, and I think I kind of might have suggested it. But administration's advice influences how I think about it, and I'd like to see us move this one forward while considering the other side as well. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Gibbon. Just a question for administration. If we did move forward with this proposal, as Mayor Gibbon's saying, and we asked the province, do we have a guarantee that the province would actually just transfer this funding across? So just, if we say, hey, we've got this site, we've allocated money, are we not at risk of, by moving the site, where the funding would be pulled? I mean, just similar to the conversation we had with Grande Prairie before, I'm not convinced that, I guess, just going ahead in the application and saying we've got funding, we put it in, actually safeguards us any more than we're currently at. That's kind of where I'm at. And if anything, it might make us look pretty flippant to the province, where we're here just to get the funding, and then actually it's pretty public what we're talking about here right now, and then we're going to turn around in 2 months and maybe change the spot, but we put the form in. I'm really hoping that we just go ahead and approve Councillor Thiessen's motion. I don't see any harm. I think we actually could have more damage potentially putting an application knowing that we might not follow through with the province when we're actually having this public debate about it. So I'm struggling with how that actually helps us get it forward any quicker, especially if it's going to come to we still have to approve a development permit. So I still don't understand, if we're going to approve this, we approve it all the way through, don't approve it, then not approve it a development permit, because that would look really bad upon us as well, I think. So that's just my concerns on that. I think we should just go ahead and postpone this, and if it takes a little bit more time, let's just get it right. Let's not put an application in that we know there's a good chance or potentially a chance that we're just going to actually flip the application to another piece of land.
Director Manuel?
Yep, certainly. So there is some differences between the Smith lands. The flag with the Smith lands was dollars that had already been spent that were specifically allocated for a project. So essentially we sold assets, provincial assets, and ultimately used those funds to purchase land. So the difference with this one is there so far has this is strictly a federal grant right now, not administered through the province, and the intent of it is rapid rehousing. I think there may very well be some risk, but overall, if the intent is to rapidly house homeless individuals and we are still meeting that intent, and it's not going to create a significant delay in our change, I suspect they'll be accommodating.
Dr. Manuel. I don't see anybody else in the queue for discussion debate, but I do recognize Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you. Director Manuel, you mentioned earlier that the funds that we would be accessing are first come, first serve. Are we at risk that there won't be funds available by the time we get around to asking for them?
Manuel?
So I can't speak definitively on this, but I would suggest that, again, with the intent being rapid rehousing in a community such as the city of Edmonton having $360 million worth of shovel-ready projects in one municipality, it likely wouldn't take long at a national level to burn through that cash relatively quick.
For that reason, Mayor Given, I would really not want to postpone this decision.
Thanks, Councillor Blackburn. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so we will go to the vote on Councillor Thiessen's motion to postpone consideration of third reading for 8 weeks. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
Opposed.
Thank you. And that motion does not carry on 5 in opposition and 4 in favor. So we are back to we can have a motion to have third reading, which I imagine wouldn't pass this evening, but that's sort of our process. Councillor Thiessen.
I guess I'll make that motion. I would move that that council have third reading at this meeting.
Okay, so in order for us to proceed forward with all 3 readings in one evening, this motion must pass unanimously. If it does not pass unanimously, then third and final reading will come back at our next City Council meeting in 2 weeks' time. Any discussion or debate on the merits of having third and final reading? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. That motion does not carry, and so this will come back to council in 2 weeks' time. Is there any other business arising? Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Given. Yeah, I'm happy to kind of use this site to start initiating funding for grants, just like I was happy to use the site to park money that we're going to lose otherwise, but I'm still very far from convinced that this is where it should go. So I'd like us to do some other work parallel, and that is I'm very open to some friendly amendments to this if anybody sees better direction I can give, but the motion I'm going to try is direct administration to initiate an engagement and rezoning process for the placement of permanent supportive housing on city-owned land in Gateway neighborhood, and bring back a report contrasting costs and other considerations of building permanent supportive housing on the Avondale or Gateway sites. So asking for 2 things. 1, start the process in Gateway so that if council does want to put this there, a process is underway. But also I'd like to hear from administration. I'd like to hear administration's thoughts on the 2 sites compared to each other. And mostly I'm interested in what's the difference in costs, but also if administration has opinions about pros and cons of one site versus the other, I'm very interested to hear that as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Manuel?
Certainly that's the motion's understood from myself. I just want to clarify. It would be my intent as early as tomorrow to start the process regarding the rezoning, which will involve a community consultation component to it. I would like to do that in parallel to what motion you're making right now. I just want to confirm that that wouldn't be contrary to what you're looking to achieve. So I understand the report you're looking for, but at the same time, I did want to be clear. It would be my intent tomorrow to initiate our teams to start that minimum 6-week process.
Yeah, sorry, I've got 2 parts to my motion. 1 is to start that 6-week process. And so yeah, I want you to, if this passes, I'd want to see both start that rezoning process, but also do the report. So yeah, do those in parallel. And also just for our recording secretary, I know it was a longer one, so I just emailed that motion to our recording secretary.
Great, thank you. We all understand the intent of Councillor Bressie's motion is to start the rezoning process on an alternate site, and concurrently, administration bring forward a report comparing the 2 sites to one another for their pros and cons, essentially. So, okay. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Rick. Just wondering, and appreciate we're looking for city-owned land. Am I safe to say the size of the loft that we were looking at in Dairy Queen would fit this facility if there was another space in the community that could fit this potentially? realizing there's a lot of private land that I think could actually work quite well for this as well. I know we're not wanting to spend money, but I'd much rather spend some money on the right lot than just put it somewhere just because we have the land. It's the conversation I keep having with council. We think we should have land banked, and I think we're continually finding it doesn't matter how much land we have banked. It doesn't mean it's the highest and best use for what we actually want it for. So I'm just wondering if there's any desire from anybody outside of myself to be also having the option of a third-party location potentially that could be deemed and looked at. But I just want to know a potential minimum size so that I can maybe start looking at that myself.
So, Councillor Platt, I'll speak to my perspective to your question. I would maybe be open to that. The concern that I have is what we heard from Director Manuel is that he would start the rezoning process on the site that the city does currently own. I think we can only have so many rezonings going on at one time for one use. Like it's just sort of challenging to say we've got 5 different sites under consideration. If there was something that was immediately known and the price was immediately agreed to, and I would be concerned about the price given how public a process this is. I think that there's nothing that necessarily stands in the way of that. If something, really beneficial arose and administration was able to capture that, then that's great. But I don't think it's viable for us to be proceeding on rezoning on 3 different sites or multiple, even more different sites than we already are for this project. That would be my concern. Councillor Thiessen?
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. No, that was loud. I'm very much in support of Councillor Bressy's motion. I like it, and I was kind of hoping that that's where this dialogue might go. As a person who's an advocate for housing and housing people, I think we're better served to have options and to look into every possibility. I don't doubt that in every neighborhood we're going to have a not in my backyard contingent of people who maybe won't like what we're going to put in there. But hearing Director Manuel's answer, I think he's going to take it upon himself to show due diligence and to bring something forward, whether it works for us or not. So I'm happy to hear he's ready to start the process right away, and I'm in full support of this motion. Thank you, Councillor Bressy.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Any other discussion or debate? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote on Councillor Bressy's motion, which had 2 parts. 1, directing administration to begin the rezoning process on an alternate site in the Gateway area, and 2, to have administration bring forward a report contrasting the 2 different sites and the pros and cons of each. Seeing no further discussion or debate, I will call for the vote. Please vote. Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. I believe that probably concludes all the business related to this public hearing. Seeing nothing else arising, then to all of our public members who stuck around, presented this evening, and listened to the discussion and debate, thank you so much for your participation. We certainly do appreciate you being here to inform our decision making. We will continue on with the rest of our council meeting. We only have a couple of agenda items left. I don't believe we had any delegations in the in the scheduled delegation section. And so we can move into council member reports. Were there any reports from external agencies, boards, and commissions? Anybody want to make an external report? Councillor Friesen, then Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you. I'll be brief. It's been a long day. We had a Grande Prairie Public Library board meeting, and the budget for the upcoming year was approved. It's a really tight budget. It's a very lean organization, and we were really pleased that despite the need to really be cautious with their funding, and they were able to balance the budget with fines being wiped off the table. So our Grande Prairie Public Library has now joined the ranks of many libraries throughout the province that no longer charge fines for overdue books. And why this is important is because there are a number of individuals and families who find it difficult to get back to the library to get their books back in time, and as a result they never go to the library because they can't afford fines, and this really helps with that. So I was pleased to hear that, and I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Friesen. Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, thanks very much, Mayor Gibbon. I reported the last few 6 weeks on the combative sports meeting with the province, and we've started to get a list down of the requirements to host events, and we've got another meeting on Friday, and we'll get that more scrutinized, and I'll probably talk about it again in another 2 weeks. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Were there any other external reports? Seeing none, then maybe we'll start Council Roundtable with Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you. Very briefly, I want to say thank you to administration and to council for accommodating me so that I could attend in person. It really does make a difference, and so it's much appreciated. And I look forward to working from at least this position into the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Blackburn. We'll move next to Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Gibbon. 2 things to report. One was I had the privilege of getting myself a tour of the new St. Lawrence Center site, and I just really want to thank administration, the Downtown Association, the Rotary Club of Grande Prairie, and everybody who's made that possible. It's such a better space. Walking in on a storefront, there's adequate space. There's all that. I went the second day it was open, and there were definitely some challenges there, especially since they decided to start with a 0 ban list. And by the time I was there the second day of opening, there were some on the ban list by then. But definitely some challenges figuring out how to operate that space and get their clients use that space. But I know when I walked up, I saw 2 St. Lawrence Center staff outside, make sure that things were going well outside. So I really appreciated them keeping their eyes on the neighborhood, not just what's going on inside. So that was one thing to report. The other thing to report was yesterday I participated in the amazing race in support of Big Brothers and Big Sisters. And it was great seeing a lot of different businesses. And I think there were 60 teams, I heard, taking part in the amazing race. So it was great to see the community support. It was a lot of fun. And he was so far behind me that I never saw him, but I understand that Councillor Palat was in the amazing race. And I got to say, I was trash talking a team really hard. So when I walked into the U-turn, I fully expected my big mouth to have gotten me them paying $150 to U-turn me. And I walk in and I see the U-turn board, and I see the reason is because he's a politician. I go, shoot, I really did get U-turned. And then my day was just made when I saw it was actually Councillor Palat that got U-turned by somebody. So it was a great day.
Councillor Bressie. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gibbon. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, I didn't really go to very many events this last 2 weeks. We had Thanksgiving, of course, and well, I don't know. I think everyone on council knows. Maybe people watching at home don't. But I just started my master's program, so I'm about a month into that. Most of my weekends are pretty booked up there in my spiritual psychology master's degree program. So that's been really good. But I did have a big announcement to make, so I won't shed any more words here. November 5th. I know most of you are going to be at an intermunicipal meeting, and I think I was too, and I think you're going to be happy that you're there, or maybe not, maybe a bit sad, because yours truly, Chris Thiessen, got asked to show off his singing chops and do the Canadian National Anthem for the Buck Wild PBR broadcast live on TSN across the country. So hopefully I won't let any of you down. And at least you'll be too busy to be watching it on TV and going, oh my God, or, oh yeah, tear to your eye. Either way, I'm really excited for that. Thank you very much to the organizers and to Chelsea O'Neill at Revolution Place for asking me. And I look forward to the event, and I encourage anyone and everyone to get your tickets while you still can at a social distance.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gibbon. I too was busy, but not necessarily with city stuff this last 2 weeks. But I did attend the 2 days of ICF discussions. Found it very interesting, as for the 6 weeks or the 6 times before. But we did spend some time with family, and we did talk about Thanksgiving this year. So, as a family member, we got kind of heart to heart, and that was all we did on Thanksgiving.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. And I'm just trying to prove that, after as long as I've been here, that I can still switch things up a bit. I'm going tic-tac-toe. So, yeah, Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Given. 2 events. Attended the Build AGM here last week. Definitely getting to be a smaller and smaller group every year, but the organization is continuing on, and they did speak specifically about their process with Canola to Key, so that was nice to see that the city had some acknowledgement there. Secondly, I'm very disappointed about being U-turned, and I was more disappointed that we actually didn't effectively use our U-turn on Councillor Bressie. We were so slow in our process, we actually don't know where we finished, so I'm pretty sure we were near the bottom. But my kids had a ton of fun. It was a great event, and it's exciting and it's cool to see when organizations like that find a creative way to make some money. I don't know what the end numbers ended up being. Talking to a few board members, they're hoping it was going to be in that $20,000 range. So something they cobbled together and something that's continually doable, and it was a lot of fun, and I think that they'll continue to get more people out. So great job, Big Brothers and Big Sisters. They had a lot of volunteers out. It was a great day for it to happen, and I'm sad I didn't get to at least see your taillights.
Councillor Clayton.
Thanks, Mayor Given. As with Councillor Freezer and Mayor Given, had the opportunity to sit through with Councillor O'Toole and Bressie through a couple days of ICF meetings, as well with Councillor Thiessen attended the Zoom meeting for the CAB board, so the Community Advisory Board on Homelessness. And then this past weekend on the Friday night, I had the opportunity as a volunteer member of the Storm Board, had the opportunity to attend a scrimmage game. So there was 100 of the season pass holders that were allowed to watch, as well as a few other people within the organization. They won the game, which was great to see, and I look forward to the time when more people have the opportunity to see the Storm play. As well, on a personal note, I, through my business, had a booth in the Women's Show this weekend at Revolution Place. I would want to send huge kudos to not only the facility for managing it well, but to the event organizer. People had to purchase a ticket. It was monitored number of people in at one time. Vendors were in masks, and people shopping were in masks, and it was very well executed. And as a business person, it was a great opportunity to not only be out seeing customers, it was a good show business-wise. So congratulations to Sandy Stetson and the Grande Prairie Women's Show, who has been, I think this was her 26th annual event. So congratulations to her. She's been in the facility longer than the Storm have, actually. So congratulations to her, and also thank you to Revolution Place for keeping people safe while still executing an excellent event. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Clayton. Councillor Friesen.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I sat in the ICF negotiations with my colleagues, and as we see tonight how that has gone, but it has been a really good experience and excellent to get to know the county and the things that kind of make them tick, and the challenges and concerns that they have as our neighbors. It was really good for me to get to know. These last couple of weeks, I had house guests, company 2 weekends in a row. So had the opportunity with some friends and as a means of entertaining house guests to attend not one but 2 different shows that GPLT is showing that GPLT is kind of back in swing. Every Brilliant Thing is still playing for another 1 weekend, I believe, and it is a one-woman show with some audience participation, all done very safely at the John Paul Theatre, and it was an excellent performance by Tanea Getson, who was the performer for that one. And then another one was Tales of an Urban Indian, and this is a show that was written by an Indigenous man about his experience growing up in BC and spending some time in Vancouver as well. It was performed by a former resident of Grande Prairie, Brendan Chandler, who grew up here and is a young Indigenous man. And again, that was just an outstanding one-person show where he morphed into, I'm always amazed at one-person shows when they become other characters for moments at a time, and he was excellent at that. So I believe that's on for another weekend as well. So for those of you who are interested in attending safe and enjoyable theatre, that's two great opportunities this weekend that I would encourage. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Friesen. Councillor Minhas.
Thank you very much. I had a couple of events to do. First one was in senior facility in Valley View. It was the first anniversary for that there, and I was very grateful. And Mayor Byrne and then a couple of councillors from town of Valley View and Dale Smith and Les, they show up, and 29 senior people there, and plus the staff had a good celebration, and everybody enjoyed it too much. They started singing songs and a little bit dance, a little bit different culture things. But they were, the big thing was they were so happy there because the facilities are good and looking after the staff is very good. And I talked to them, most of them. We missed a couple, three, but they were all pleased to be there and that they don't want to be moved out yet. So that was a very positivity there in the small town and our rural area. And the second one was open house for forestry from Bearhauser and Canfor and Norwood. I went down there, and that makes proud. The forestry is still strong and better. And this time situation, and they kept going through all the Cobra-19. Anyhow, so that was great. Then we're Thanksgiving Day with the family, and that's probably the first time 2 days I stay in the home in my life, I guess. That's about it.
Thanks, Councillor Minhas. I'll try to be very brief. Over the last 2 weeks, I had an opportunity to participate in an interim police advisory board meeting. I also had an opportunity to attend two different AUMA committee meetings. I represented the City of Grande Prairie in the Police Act Review complaints process workshop, and had a call with Senator Doug Black, who was doing a virtual tour of Grande Prairie. He was spending the day phoning different organizations and leaders in the community. So I started off the day with him, and then later that day had an opportunity to be the guest speaker at the Grande Prairie Provost Club. With that, I think I will call our meeting adjourned. Thank you very much to all the members of council and administration and our IT team for sitting it out with us, making sure that our meeting went off without a hitch. Thank you so much.